Hello everybody, what's going on? It's TCH Live, and it's Tuesday. You know what that means. It's time for some 5, 10, 25. I am Aaron McAvoy. Hanging out with me tonight is Eric. What's going on, my friend?
What's going on, Aaron? This is Eric Van Loozen in Dallas. Excited to be joining you, Aaron.
Absolutely. We got an action-packed game here. We got some familiar faces at the table, so I suspect we're going to have plenty of chips moving around from at least the players that I can see here. And it does look like we got a couple of new faces, at least for me. So very much looking forward to this. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We'll get some more folks joining us here momentarily, I'm sure. Starting off with just about 20, 30 of you guys for this PLO flip, and then we'll get started with some two-card action. Let's take a look here in the chat, see who's hanging out with us already. We got Raina, Frank, we got Kicker Problems, and Poker Monkey. What is up, you guys? Welcome to the show. Let's get things kicked off here. Somebody taking a cool $800 pot.
You what? 23 to 25.
Right off the bat, get things started.
No, I'm 29. Oh, okay. I see what you're trying. I see what you're trying to do.
Oh man, we got a couple
JD's already got his kings full. No
pretty,
sweat there.
Yeah, I mean, unless someone's just like sitting on a 9 and has you know, at least
two
one outer against you.
I've never seen somebody flip theirs over so fast. They got it.
Yeah, JD pretty proud of those kings, as he should be.
Good start.
All right, so JD going to go ahead and chip up to 5.6K. 5.7, I suppose it is. And everybody will have the option of adding on up to that high water mark. Of course, it is 5K max buy-in to get things started and match the stack after that. So yeah, time for some two-card action. As we look around the table here, we've got Wolfgang, JD, and then we got a Benham. Of course, has been on the show plenty of times. Keyman as well, Rye Guy I recognize, but then we got Carlos, perhaps Dan. A couple of fresh faces here for me.
Right. Yeah, the 7 seed, I think it is. I don't recognize, so curious to see him play tonight.
Now I'm like a creepy old guy all of a sudden. Like, it's so weird. In like 2 years, I went from like feeling super comfortable just like living there and like just being like knowing nobody, creepy old guy just like walking around campus. Like
it's definitely a weird feeling. Well, I never went to that school.
Right.
So what happened was I was going to go there with friends.
And here going to be heads up.
Looked good for matchups.
Yeah.
This one looked great.
8-8 deuce
So I
flop.
got two
Neither
friends,
player
one in California, one
connecting,
from
but
TCU that wanted to go.
Venom here with the
but I was already in the
pre-flop
mental state. I
lead.
had everything planned out. Like
Go
I
ahead
got
and fire
permission to go,
off
all this
50
stuff,
bucks into this pot.
I'm
See if
going.
you can just
But I don't
take
want to
it
go there
down.
exactly
But Carlos
know nobody.
is
So I went
going
on.
to raise
I was
him.
in Sigma Chi at Pepperdine.
I like
So
this.
they have
8-8
chapters
deuce,
everywhere.
a
So I went on
pretty
the,
dry board, and
their chapter there, and I was like,
Carlos here. I'm not sure if he gets many ace highs to fold, but certainly can get some better king highs to fold.
Right.
Nice little raise there.
Good start for him. We got Harvey there in seat 9. I know he's been on the stream before, but he had a really big tournament score up in Choctaw, so really turned his poker career into something big here recently. So cool to see young guy having a lot of success local here to Dallas.
Yeah, it is. But like,
Nice.
it was sick. It was super sick. And all of a sudden it went to
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my big tournament score. You know, take down one of those Choctaw mains or some of the big, you know, 1 mil guarantees or something. Oh God, it's going to be great when it happens. I believe that one day I'll bink it.
I'm just saying it feels so
Just got to bink one, right?
That's right. I mean,
I think if I went to
you know,
school, maybe
you get one out of the way, and then it feels like you're actually like in the mix every time you get in there. So you know, maybe that sort of starts the domino effect where you just start binking tournaments, big tournaments left and right. But I've made some deep runs, but have not found a top spot just yet.
we play Georgia every year.
At least in those, of course. You know,
Absolutely.
tournaments.
I don't know if we'll see either.
All right, Harvey and Benham here. Neither player connecting, but Harvey with the 3-bet lead free is going to go ahead and take a stab at 275 here. Like the sizing. And Benham with 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush is going to go ahead and peel here. This board not going to connect with Harvey's 3-betting range too hard, so perhaps some opportunities to take it down on later streets, but the ace of clubs peels immediately. And not only does that hit Harvey's hand, it hits his range really hard. I think Benham is not going to love that card, nor the bet that is likely to follow.
Have you ever been? It's during the State Fair. It's in the Cotton Bowl down in Fair Park. Like it's
Was Benham one of the big winners last week? Do you remember? I know he had a big hand against John Ryan there when he hit a set of jacks.
I've only been to the State Fair like twice here.
I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly how everything shook out
Right.
last week. So
I just remember that big. Remember that big hand. That was a lot of action John Ryan brought. I was glad to see that blast from the past join in there on the live stream.
The fans will be so excited at half the rush, and you know, I'm 2 for 2.
And yeah, that is Tyler there in the dealer box. He's also part of the production crew here, so cool to see him dealing tonight.
I can't make it this week, but if I was just traveling to every game, I think a high possibility is A&M upsets Bama at home this weekend. I've heard that. That would be huge. They're only a 2.5-point dog at home, though. I mean, like if they do it, they'll rush for sure.
Dan here on the button with the suited one gapper. Definitely gonna open that.
You can go.
But gets 3-bet immediately from the small blind, and Wolfgang waking up with 9s in the big blind. So the dynamic here definitely setting itself up for a cold 4-bet. The difficulty here is that you end up playing likely in position if you get the button to fold, but 9's just gonna always see at least one overcard, like a majority of the time. So Wolfgang is going to play this as just a call. He invites the button along, and it does also invite them to 4-bet and squeeze him out of the pot, but makes a lot of sense with the 9s, sort of one of those middling hands, and he is rewarded. Middle set.
Wow. Fireworks right out the gate, Aaron.
Yeah, we'll get the board graphics corrected here. That's not ace-6 deuce, that's ace-9. So top pair for Harvey, top kicker, and Wolfgang on second set.
Yeah, 2 spades, not 2 diamonds, I believe. 2 diamonds would be crazy. There we go.
Yeah. Very interesting here that after the original better checks, Wolfgang doesn't bet himself, and this is not a straight for Dan, but it does give him an open-ender. We'll get those graphics corrected here in a moment. Just remember that that is not correct out there for the flop. Harvey here, of course, sort of trapping the flop as it was very disconnected. Ace-9, ace-9-6, and rainbow at the, or sorry, no, it was spade-spade, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, which is even more reason, I think, for Wolfgang to have probed the flop. But he is going to spring the trap now, raising it to 1,200. Dan is out of the way after picking up that equity, but, you know, this is a bet and a raise in front of him. What are the chances that he's going to, you know, just cold call for 1,200 and get to see the turn? Non-zero for sure, but doesn't feel great. So he's out of there. Harvey is going to make the call, drawing dead.
And now that he has it, he's doing something with it.
And for Harvey's sake, he would love to see something like a spade peel off so that he may have a way out of this. But it is a 7 of diamonds.
And there's no scandals with him.
Only the 8-10s of the world that bluff turn after check, check, flop. Maybe he can get in there for a raise. Those have just improved. So 7 of diamonds, certainly not an inconsequential card as far as some of Wolfgang's bluffs go, but it's not the worst card in the world either.
You can see the discomfort. He's been jammed on. You know, I think he suspected something already. Check to him, and oof. Tough decision early in the stream.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pot-sized jam, so Wolfgang definitely capable of, you know, in theory, doing this with any of his bluffs that missed here on the end. But if Harvey's watched Wolfgang play, I think he can safely conclude that Wolfgang isn't going to run this line as a bluff very often.
Give it like 15 minutes.
And so then it's a question of, all right, if he ever did bluff, what would they be, since it's going to be a pretty narrow range, and, you know, some 8-10 of spades is very possible. Although those may have just always bet the flop as well. I don't know, it's just kind of weird to find a bluff, to be honest.
Yes, maybe 7-8 of spades that bricked.
7-8 of spades very likely bets the flop too, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
You know, in the 4 of clubs, it's not like it brings in anything additionally. Plus, like, let's just remember that this was a 3-bet pre-flop that Wolfgang cold called. So the 6, the 9, and the 4 are actually really relevant middling cards. The 4 maybe a little bit outside of the cold calling range for Wolfgang, but certainly the 6 and the 9 bang in there.
20 seconds.
Let's see if Harvey can find a fold. It's really tough on this board texture, though. Really tough. I mean, because you basically feel like if I fold this, then I fold everything. And he does make the call. He definitely, I think, in my mind, came to that conclusion. If I fold this, I fold everything, so I have to call.
Right.
And immediately, Wolfgang is going to double up over 10,000.
$10,000 pot right out the gate. Wow.
Yeah, these are those sort of classic coolers that happen in No Limit. That really tough to get away from. I certainly don't fault Harvey for calling it off there. I think the logic is fairly sound in that if he folds this hand, he folds, he sort of folds too much. As, you know, let's think about what he checks flop with and then gets to the river on that is stronger than ace-king that he can call with. And it's really not much. Like, if he flops a set of 6s himself, he's almost always going to bet that flop.
Right.
In my opinion, right? It's an ace-high board. That's his texture. Like, I just don't think he checks ever. So having ace-king there, it's just super top of range.
That's bragging.
Even with that fact, he wanted to fold. I definitely feel for him being in that spot.
You'll be on an upswing by the end of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players too that get that in on the turn, you know. So
just every other hand.
I like the way Harvey played it. Just, you know, had to make a tough call there. And unfortunately, he was beat.
So good.
Wolfgang tries to limp in there. Benham will have none of it. Raises it up a little bit, and that's going to be the end of that one.
Did you get engaged, I heard?
Benham's repping the 3-coin hat tonight. I didn't look into that, but I know that's what we had a player, 3-coin, or Randy, playing a couple weeks ago, and you and I were doing the stream together. When Randy had about 6 different hats, but that was the first one he was wearing, said 3-coin on it, so I may have to look into what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's got his necklace with 3 coins on it, and that's sort of his whole MO, but yeah, maybe just a buddy of his sort of repping it, or what. I'm not exactly sure with Benham sporting that hat, but it's certainly not like a brand or something that I've heard of.
Yeah, not that I know of.
Sometimes things happen, you know?
All right, looks like we're going to go 3 players to a flop here. Single raise pot. Bottom pair nut flush draw here for Wolfgang. Hits this pretty hard, and Harvey gonna have top pair queen kicker. So these 2 players going to get some chips in the middle for sure. And Harvey here is probably already like, bro, are you for real? Like, am I already just running into it?
What are you doing?
You got another set or what? But, yeah, certainly Harvey not going anywhere just yet, and bingo. Right on the turn, 10 of spades.
First pitch.
Oh, shit.
This is actually a really good card for Harvey to sort of lose the minimum. Interesting, though. Wolfgang checks this back.
You're in the right place.
And perhaps this will actually get Wolfgang another street of value. 800 in the middle, and Harvey's going to check it over once more. I think if Wolfgang only goes for half pot or 2/3, it's possible that he could get it paid off, but my guess is that Harvey's already just sort of done with this internally after he gets check raised on the flop, and one of the worst cards that can come off.
He did.
And
Good fold.
he folds immediately.
It's on the cusp of feeling personal. It's on the cusp. Not there yet.
Like when we look at this texture from a check raising standpoint, right?
only a couple of smaller.
Well, I guess it's not even check raising, right? Like Wolfgang was in position. So when he gets raised, it is going to be a lot of flush draw type holding.
Higher stakes.
You'll have a little bit of, you know, gut shot type stuff if Wolfgang's putting that into his raising range, but yeah, the spade is just quite bad.
That's what happened in Texas originally. Those clubs started
I
opening.
like the city. It's cool.
They opened all
It's
over
very
in
centrally
different small
located,
games.
so it's like
Ducks
a place
for
to keep
Harvey.
all my stuff.
But
Open it up.
The airport's
Actually, pretty bigger rooms. More than I thought. It's like those people would all drive like 3 or 4 hours to get to like the same casino on the weekends.
Yeah, I'd say like more weekends than not. I'm not here. Yeah.
Great flop here for Dan, and not the worst flop in the world if you're both
I get bored
Carlos
easily, so
and
like, this weekend I
Harvey.
had nothing going on. I'm like, I'll go to a football game like in 10 hours away.
Although Harvey doesn't even stick around for a single bet. Lets Carlos do the defending, which he
And I was
does.
fine paying for all that stuff and renting a car.
It's a
Because
harmless
it's like
eight
a
of
college
spades
town,
on the
there's only a
turn.
certain
We're
amount
getting a
of
little
hotel
bit more
And
connected,
because
but
this game was like the
certainly
game of the
Dan
year
going
for
to
them.
be feeling great about
A
his top
normal
trip.
room that on a Sunday or Monday is 150. It turned out to be 1,400. So I'm like, I can't do that.
You got the Uber beds, right?
So what I did is I bought a.
Tries to keep the
Tesla,
price reasonable for his
Tesla
customer,
does,
but
I
It's
mean,
really
yeah.
nice. I mean,
Even
it's just
now
still in a
caught
car,
us
but
too
it
much
was
for the
like
three.
kind of fun. So I
Cool
did it for 2
experience.
Good
nights,
little
and
pot
then
there
I
for
extended
Dan,
it by
who,
a third.
like we said, I think is a new player to our stream.
Literally the night before.
Curious to hear his story or kind of anybody that knows him, where he's from.
I mean, you're not gonna pay 1,400 to see an
Actually got a
auction,
little bit
right?
of information here
I
from
mean, no one's
Mallory.
that wealthy.
It's like Dan originally from upstate New
The very
York,
next night, I
Penn
booked a
State
hotel for
University,
150.
getting a degree in chemical engineering.
I feel like I'm getting a deal.
Moved to Washington, D.C., was there for a couple of years,
Where'd you wash up? Do you like
And,
go to the gym or something? Or?
plays mostly at MGM National Harbor.
Washed up at that kid's apartment,
Yeah.
and then I.
Probably has a couple of
Third day, I
kids and
was
a
at
wife
the hotel,
perhaps
so I
watching this stream tonight. So shout out to
Nice,
Dan's wife and kids if they're tuning in.
rooting on their guy. Good to see him getting a pot early for him.
Inebriated to need a shower. I felt clean.
Upper middle of the deck, heavily represented here as we go 5 players to a flop. Comes king high. Top pair, middling kicker here for Wolfgang, but everybody else has bricked this super hard.
We could have used that flop last hand with the deuces and threes, but we
Yeah,
didn't get
that
spoiled with that one. not that early.
No, that would have been a spicy one for sure. As Wolfgang will take that pot down uncontested. And we'll move along to hand number 9.
Remember back in the day, they used to like people would win games at the rest of the field, and then they would like.
And
tear
while
down
we
the
move
goal
along
posts.
to hand number
I
9,
just wanted to, like, tear
we're
down
going to
the
go
goal
ahead and
posts.
mention that we've got a
Last
new
year, I
tournament
used
starting
the
here
Tennessee
this
game
coming,
where they tore it down.
sorry, not this
So
weekend, but the
I
following
helped
weekend
tear it
down
down,
here
but
in
they
Austin,
walked it by me,
starting
how they touched it.
Sunday, October 8th.
Really still in the
Sorry, that is this Sunday. I apologize. This Sunday going to be the first kickoff of the Deuce to 7 No Limit. That shouldn't be no NLH. That's just Deuce to 7 No Limit single draw tournament. $200 buy-in with a $2,500 guarantee. See all the information right there. Registration closing at 6:45. Tournament starting at 4 p.m. If anybody is interested in playing Deuce to 7 single draw, come on down to Austin and hang out with us this coming Sunday. Really looking forward to it. It's a fantastic game. If anybody's like interested in how to play it and what it's all about, there is plenty of information out there on the internet. It is an amazing game. It's tons of action, and honestly, we've really built up quite a following here just playing cash games down in Austin. And people really, really like it, so
Heck yeah.
pretty excited for that. Great flop here for Ben and bottom pair and nut flush draw. Gets floated by JD with the queen jack of hearts, and he'll pick up an up and down straight draw here on the turn. JD, the pre-flop aggressor, bet flop, and now picks up additional equity here. Has no spade, has no club. So we'll see if he goes for the middling size or goes big. For what looks like 70% pot. And because he has no spade, no club, this is very likely the sort of in-between size, and then going to go for the large bluff on the end if he does not improve.
Pretty good, man. Didn't do
Venom
anything
will
too
make the
eventful.
call. Still has the best hand, but
What you want to do is good.
a lot of bricky rivers that'll make that 5 feel pretty dusty. The 4 of hearts
It was a really fun
definitely one of those.
Wish I went on Thursday now, but
It's okay.
Yeah.
It was kind of far.
it was
like
far, it
35
was
minutes.
late. I didn't really feel like checking somewhere out when I wasn't in like a best mood either. It's kind of like a little mopey. And
JD here can
bored.
attack all of the
Probably the
10s,
best time to go.
spades, and clubs of the world,
Yeah, I
and he
appreciate
does
it,
so
man. You
for
put me
the
onto that game,
full
and then the
pot.
next day I played on the other show.
Twice pot, right? Almost.
The other card room you pointed me to.
See, Venom has 2,800.
And 3 guys there pointed me to that game too the next day.
The same
Yeah.
one?
So I showed up because they invited me.
Right.
And then I talked to Daryl, I think, and he's like,
It's
"Give me your
just a
number
little
so we
bit
can
over
exchange."
pot if
And
the
so I gave him my
2800 is
number, and he
correct.
texted me, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Are you this guy?"
And I like the play
I was
there
like,
from
"Yeah."
JD. Really
So I
like
got
that a
4
lot.
different people to invite me to the same game over 2 days.
As he applies
So either it's a
maximum
really good
pressure,
game or
it's
I'm a
really
massive
hard
whale.
for his
I can't
opponent
tell what
to
which one
have
it is.
anything that can
I
call
only
there.
put you onto it 'cause you said you had
Maybe, King 10 of diamonds, hearts, something like that. And there's
no
just
euros
only a
allowed.
couple
You can't leave
combos of
Dallas
that.
without, like, having a fun.
So
Yeah,
everything
no, it
else
was
is just
awesome,
going to be
man.
under
It was awesome.
maximum pressure.
It's a really good
And
experience.
a set would actually be incentivized to raise previously.
Probably,
So,
but
yeah,
we were all like really
nice
friendly,
spot
went
there
for
for
drinks
JD
after.
to go for it and gets through.
Probably a bit of both. I don't think the guy who put me onto it really cares about the $100. He seems to be worth a lot. So
What's up? Yeah, yeah.
What's up, AJ?
All right, the
Yeah, I'm one of those
18.
players though, Aaron. I'm gonna look into
but yeah,
that
the vibe was definitely
deuce through 7
like 12. Best stake
game
I've ever had
myself.
at poker.
I'm sure there's
One of the best
videos on
stakes I've ever had
YouTube,
in my
but
life.
maybe we can get some tournaments up here in Dallas that are like some of those mixed games as well. That sounds pretty fun, and like you said, you've got a good group playing that regularly down there. So if you're in the Austin area, check out those tournaments.
Everything.
Yeah,
on the
it's
menu.
a really
And I
cool
ate half of it
game,
that
and
night
I
and
think
half the next
that you know, you can play it for relatively small
Yeah,
stakes
it was
so
good
that people
vibes.
can
Everybody
kind of get
drinking,
their
everybody's
feet
having a
wet.
good time. Can't complain about a single
And
thing about it, to be honest.
because it's no limit and it
It's the
has,
same as, like,
you know, very the mechanics are very straightforward,
exactly.
right?
It's
It's like there's
actually
a betting round,
half, probably.
there's a drawing round, and then one more betting round, and that's it, right? Like it's
much
not
more value for it.
complicated, even though it is a
comparable
very
as if you go to Montreal, I
different
guess, because
game
they give you, like,
in that you're trying to make the crappiest hand possible rather than make the best hand possible. But you know, it only takes like one orbit to sort of pick up on the fact that, oh, like, you know, these are the sorts of hands that I really don't want to be drawing with. These are the sorts of hands that I do want. And, you know, just even the slightest amount of research can get you up to speed pretty quickly.
Perfect. I'm gonna follow me. So how's soccer going?
All right, I got to go ahead and take that one down.
Pretty
And
highly. Yeah.
we will, of course, do our best to stay out of the way while players are talking. Sometimes we are in the middle of saying something ourselves, but thank you for the comment. We'll definitely do our best
Do you have any sick matchups?
to have a good balance.
We play at FIU this weekend. That's like a big conference matchup for us on Sunday. So
You guys aren't ACC yet, right?
not ACC yet.
Next year?
Yeah. We're American Athletic right now.
Yeah.
You say FYU?
FIU.
Oh, Florida International, yeah.
What's FYU?
I don't know, that's what I was asking.
Oh, okay.
75.
I saw your boy Messi the other month. Was he up here?
Oh yeah. You saw him actually does.
JD here with the hand on the button and can go 2 ways.
Yeah, I knew it,
He's going to make the call. That'll bring along
Keep it way
AJ
cool. Oh,
and
shit.
Harvey. So Broadway cards
Well, the
represented
soccer
here.
players making that extra
between
money
these
like
4
Messi
players.
does. I figure they, you know, run in the same circles.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, nobody really connecting here.
Okay.
I'm actually going to this
JD
meet
here
in the
with
year
the gut shot
2043.
up against 3 opponents. He's just going to go ahead and check here. If the 8 was a spade, perhaps he
Yep.
goes ahead and puts a bet out there. As there's a lot more turn
I like to do
cards that
things
can
from
improve his hand, but
It's my favorite.
happy to just see a free card as of now.
Yes, small pot. I don't see anybody making any crazy moves here.
JD does improve to the best hand here on the end with a pair of 9s.
175.
175. Fold.
Harvey here going to go ahead and take
Good
a
song.
stab at this, and that's
You like Red Hot
enough
Chili
to get
Peppers?
JD off of the winner.
Not really my style of music, but I like the song. Yeah.
You do have a full table now with seat 8
No, I know.
being,
I like
or
all the
seat,
different
yeah,
kinds
seat
of
8
music.
being
I'm
filled
actually
there.
more of a old school kind of music guy.
Somebody that plays regularly on here. I think it's AJ. Is that
Actually, never
correct?
heard of them. You'll have to show me later.
Yeah, and buying in for
Maybe,
what
I
looks
probably
to be
recognize
very
songs,
nearly
though.
the max.
You know what I mean?
As he has
Depeche Mode.
sort of
Hall of
caught up
Fame,
to
rock and
what
roll,
Wolfgang
Enjoy the
has, or
Silence.
something close
There's
to
a
it,
Rock and Roll Hall of
for
Jesus.
sure.
Jesus.
Oh, is that like at the Hard Rock, Hard Rock Casino?
Wolfgang here with
5 years, I swear to God.
a wall of green chips out in front. Usually you have the blacks out in front.
Kids nowadays
Shows
like
you
that.
where
Hard
that
Rock
he
Hotel?
has a big stack
Down in
at the
Biloxi.
table, so not that big of a deal.
Doesn't know who Depeche Mode is.
Who what?
They don't know who Depeche Mode is.
What?
You don't know who it is.
Depeche Mode? Depeche, like Jack? Like the Depeche Mode.
Sounds like something made up. He's trolling us now for sure.
These guys don't know about Depeche Mode. Too young for that, I guess.
DJ name.
DJ P-Break.
DJ P.
Personal Jesus.
Yeah.
Years East Stella, baby.
Harvey and Wolfgang definitely too young to really know, unless they had uncles or parents or somebody that introduced them to it.
Small bet. And a
Barrels
call
on
here the
20.
flop. Bottom card pairs on the turn.
Errol.
Go checky checky.
Uh-huh.
Poker Monkey going to be coming down to Austin at the end of October to play
Max
here
Value
at
King.
TCH Austin. Well, very good,
Seen
man.
this guy
We
bet
look forward to
$5
seeing you.
$5 into a $200 pot and get snap called by Queen High.
Really?
Yeah.
You
Nothing
and
though.
Captain Underpairs. Very good.
2 game. I torched
Nice.
all 3 binds in.
Let me see here. What is the 29th and the 30th?
Fun game.
That's a Sunday, Monday. Interesting. Okay, well, if you're here on Sunday and you want to play some Deuce to 7, hopefully that tournament will have been a rip-roaring success.
Yeah.
And we'll be running on that Sunday. You can hop in there.
2000 in black and 2000 in green.
Thank you.
Running with the Devil. That's my song there, Tara. I'm a big Van Halen fan from childhood, so I'm down with that.
Card is best of 3? Yep.
Yes. So is the ALDS.
So who are the Rangers playing?
If
Tampa
you read
Bay. Devil Rays.
they're Tampa Bay, but if they win, they
All
play.
right, 3
Right,
players
they're up
to a
1-0,
flop.
right?
Pretty
Yep.
dusty
So if they win
hands
tomorrow or
around.
Wednesday,
Is this the
Nobody
first year of the
connects
best of
except
3?
for AJ with the top pair, no
Like
kicker.
years ago, it used to be like a single game, right?
that 125.
How's that?
Yeah, a few years ago.
That was horrible. You played a whole year for one game.
They'll take it down.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually lost the wild card game to the Orioles during that one game.
That's with Josh Hamilton, right?
Orioles might be able to make it to the World Series this year. They're really good.
Sounds like they're talking baseball now. Are you a baseball fan, Aaron?
But
I
they're
am
so
very
young
much
that they're
not
just
a
even, like,
baseball
don't even know
fan.
what the
I
postseason,
am
like,
happy to go to a game and hang out at the stadium,
Like
and
people with marriage.
you know, pretty much any game
Getting married.
to me is fun to go see live. But I could not tell you a single thing about any team,
That's some respect.
and I don't follow it in the
Harvey's
least.
right here.
Just looking out for him, man. Just wanna make
How
sure.
about you? You a baseball guy?
Yeah, I'm a big baseball fan, but I don't pay attention to all the teams. I'm just a local sports guy here in Dallas, so Texas Rangers have been my team since childhood. Broken my heart many a time, but they're in the playoffs, so anything can happen.
All right, good for them.
Yeah, they won this afternoon, so.
Nice.
Still
Is that
hope.
what got them into the playoffs? They
No, they actually could have won their division and they lost the very last game, but they
Big brother style.
still were able to sneak in as a wild card team. So they're playing the Tampa Bay Rays, who wore the old Devil Rays jerseys today.
Okay.
They have a 3-game series in Tampa, so we don't have a single home game against them. So it's going to be tough,
What's your
but
criteria?
we'll see. We took the first one.
What's your
very
criteria?
good. Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to collect baseball cards. And,
Yeah.
you know, when I was in elementary school was the first time that Colorado got a team. So the Colorado Rockies came to Denver And that was very exciting because they were immediately just a very good, strong team. And so it was a lot of fun as a kid to have a team to root for and get the baseball cards and all of that stuff. So that was cool. But very quickly just kind of grew out of paying attention to baseball and never went back.
That almost sounds like my experience with hockey in Dallas. I mean, I still am trying to be a fan, but, you know, we didn't get it until my teenage years either here in Dallas. So it's still kind of the fourth sport, you know, to me.
We were messing waves. I've got a video of it.
But yeah, that stadium in Colorado is beautiful.
Absolutely. All right, so open and a 3-bet here from P-Man in the blind. Wolfgang makes the call with the small suited connector and outflops his opponent with bottom pair. A little bit tough to continue across multiple streets with a hand like this, but he looks to be calling the flop continue and lead.
He scored or assisted
Now up to 1,300 and another overcard here, Jack of Spades. Double gutted now for P-Man and doesn't have a heart or a spade, so certainly a place where he can continue across the flop, or sorry, the turn and the river, depending on the runouts.
Same is probably true for the Kansas City Chiefs right now.
750.
You're a big Swiftie and you're
Good
trying
chunky
to
work
get
there.
Hot
If you're a
here.
football
Yeah.
fan, you hate it. You're a Swiftie. Can't get enough. Wasn't Swiftie that I
Yeah,
know are
this
also
is,
kind of over
this
it.
is
They're
a
like,
situation that happens frequently with these small suited connectors where you get a little piece, but it's just really hard to improve. So you end up just kind of making a single call and hoping they shut down. If they don't, you're just done with it.
From
And,
the
yeah,
concert she's doing in this
kind of the
book,
price you pay for
she's
those,
getting, I think it was
1 in 8 times or something like that, where you flop 2 pair, you flop a straight draw, you flop something that's really strong enough to continue in a big way.
P-Man is somebody I enjoy watching. Of course, I've gotten to play with him a few times. I've kind of recently gone up to 2-5 a little bit from just the 1-2 game that I've been playing for so long. And he's a really solid player and learned quite a bit just by watching him at the table and play with him. I've gotten stacked by him a couple times, but he's a really sharp guy and fun to play with.
Excellent. Yeah, that's definitely the the expensive but very necessary way of learning is getting stacked by a better opponent.
Oh yeah.
You know, sort of digesting the information of how the hand was played and
you guys will play the game?
iterating on your own
the
play.
rules?
So
No, you got him, man. I remember.
looks like we're getting some hit buttons out here, or at least
Come on, JD.
Yeah, so you have to win a hand.
No, I don't.
Oh, you know the rules? Okay.
No, but you can't tell anybody to turn their card. I mean, there's something.
Yeah, don't. If somebody doesn't turn their hand over to show, you don't get to get rid of the button. So you have to show your hand to get rid of the button. If somebody doesn't, don't remind them. You remind them you're going to get their button. So don't remind them. How much do you guys want to play for? Usually we do like 75 or 100. So if you lose, if it's 100, you lose. It's like $800.
75,
Smiley faces she's right on the cup. 75?
75? All right, let's start with 75. We'll just break dice.
75 is a good number.
75%.
Unprecedented announcement.
I think 75 is a great place to start, especially for anybody who's kind of newer to the game. Feels a little bit less dangerous than the full 100 right off the bat, and then 50 is just a little bit too small. Doesn't feel as
When you're playing with his money,
painful enough to really drive the action. So I like it.
Card's the backup. I know you still got to play something. I like the backup's ready to go.
Alright, Rays 175.
I remember there used to be a guy, a YouTuber, I can't remember his name, but he was in Vegas. He was poker playing in Vegas. He lived in his Tesla for like 6 months.
Rays
If you do it
525.
right, it's honestly not terrible. It's pretty nice. Because
Well,
the card will circulate air.
Yeah. I'm making vlogs and stuff like.
Big hands here. JD in an interesting spot. This is an under the gun open and then 3-bet next to act. This is pretty spicy.
Yeah, it is.
It definitely makes some sense. It really, he doesn't want to just cold call this hand, and it looks really strong when he does put in the cold 4-bet here. But he also has to know that he's up against
You never know
really
if it's just
strong range.
coincidence or people are just popping off.
It's amazing.
Chaos. Yeah.
RV Harvey here will make the call, gets to play this in position.
But I mean, I know for the camera, you
JD need to find a king.
people just get tired of just standing up.
Spade, and that flop is not
I gotta
contained.
sit down, man.
Out.
It's too much work instead of, being there, especially those 6-footer. For us, it's easy. You can be in there.
Seems to me like we've perhaps unchecked a box or something on the RF poker. So we're really not getting the equity distributions here on the screen. Have to check with the production staff about that. Perhaps that's something new that we're trying, or I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed it either, but JD's going to down bet here, get a call.
We have hearts here. This board texture really not great for either player's range. We have gotten to a 4th bet pre-flop, but JD here still going to have all of the biggest overpairs, just none of the sets. Trying to decide if this is one of the hands that he just gives up or if he continues. And yeah, in his 4-bet range, king, queen of spades, just pretty much bottom of range. I don't think he's going to have many worse hands. So definitely feels like a spot he can just give up. Harvey has to know that by reopening the pot here with this bet, he is potentially putting himself into a spot where he gets check raised all in, but just going to have to go with it at that point. Doesn't have to face down that wager, as he will just get to roll over the queens for free and take down that pot.
Harvey's the first one to get rid of his knit button, so that's stress relief for him.
But they weren't suited, so.
Good bluff, good bluff.
50 straddle.
Straddle on here for 50.
Fold. Fold. There is 150. Call. Fold. Call.
Tend to see this a lot when the net game starts and there's still a lot of buttons in play that people will play relatively passively, just trying to see flops. And
Check.
while it certainly makes some sense for certain hand classes, I definitely think that maintaining aggression is,
That is
and
action
keeping the
card.
field sort of narrow to heads up or maybe just 2 opponents is still advantageous. But here we are on the turn. Carlos picking up a flush draw to go with his gut shot, 2 overcards. But Dan here on flop to top 2, still playing this one sort of tricky trap. He just calls after checking the flop.
Ooh. Flush coming in.
Yeah. This is pretty nasty here for Dan, although this bet size on the end is a very small number. As long as it doesn't induce Dan to go for the raise now, I think he's going to sort of lose the minimum. He does. Wow, just makes the call. And yeah, playing that one perhaps a little bit unorthodoxly, checking it back, and then just calling on the turn. So Carlos going to get rid of his nip button, take that one down.
Yeah, and they were 4-way there. I was kind of surprised he decided to check the flop, even though he had so much of it.
Carlos has the
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those spots
seven down,
where
and they can't
you
do no
kind
more,
of
we're
do
good.
want somebody to catch up to be able to pay you off,
Good, yeah.
but the texture can
Tell JD
change so dramatically
So good,
whenever
now I
you
know that I need
have
another surgery for liposuction.
2 cards in close proximity to each other, right?
Yep.
The 10 and the 8 there.
Well, I don't
So,
wanna say
I mean,
penile
anybody can
enlargement on the
have
screen.
gut shot or, you know, open-ended,
And he opens
maybe
himself up.
pair and a backdoor, right? Like, there's a lot of things that can, you know,
See,
pick
penile
up
enlargement,
additional
I can
equity
small my
on the
hands.
turn or even just counterfeit your hand, things of that nature. So, I would have definitely liked to see a bet on the flop, but sort of set the trap and did end up only losing the minimum given the run out.
Yeah, definitely.
What a friendly game.
We check. 3 players. Good. Good.
Carlos opening this from the button pre-flop with the 5 high gets a very favorable flop for his range and his holdings, so he'll get to take this one down with the 5 high for free. Bobby Too Nice wants to know, how can we get on this stream? Well, go ahead and scroll up in the chat just a few entries. You'll see a form, a link that you can click to go to a form, I should say. Go ahead and fill that out. Let us know who you are and when you'd like to play it. We'll do our best to get you in.
Bonus.
Throughout the evening, of course, we'll also have entries posted there by Streamlabs
I don't know.
to let you know how you can get in on our Austin and spring streams as well if you are not in the Dallas area or perhaps want to play a little bit smaller stakes. I believe there may be some links in the description on YouTube and on Twitch as well. Hopefully that is in there. We can find a link to click.
I thought you could see.
Carlos raised 180.
Wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, they definitely welcome new players coming in. They'll just get some information from you, and you can pick which game, like Aaron was saying, you can pick which game, which town that TCH runs these streams in, Dallas, Austin, Houston, and get on one of those. You know you're going to be in town one of those nights, so we'd love to have you.
Wolfgang here waking up with birds in the straddle, the $50 straddle, and what a beautiful spot for him to make this look like a squeeze, just trying to get away with this. And indeed, Carlos is going to make the call in a very rough position. And immediately flips the script. 1K in the middle. Carlos flops the joint.
I mean, just gross, huh?
It is one of the worst flops that Wolfgang can ever see, so he's immediately going into check call mode, but yeah, it's going to be tough to not put a few chips in the middle, for sure.
The violent check back from Carlos, like he was not interested in the hand.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, a little bit of overselling or something there. Let's see if Wolfgang just goes for a little blockish size just to kind of try to maintain the betting lead. He can always get called by something like ace, king, ace, queen off that has either the queen or the king of spades. But instead he checks and lets Carlos do the betting. 1/3 pot here. Deuce of hearts here on the end. Very inconsequential card. But if Carlos bets again, right, like Wolfgang's got to ask himself, like, what is bluffing here? Is it just, I mean, is like king, queen of diamonds ever just in here, like blasting away, trying to get me to fold sort of ace high holdings, something like that? 1,000 into 1,700 here on the end. Pretty reasonable price for Wolfgang to look this up, and he will.
Cool.
You can see the the sort of frustration there in the fold. I mean, yeah, it's just brutal, right? Like, you've got number one, you got aces. Let's go. It's time to win a big pot. And instead,
Exactly.
wreck.
And besides flopping a flush, does Carlos have any sixes there to make it straight? Just I don't know what he was trying to put him on there, but that is a nasty flop. Just the jack tens get there, and some of those other hands people can call with to crack your aces. But I don't blame him for making that call.
No, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's super tough, right? Like,
Carlos.
your opponent just has everything. He's got the straights, he's got the flushes, he's got the sets, and you just have pretty much none of that stuff. And it's like, all right, I got to hold on with some stuff so he doesn't just run me over with all of his bluffs. Of course, you got aces, so what are you going to do? A call.
Yeah.
I know who runs it.
Sort of standard spot there to just check call down. That's it. And here we go. 4 players could flop this time. Diamonds represented by 2 players, and we only see 1 on the flop.
That is 125.
JD here, middle pair, gut shot, backdoor spade draw. Definitely a hand that he can continue with, but he is behind currently. The top pair, second kicker for AJ.
425.
Bob wants to know, can someone link me the form to fill out? Where do you want to play? Because if you just scroll up in the chat a little bit, you'll see the link for Austin and also Dallas. If you're looking for the spring live stream, I'm not sure if that's been posted yet. I'm sure we'll get it posted here. Actually, it was posted at 6:29. So just scroll up in the chat. You should be able to find each of those links.
Raise, 2100.
So on the flop here, JD is going to go for the raise in position rather than just call. Would prefer to take away the betting lead, but he's going to get 3-bet for a very large size, 2100. This is a little bit disastrous as far as having to fold away your equity, but JD is just going to let it go.
Thank you.
And good to see he remembered to show his cards and get rid of the knit button. I know we've had that a couple times on the stream where guys won the hand but forgot to table their hand. Thus, we're forced to hang on to the button.
Yeah, JD taking the aggressive line there. And it does make some sense, and I think you kind of want to mix there. You're gonna raise sometimes. You're just gonna call sometimes. The danger, of course, is exactly what we just witnessed, which is you reopen the pot rather than just see the turn for the set price, and you may just have to fold as you did there. And having a pair and a flush draw, or sorry, a pair and a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw, like that's just so much equity that you're letting go of. So. A little bit frustrating there, but it happens from time to time.
Yeah.
7 deuce off, making it into the mix. Don't think we're playing the game, but Dan here is ready to splash around regardless.
200.
And a monster flop for Benham here.
Wolfgang here with ace high, definitely going to be good some of the time. This isn't, let's see, raise from Benham under the gun? Not sure, I couldn't quite see if there was a straddle or if Benham had opened under the gun. Doesn't make sense for him to have opened really, but it was a raise to 125 somehow pre, so I guess he straddled to 50, there was a raise to 125 and he just completed the action. All right.
Straddle is on 50.
Yeah, looks like the $50 straddle is sticking here already. Love to see it.
Fold. Fold. Raise 175.
Harvey, I don't know if you added or not.
No, I didn't. I took pink off for some smaller chips.
There.
And a call. Heads up.
Our guy here makes the call. Very dusty Jack-6 off, just hoping to connect on the flop and find a way to get rid of his nit button, but he is breaking very hard.
That is 175. And fold.
John Ryan with the
John Ryan.
yeah,
Heck yeah.
$100 super chat here. Let's go ahead and get this one up on the screen here. Remember, kid, there's heroes and there's legends. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Thank you very much for the super chat, John Ryan. Appreciate you very much. Look forward to seeing you back on the stream.
Pretty sure everyone enjoyed seeing you on the stream, John. Blast from the past. I know you still play regularly at TCH. Like seeing you come in. I'm often playing when he comes in.
I don't really play anywhere else.
Cool dude to be around.
I play like 3 days a week.
Yeah, some pretty incredible hands betwn John Ryan and some of the other players in the game last week. Had really big hand against Poker Mama, of course, and then the unforgettable play against Wolfgang.
Wolfgang, right? Yeah.
Old Kings. What an unbelievable spot. And just, yeah, absolutely legendary for sure.
As you can see in the comments, people are just excited to see his name pop up, so he will bring the action.
AJ makes the call here with the Ducks.
The problem is
Up
the other
to
room
a
they're
flop,
different
and it's top and bottom pair here for Venom.
over there.
Be rewarded for his aggression out of the small blind.
They're supposed to settle after you can swap them, but that never happens. So.
And that's going to get the job done.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you.
I think so. Really nice.
Same ownership, different
Like
investors.
in Vegas, swapping what do you call it, Bellagio for Aria, it's very convenient.
Yeah. They were looking at it. I mean, they'd have to set up some sort of way to like transport chips back and forth between the two, right? Like once a week or something. But
I mean, once you get to like the point that I'm at, like the first 2.5 years,
All right, looking at the profit and loss there, Harvey and Venom down at the bottom end. Wolfgang up the most still, even after taking that bad beat with the aces not too long ago. Still up over 3,000.
yeah, the other place they're yellow. So here the 5 keys are yellow. So you're supposed to call like Pikachu or Big Bird. But the other place, the 1 keys are yellow.
As much as you want to work, you can do it.
Their
You just have
kids
to
are
build
like-
the platform first.
I think they're supposed to be like
Identical hands
flags,
here
but like
for Venom and Rye Guy.
but
Have
the edges don't have any
interesting
paint.
hands
Raise
developing as
675.
this goes open on the button. 3-bet from the big blind.
675.
Yeah, these are always fun to watch when guys have the same hand and they both whiff a flop. See who
I learned the color cyan and like
takes it down.
Goldeneye or something. I just remember like in Goldeneye you could like choose color. I think it was Goldeneye. You could like choose colors.
The color. Oh,
Yeah, both options definitely
Yeah,
here on the
like your
table
character,
for
whatever.
Venom. Given the
Cyan, yeah,
the
it was like a
dynamic, and he
light
is
blue
going to
shade.
opt for the 4th
I remember I
bet.
always saw some
You
words
play
like, I
just
don't
to
know
do
what color
videos
it's
and
gonna be.
like Eugenians about that?
the real hack is being odd job.
It shows called on the board here, but it's definitely a raise. Looks like 1,500.
Would you
I mean,
start
Maybe a little
what
bit
other
more.
professional poker player will play
Yeah,
4
this
hours
line
and
up
then
is
get
Yeah,
$5
$1,500 to go here.
Like a thing. Like Moneymaker and that short sheet guy, whenever they ask me like, oh, like how many hours you play last month?
Yeah.
Like 30.
Yeah.
Maybe at like 170.
Wow, 5-bet jam all in. Rye Guy is like, nah,
Too.
dude.
Like, every time even if I go play 1-2 at Las Colinas, I have fun.
outta
Like
here.
I'm enjoying
He's-
myself going there. I'm
get
not
outta
like,
here.
put in 7 hours.
They were just going to get
Oh,
it in,
and
too. Wow.
Venom calls it off. He's like, yeah, maybe you got jacks and 10s, something like that.
So when you
Rye
show
Guy's
up-
got to be squirming.
Yeah, you got to praise got jack for 10s, you know? Oh, I got too much history with that ace queen.
Yeah, for the Nick Game.
2 times.
Got the good hands. I love how they got there too. It was like flipping cards over one at a time.
Oh, you can just.
Exciting. Yeah,
Clubs here. Live for a backdoor sweat,
it's a sweat.
but
Chop
that's
it up.
beautiful.
Oh, twice.
I mean, for the Nick Game.
Next one.
More
Well,
diamonds.
top board's the nit button. They both get to keep it.
There's a heart.
Yeah, nice.
We should just run until somebody gets.
Yeah, just wait till someone gets scooped.
is going to be a chop.
There you go.
Oh!
All the
Oh, wow.
queens. Yep.
Even if you had ace king, you wouldn't still chop.
Alright, cool.
All right, got everything squared away in poker, in the art of poker. So we'll go ahead and chop this pot up and take this moment to go ahead and remind you guys about another tournament that is coming to Texas Card House in Austin. It's the $2,500 guaranteed mega stack. It's a no limit hold'em tournament. It's going to be every Saturday starting at 5 p.m. $120 buy-in gets you 50K in chips with 20-minute levels. So a lot of play for $120 buy-in and $2,500 guaranteed in the prize pool. So another great tournament coming to TCH here in Austin. Look forward to that one. Hope to see you guys on the felt.
I imagine you guys will blow those guarantees out of the water with that inexpensive buy-in there at 120 bucks. It's pretty comfortable for most players that they can fire several bullets.
Absolutely, if you need them.
Sounds like fun. Welcome in the chat, LV Coleman and Doug R.
And call.
JD makes the call from the straddle with the Dusty Jack 3. Up against Wolfgang with the ace high 2 overcards. Checky. JD here picks up a bad diamond flush draw. Now after check flop, this isn't the worst spot in the world to probe and try to take this down. So he bets full pot. And takes it down. Wolfgang out of there with the ace high in the best hand.
And gets to show the nuts.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We've got, what, 2 knit buttons left there, seat 4. And Wolfgang, seat 1.
P-Man also has his, so 3,
Okay,
4,
I see it
and
hiding
1.
under his hand now, yeah.
But yeah, getting down to that point where the remaining players definitely feeling the pressure to win a hand and get rid of that button. Don't want to be on the hook for paying out 75 bucks to everyone else at the table.
And we do have the little stand-up man next to their name you can see there, showing they have their knit button.
Oh.
Now Carlos playing this as a trap from the small blind with 2 black jacks. JD here is going to see this as a likely weak button open from a player with a knit button, and Carlos as likely dead money. So he'll squeeze it up to 900, and this is either exactly what Carlos was looking for, or perhaps going to put him in an awkward spot to go call maybe.
No way.
Whoa. Whoa.
Show the deuce. Oh, he showed the ace.
That's the boring card. That's the what? That's the boring card.
That is a unique play, I would say.
I thought you could see.
To say the least, yeah.
Yeah, like that. It seems like a spot where he's trapping, right? I mean, pocket jacks is, let's be honest, the 4th best hand in the game, and you get that pre-flop and only call the open on the button, and that's likely to be a loose open from a guy who has the knit button. So, you know, to me, that's a dynamic where you're sort of setting up a trap, at least against that guy. Then you get squeezed from JD, very capable player, going to do that with a lot of sort of wide holdings.
Raised.
Yeah, I mean, he gave
spot to sort of back
he
raise
gave JD a look, but I really was not thinking he was just going to muck that.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have shown the jacks if I were going to fold that ever. But to each their own, you know.
Right.
Ace high clubs.
That's a pretty funny comment. You reading that?
Yeah. YTFU Riot. Give his nip button back. I love it. All right, big flop here between AJ and Rye Guy. Both players with strong equity in that Jack-9 is going to be feeling a little bit better. However, is now drawing dead.
That is 325.
Nine of Hearts is a very relevant card here. It does block some of the best bluffing candidates and finish with 3 pair on the end.
Oh, okay. It is like the same building. Okay.
AJ's kicker not playing, working with the Jack and the 9 on board, but
Yeah.
only spot where he can continue to get value from a Jack, and yeah, takes nice middling size here, 550.
Like, say, a garage
Trying to get paid by exactly what Rye Guy is working with.
English basement means there's a separate entrance, so you could access it without going through the upstairs house. So most of my guests I don't even see when they're coming and going.
Some marriages are like that.
Rye Guy loses, of course, to any
You know,
ace
cook 'em breakfast and
and
stuff. You're not one of those
many
folks?
better jacks.
So it doesn't even have a kitchen. So,
So
you wouldn't
this
wanna
is
stay
a
longer than
pure
2
bluff catcher.
minutes.
Having the 9 of Hearts is perhaps a bad card for him,
I
but
stayed
he
at a
does
place
settle
like
on
that
the
once,
call
and
given
people
the
before us
price
would, like,
and pays it off.
They had like a little tiny kitchen, but apparently the person there was like a worker who was there, and he like tried to like cook fish. And so like yes, in this little tiny place. So he came in and they were like the people lived upstairs.
Howdy in the chat,
Like,
Mr.
what?
Gatebuster.
If you smell anything, it's like the previous person cooked it. It wasn't that bad, but you could smell a little something. You're like, yeah. I was in Colorado. Though.
Ripping through some hands here on hand 29.
It could be Hayden Fortini's redheaded brother. What do you think? Hayden Fortini?
Hayden Fortini.
Kim's husband?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like a little bit, except for redhead.
A little bit. Yeah. I guess I never do their last name. Oh, okay.
Raise 150. Oh.
Trying to call. There we go.
Wow, interesting that JD just calls with the 10s. He must have felt the heat to his left.
Pocket 10s here, very strong holding. And of course, playing it as a flat, definitely going to have to see a flop. JD will make the call, and stacked pot ratio here at about 2. So a little bit tricky to navigate if Dan sort of goes for the bet and jam line. But Dan is going to check here, doesn't have a diamond, doesn't love this flop.
No, I wouldn't have picked this, but it's better than a lot of the other music they play, so.
JD here,
It's 11 here,
happy to
like
check
2
that.
at night, they be playing like gangster rap. Yeah. Bump it.
You get Declan as the night manager?
Yeah.
That's it.
They playing,
Nice little low card here for
NWA,
Dan,
freaking Tupac.
but he's going to continue checking,
Dude, they
hoping to
finally
just keep
arrested
this pot
somebody.
nice
Yeah,
and
I
small.
saw that.
The guy's only been bragging about it for 20
And
fucking
JD
years.
should likely
I mean, literally bragging about it for 20 years.
feel the same way. Indeed, he checks it back.
Wow, gets the diamond.
And they found out, I think today, that Trevor Bauer is innocent.
Good check here from Dan, and I think JD should surmise that he
Like,
should have the best hand here a lot of the time. The tricky part is when Dan is just checking this down, like how often does he have an overpair that can pay off a value bet? And while it's pretty low frequency, it's very unlikely that he's getting trapped, right? So I think, yeah, I think the bet here is going to be quite profitable in the long run.
No, it's just those,
He does go for the lovely half pot here on the end.
for real victims.
Right, yeah.
But I think they should be subjected to the same penalties everyone.
And I'm just wondering if Dan would have continued on the flop and turn if, you know, JD really would have hung around. But
Yeah, it's very treacherous when you're out of position and have nothing that connects with the board. So, yeah, I mean, I think that both players have played this really well. It's just a matter of, you know, how far up in your range are you?
Because
And, yeah, Dan does make the call. You can actually see here that Dan is sitting on quite a bit more than what is shown in the graphics there. He's got at least 4,500 remaining after he pays off that bet. So looks like he added on a couple thousand that didn't make it into the graphics. So stack to pot ratio was not quite as shallow as it looked. And, all the more reason to keep that pot small.
Wolfgang over here.
Absolutely.
For the vlog, buddy.
just tell him he was ahead so he can sleep easy at night.
I don't know if Harvey ever added to his stack. I know he had chips brought to him at the table, but I'm not sure if he's put it in play. But he had that big hand early on that he had to pay off.
No, he showed jacks.
So he may have added on some as well.
What? Oh, you were way ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I had ace high. I had ace high clubs.
You didn't see his jack?
No, I saw one jack. I saw the jack of clubs.
It was 75.
Huh? Oh, I saw the one jack. So I thought you had clubs. I was like, oh.
I showed you. I thought maybe you'd tell me down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had ace high clubs. Kicker. Let's not talk about the kicker. The kicker's not important. I always say I didn't have the jack. Maybe we were flipping Carlos. Maybe you were a slight favorite. Either way, you know. Maybe I had aces and I'm just trolling you now.
Your bed rack when clean with those eyes when you're down the head.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Tommy in the chat says, why
I just
check?
thought you showed one jack. I thought you tanked you showed.
And,
I only saw the one. That's why I showed the ace, because I was like, I thought you had a suited jack, and then you folded. I was
you
like,
know,
oh, okay,
it's
And if you notice,
it's tricky.
double pocket jacks every fucking hand.
You know, it was only a 3-bet pot, not a 4-bet pot, but the board texture just really doesn't favor him with the 2 black kings. I mean, I guess the bigger question is are you saying why check from Dan or from JD? Because both players you could ask that question, right? Like, you know, we check flop, check turn. You know, why are these guys checking? But you know, when you think about their ranges, there's a lot of incentive for Dan out of position to keep the pot small with not only his exact holdings, but with his range. Given the texture that's out there, he's just rarely going to have it. You know, like he can flop some flushes. Of course, he has ace king of diamonds, maybe ace queen of diamonds, but it's just 2 combos, right? Ace 5 of diamonds, sure, he's gonna 3-bet that as well at some frequency, but you just have like very few nuts, and then you have a bunch of stuff that is like, I could just be happy showing down my hand and trying to win that way.
For
And,
sure.
You know, king, black makes a lot of sense there. Speaking of king, black, we've got AJ on the button.
They've just been passed one seat to the left.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I had a dumb hand.
I really should be mad at him.
I should be mad at you for suggesting the stand-up game.
75.
Everything goes full circle, right?
Full circle.
I didn't suggest it.
No, JD. That's why he wants.
Ace deuce is hot.
Ace deuce is hot.
Just promise me you keep playing every ace deuce you get.
No, not everyone.
Check. Mix it up.
Just that one. Yeah.
He-Man in here with the dirty diaper, just trying to get rid of his knit button here. As there's only
Playing defense. I was trying to
2 players with that left.
I didn't know you were also playing defense.
Facing a relatively modest bet here on the turn. After check calling 75 on the flop,
These are the jams, Carlos.
he is going to stick around.
This bare naked ladies, is that what this is?
Not the card he was looking for.
I think it is.
does still beat some bluffs, but
Nice flop.
AJ is going to check it back and show the king down.
Think that he's losing, but he, yeah, with the ace on the board, you're just always assuming that you're probably going to lose. But fortunately for him, he took that one down.
I thought you were going to win it for sure.
Hi, Ryan in the chat. Have you ever loved a flop with pocket kings? You know, I have loved many a flop with pocket kings.
Me too.
It is quite, you know, frequent that you see an ace come out there. You know, something that's always valuable for people to recognize and understand is that, you know, you're going to see more ace-high flops than any other high card flop, right? And the reason for that is quite simple because, you know, you ask yourself, how many deuce-high flops are you going to see? Well, hardly any, because it's got to be deuce, 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 right? So you're going to very rarely have a deuce-high flop. Okay, the same thing goes for threes, right? You got to have something like 3-3-2 or 3-2-2. So those are also very infrequent. You keep doing that as you get higher and higher, and you recognize that you're just bound to have more ace-high flops than any other, simply because of the distribution of cards. So it makes a lot of sense that you see ace-high flops a lot, especially when you have kings. It just feels like it happens all the time. But yeah, I've seen plenty of flops that I loved with kings. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
The old queen deuce deuce. Oh, love that flop with kings. Right guy picks up a flush draw here on the turn. Then I'm still way out in front with the top pair queen kicker though.
I already told him. I'm trolling him. No, I had ace deuce. Yeah, I told him. But like half the flops of that ace deuce on them now, so I just keep pointing it out.
Venom here going to continue playing his hand as a check call. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm very unobservant.
Nine of spades, super brick on the end, and really tough for Rye Guy to rep anything here. Pretty much the only player with a 9 is going to be Benham, and he has check called across two streets.
Don't tell him, Carlos. Tell him keep guessing. OC hasn't been here for a while, you know? Someone's got to
Rye Guy shuts
pick up
it
the
down.
reins.
Chose
Like,
wisely.
I would love to win this and get rid of my button, but I just can't do it.
Just can't do it, yeah.
I don't know. Talk to OC?
No, 2000.
It was bugging the hell out of me during that last hand. The band Lit, which is a one-hit wonder, you know, from the late 90s, early 2000s, was playing, and JD was telling the whole table that it was Bare Naked Ladies, and we're on a delay, but I just wanted to run out there. I'm such a music snob. Just tell him, no, it's not Bare Naked Ladies. But he kept saying, oh yeah, I know Bare Naked Ladies really well. That's them. That's for sure them. They play some pretty cool music here, though. I don't know how they do it in Austin, but we rotated quite a bit.
It was non-lawyer.
Yeah, no, it's a fairly eclectic mix here in Austin as well.
He's in a new venture. We've been working through something.
We get the late night crowd and
oh shit.
You know, the rowdier crowd, I guess. We get some gangster rap put on, you know. It's pretty funny.
Problem is he's in jail, so.
David in the chat saying that Hold'em's probably easier to commentate than PLO. Do you agree there, I guess?
Well, I'm not a PLO aficionado or professional, so I would definitely find it harder to be, you know, articulate about, I suppose. But
big turn card here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phew.
Bottom set here for P-Man, still lying in wait. Dan here finding the worst turn card in the deck, aside from 9. Fire out 200 into 305. Harvey not going anywhere just yet. He'll make the call, and now Probably time for P-Man to pump this up.
$750 or $750.
Maybe small size, all things considered.
Oh, sorry. 775. 775.
Can you give me onsets the river the 2? Can you give me onsets the river the 2?
Looks very much like a strong hand that is kind of inviting these guys to come along. But Dan can't go anywhere with the 2 pair. Harvey has top pair and still some gut shot equity, but yeah, the writing's kind of on the wall there that he needs to hit the gut shot to have the winner, so he is out of there. Biggest brick in the deck, deuce of spades comes off on the end. P-Man here with what is not a SPR of 1, right? He would have probably a very standard jam, but we already noticed that Dan has more than 2K behind. So P-Man will have to look for a size in between. Try to get paid.
I messed up because I thought I was going to bet on the 2 at first until I was laying odds, and I was like, oh, I'm against. That's too late to flip.
It's going to be an overbet here.
22. 2,200.
And this looks really strong. Like the ace comes off, and now P-Man check raises into 2 players. Like, damn, that looks strong.
Right.
Your Dan, though, yeah, it's like it's one hand and one hand only. Jack 10, right?
Yes.
Right.
You kind of almost don't even think about the set of 8s. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe it's just me that's kind of honing in on the fact that Jack 10 is just kind of, you know, flashing the alarm bells, but pocket 8's certainly in there as well. P-Man does get it paid off. Dan going to take another hit.
Yeah, he's thinking he beats all the other aces. Ace queen's certainly not going to be there against 4 opponents not betting, so I don't blame him at all there. Probably lost the minimum.
Sure, I don't think I have to go get chips myself.
We can get some.
They can run them.
All right, Dan going to go ahead and reload, pop off a little bit, so hopefully then we'll be able to get his stack in a little bit more accurately. Looks like he's sitting on 2K, maybe 3K right now?
I put it in play this hand, even though it's not on the amount. All right, 6,000 behind.
Going to add 6K to the stack. All right.
Oh, you have 8. All right, 8,000 behind.
8.
Hurry before it's 10.
He's got 8,000. He's got 8,000.
Yeah, with some money being added there, and hopefully we can see some of those big 20K pots we're used to on the stream.
I think it is just a matter of time.
I agree.
Wolfgang here with the hit button still. And the pocket 8s. And it's really just between him and Rye Guy, but Rye Guy's hand is super dusty. So only up to AJ now at this point to prevent the Nick game from ending in Wolfgang's favor, and he is going to go ahead and make the call with the
I just dust off another like 2,000 bucks, then still have to pay.
Rye Guy had the chips ready.
I was in there. Not all of us got to flop sets.
Another set for Wolfgang.
Wow.
Yeah, of course.
We're
Pocket
very
eights back to
connected
back.
as well. With the bottom card making the set, I'd like to see a nice big chunky size, and it goes for 230. Yeah, 600.
SW, Doug S, Paul K, AK, Selby, Alex K, and Spencer K.
AJ middle pair. Backdoor flush and straight out is going to make this call. Pot swelling up to 2,200, and it's another jack here, full house for Wolfgang, and a beautiful card for him to think that he can get, you know, super paid, as he's pretty much only getting coolered by pocket tens and jack 10 of spades.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
And AJ's sticky. I mean, he may think a 10 might be good here.
Yeah, I mean, as far as bluffs go, right? King, queen can keep betting, ace, queen, ace, king even, like.
So JD, you still play 2 days a week? Huh? You still play just like 2 days a week now?
Yeah, I think Wolfgang should have it in his mind as, how can I get the full double up here, right?
Been drinking much while you playing?
Yeah.
We had a good time last time.
Yeah, he's going to go for full pot, set himself up for a full pot river jam. Love the sizing here,
Every once in a while, we got to tap into the old
but
fashioned.
it may just be too much for AJ to withstand the heat.
Yeah, I didn't play very much the last like month or two, or I don't know. Last couple weeks I've been playing a lot more, but then I think all of like August I barely played. I just played the stream like 3 or 4 times, I think.
Busy with work?
Yeah,
Vacation? Any vacation?
life, work, you know, just gets busy. And over there, the
AJ here not really hiding his discomfort either.
It starts
Yeah,
during the day usually
that's
sometimes,
definitely the
so
folding
you don't-
body
You
language.
either starting to see like,
As Wolfgang will show down
Can I beat
full
these guys?
house,
they're
and
late,
that's
so
going to be
I'm
the
waiting for a long
payout
time, and like,
from a Rye guy.
He's already got the chips stacked up on his button, ready to go. I think they did, what, $75
sometimes they do, sometimes they do, but
per player? Yeah.
sometimes you just get stuck on the list. Sometimes I have a feeder game and it's better. Green? Yeah.
Tried to make it look like I was going for hearts or something.
What did you
Nice
say your
handle,
name was? Like
okay.
John or Chris?
My first name? Yeah. Alexander.
All right, everybody gets their nit tax
John,
from
yeah.
Rye guy.
That'd be a pretty good white name, you know. John.
Yeah.
Sure, it won't be long before we get
Adam.
another nit game going.
Ernie.
Alex is pretty, you know.
Tommy Ivanov says min value. I'm guessing you mean minimum value for
Thank you, sir. What's your name?
for Wolfgang there. I mean, it's unfortunate, of course, that he doesn't get paid, but you got to think about what you're targeting, not
What was that? Ryan, no B.
necessarily
Ryan, not B. Ryan. No, just Ryan.
like just what we can see.
Oh, you're
Right
told.
now, if you told Wolfgang your opponent has king of hearts, 10 of clubs, or whatever it was, right? Wolfgang's going to choose a smaller size. He's not going to go for a pot bet on turn and pot size jam on the river, but he's not targeting 10. He's trying to target a either like a flopped straight that is now just super toast but always paying it off, or ace jack, right? Like ace jack is going nowhere.
Absolutely. Queen Jack plus.
Yeah, you know it's not
Right, there's
Queen
a
seven
lot of
suited or
hands
Jack
that you
nine
can
off.
get the full pot size
So
value from on the turn and
I
rip
had
it
a
in
good hand.
and
It's not
get
great.
paid off on the
It's
river
better
too,
than everything
so,
I've seen for the last hour.
you know, that's where he's looking to get paid, not just targeting, you know, some sort of middling 10.
I played
could
Jack
pay
nine
off
off through 3 hands in a row, and then had something good against him, but I didn't think he was gonna fold his ace. Definitely not. Not on that river for sure.
Wolfgang here, though, despite losing with the aces earlier, still running pretty hot here this evening and up a tidy sum. We'll get the profit and loss graphics up here again at some point. We'll take a peek at how everybody's doing, but I think Dan at this point is going to be stuck the most as of right now. Wow, spicy flop here.
Spicy.
Of course it goes check, check. What?
Ooh.
AJ already there with the redraw to the Royal. Does get 75 bucks called on the turn, and Gonna have to go for another middling size, I would imagine. 350.
It's a
And
snap call.
Snap call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Venom pretty much just resigned to his fate. He's like, yeah, I got top and bottom pair on this board. Yeah, you can have a king, but like, not folding.
You didn't need it.
Just not to have
No. So we posted on the stream.
Tommy has. He's a nit, no? I'm not sure who you're talking about. If you're talking about,
He's still talking about Wolfgang.
I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think
I don't
that
either,
hand
you know.
was played in any way that anybody's a nit.
Well, we've got guys at this table, Tommy, that play for a living like Wolfgang, and we've got guys that, you know, are a little bit looser and wilder, so I think the dynamic is a little different for each player, but he's probably a little on the tighter side, but I've seen him make some big bluffs in this game too, so you know, he's somebody that's had quite a bit of success already at a young age playing poker. So
250.
Stand up today?
Usually we do the stand up, but we can do, if everybody wants to, let's do whatever, pretty much, but.
All right, little squeeze raise here from Venom with the suited connector.
I just looked down at a special hand, so I wanted to see if anybody wanted to confirm my suspicion.
I'm still in a hand.
Sorry, man. Bad card removal.
Alex is very particular about his stuff.
Cool. I mean, I'm playing for a lot of money here, okay? See?
Yeah. I messed it up, man. I messed it up.
Now he knows I can't have pocket sevens.
Venom here is the player with a 7. Continue for 175. Wolfgang here with nut no pair, but he lets go.
You ever play Parks? Yeah. As far as that?
It's like 3 hours from DC. Thank you.
All right, looking at some V-pips. We got AJ all the way up at 50%. Venom not too far behind as Wolfgang, 44%. Respectively, P-Man holding down the fort at the bottom end, 17% on the V-pip.
I'm like visiting family in New York to break up the trip on the way. Yeah.
You have family in New York?
Yeah, upstate. And brother in New York City.
2-card arsenal here, hearkening back to the 2 players going all in pre-flop with ace queen O. And yeah, no, that was a pretty gutty hand by both players. I loved the 5-bet when Rye Guy was just like, nah, like I'm not folding to this 4-bet and goes for it. That was pretty sick. But Venom called him really
just called it out, yeah.
350. 350? Yeah. 350.
All right, another bird sighting here. Stan wakes up with the aces this time.
A little better luck than he had with the kings, but
Yeah, it was here. I pulled it.
All right, as we get started on hand number 39, let's go ahead and remind everybody that we've got the Fall Classic Tournament Series with over $1.5 million in guarantees kicking off here tomorrow, running from October 4th through the 22nd. The Fall Classic down at Texas Card House in Spring. You can visit texascardhouse.com/spring for more information. I'll put up some more graphics here to highlight some of the bigger tournaments that are going to be running. So if you are in or around the Houston area, want to get in on the action, head on down there and do so.
What could be slander, but truth is a defense.
Mallory joining us in the chat says, nits aren't very entertaining and pretty exploitable. Don't be a nit. I second that.
Yeah, I mean, barely got there to begin with. What a cluster.
Jace, Thibodeau, you could be onto something. Sometimes the stream makes the action kind of pick up a little bit. You know, people play a little different sometimes on the stream, but these guys play together pretty regularly. So.
They can't beat Ukraine.
And the nit button game in that particular hand was on, so that was some of what was the craziness of that hand. But not something we normally see on here. The 5-bet shoves with ace queen off and snaps, you know.
Raise 75. Raise 250.
Yeah,
Good
I
read.
concur, Mallory. That is pretty much my thoughts exactly. All right, bunch of aces represented here. And with the best of it,
575.
puts in the cold 4-bet.
Another big premium for Dan. See if he gets any resistance here.
Yeah, this is a relatively small size, and Rye Guy's like, damn, you're giving me such a good price. But I just really don't think I want to be in here. I do think that, I mean, whenever you're given a price that good, it screams like, oh my god, my opponent just has like aces or kings or is just super nutted, right? But even if they do have that, they're still giving you the good price, right? Like imagine that you are getting, 5 to 1.
I think I do follow
Does
him,
it
but
really matter
I see
what your
updates from
cards
her, I
are?
don't know.
Right? Like every hand has 5 to 1 minimum against aces. Like even if you have ace king, you're 5 to 1 dog. Okay, that's your worst possible scenario. And then you go into,
So one of your favorites.
all these other spots where you have, 10-9 suited or pocket eights or something, right? Like it's all 50%, sorry, 20% or better equity. So that's sort of worst possible scenario. So, you try to cooler them, flop a set or whatever it might be. But it also does still make plenty of sense to just get out of the way, particularly when you're out of
Instagram that Frankie passed out in the street.
Really?
Yeah, and then they had to call the paramedics. And then the paramedics got there. He was coming back, and he told her, he goes, "Hey, please record this for my YouTube." She said that's like the first thing he said for that.
He's such a content creator. Was it alcohol-induced or something else?
I don't know.
You don't know? I hope it
The
was.
vlog hasn't come out yet.
Alcohol would be funny. Everything else is serious. 325.
Sounded like it was the middle of the day, so I'm assuming not alcohol, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Turn straight here for P-Man.
She was pumping it. She was like, "Yeah, see, he's really dedicated. You guys should all watch."
That's 3 1/4 here on the end. Dan with a pretty dusty glove catcher.
You want her to like video and send a
Clear, did you record it? That's funny.
You can't always just
That's how I
call
know
with
he's
straight,
I
but
saw that update.
certainly going to have some
Somebody sent me
two
a
pairs
screenshot
and
of that one. I
such.
was like, oh, geez.
You have King 6 of diamonds here.
You know it's true though, don't you?
Good discipline fold,
You're
yeah.
like, so you recorded it. I would use the footage,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone gave me that footage afterwards, I might use it. I don't think the first thing I'd say though is
Yeah, probably not.
record it for my phone.
Dan's had a couple good folds tonight. That a lot of people would make crying calls on just
Yeah,
to
that content.
maybe see their opponent's hand and
It'd be good if Wolfgang
He's
felt
played
it,
pretty
and
well
the
tonight,
next
so
scene is this is what happened to Frank.
see if he can't turn his night around.
After he felt with him.
Frankie Poker Hospital memes start coming out.
Yeah, any publicity is good publicity.
The
He's king
premium
again.
75.
feels nice to go on a little bit of a
You ever
rush
been to Playground?
after you've kind of been getting
That was
slapped around.
Really fun. Yeah.
But he's not getting
rate's
any
not high there, but
action. Both the aces and
standard for
the
out
ace
there.
king in this case.
Playground's nice for Canada.
Gonna take
Friend
out
of Canada is really nice.
what's in the middle.
I'm going there in a couple weeks.
I saw they had a
As
bunch
we
of
do look at
like,
the profit and
Montreal.
loss here, Wolfgang still up the most. P-Man hot on his heels, but yeah, Dan stuck
Are you gonna go up there?
5.5K.
I don't think so.
Rye Guy and Harvey down about 3.
And after that, that's a WPP thing, so I'm not included.
Yeah, we do have a
50 is on.
couple stacks over 10K. We got a 13K, 11.2K, so we can see some fireworks.
Yeah, it's like the
Bump at 125.
nuts up there.
I always want to go visit some of these places like parks and stuff, just to see them, and never have.
375.
Wolfgang going to 3-bet the suited connectors here.
Tuesdays usually. Yeah.
10-20-40 is pretty common.
Our guy waking up with the ladies in the big blind. Beautiful 4-bet squeeze spot here.
Raise?
Raise, 1,000.
Is playing one of
My
the
wife and I were
shorter
looking at
stacks
the
of
Northeast,
the table,
like,
makes it 1,000, committing
Fall trip. Sometime the next
a
couple weeks.
quarter of
I
his
don't think we're gonna
stack.
do that. We were looking
Looks
for a while.
very
It's been,
strong,
like, making
is very
decisions.
strong.
We have a lot going on in October, so it was kind of hard, and then we're kind of last minute.
Once again,
and it's
Wolfgang
a
getting a
popular
pretty
time to
good
go.
price here, and would get to play the hand in position. The tricky part for him is that snack to pot ratio is going to be like 1.5, and
Maybe like fly into like
you need to
Boston,
just
spend, like, a day or two
super
there,
smash
and then,
the board, or you're just going to end up
we're
folding
looking like New Hampshire,
to what is very likely going to
We're
be
all over looking like
a
the
medium
Berkshires,
size C-bet and a jam.
I'm biased, but obviously New York is beautiful.
Yeah,
You're gonna go see the leaves change?
I've seen it. My wife wanted to go see it. I've seen it.
That's some married shit.
I'm surprised to see JD's VPIP's the lowest on here, down at 19, but it's been a little card dead.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, I mean, card distribution is just such a massive part of this game that, you know, a lot of times people will kind of forget about that and be like, oh, dude, this guy's playing like real tight or whatever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, let's remember that we've got 44 hands in, and if you think about like just the frequency at which you're going to get aces or kings, or, you know, and forget about even just the best hands, but think about just playable hands, you know, Jack 10 suited, things like that. They just don't come around that often. You just end up seeing a bunch of crap that you have to fold. So. And even, I mean, 20% VPIP, right? Like, that's not even that low. We tend to get a little bit spoiled with some of these streams where people are just constantly up over 30%. But, I mean, you know, from a sort of GTO standpoint, you don't need to be playing that many hands. You just kind of expect it, since we get so many players kind of splashing around on these live streams.
For sure. And if you remember, JD got rid of his button with a Jack 3 offsuit, so
225.
isn't like he hadn't been putting money in and when he can, you know, taking advantage of an opportunity. If he gets a solid read, he just hasn't had any big premiums or.
Yeah, I misunderstood. My wife like said she wanted to go on like a fall trip, and she like mentioned.
Let
Like,
me go ahead and throw
really?
this up on screen here.
So I
If
thought
anybody
she
is
was saying,
looking
like,
to
she
play
wanted to go
on
to
the
the leaves
Dallas
change, so I
live
was
stream,
looking
the
at
other
the
way to get in touch
and, like,
with
peak leaves, like,
our
time,
production staff
and
is
then
to reach
after a
out
while, it was,
directly
like, really
to
hard to focus.
Mallory.
And
Go
all she
ahead
goes, "No, it doesn't have
and
to be then. It can
text
just
her
be
at the
like
number
whenever, just
there,
like, go smart.
email at the
That changes
the
things
link there,
drastically. We can do
or
it.
go ahead and scan the QR code. Reach out to Mallory. Let us know when you'd like to play on
Because
the
if
Dallas
people were
live
like,
stream.
I
Of
thought
course,
she really
that
wanted to
is
see it, and she thought I
only
really
the
wanted to
Dallas
see it, and
live
then
stream.
go
If
over
you'd
there
like
and,
to play
like,
down in
either
Spring
of us
or
will
in
care, like,
Austin,
it would be cool, but like,
please do
either of it's actually
fill
care.
I
out.
mean, husband and wife miscommunicated.
Yeah, we're about to book like a whole vacation, pay extra to go to peak leave changing time.
Raise.
You could fly into like Philly and then you're close to the Poconos.
All right, guys, squeezing it up on the button with the King Jack of clubs. He's just going to take that one down, and be quite happy to do so.
Urban and rural.
I think I caught whatever you
All
had.
right, so let's go back to the Fall Classic down in Spring, as we've got the single day 75K guaranteed tournament, which is a one-day $400 buy-in tournament. That is going to be the first event kicking off tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Nice.
Come on down and hang out with us.
Shenandoah National Park.
I need to do like a
With that,
DC trip. I
pop
Really
up
good value there for
when I was like a kid, like elementary school.
$400 buy-in. That's great.
So I saw these things when I was very young. So I haven't like seen. I went to New York once or twice when I was older, obviously, or just like in like high school and college.
Have you been to that location, Aaron, recently in Spring? I've been a couple times, but not since they moved into a new building and got more tables.
So I have not been to the Spring location. I
Okay.
have also not been to the RGB location.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been to Dallas and obviously Austin. But yeah, I need to do some more exploration.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
And this tournament series is actually a pretty good reason for me to get down there. However, I'm kind of getting kicked around in the poker streets here as of late, so taking a little bit of time off to just kind of, you know, let the sting of all of these losing sessions wear off. And I think I'm just gonna skip it this time around. But I don't know, maybe I'll feel differently this weekend for the sort of the culminating event for the first weekend.
5K behind.
Pull that up here in just a moment for you guys.
A lot of people just like win like
Understandable. I've had to do the same.
they all win like field trips and stuff, you know. Like I've never seen it in person. Like
That's the best feeling is
I've like,
hitting,
driven past
hitting the board when you're in the net game. A couple times.
like I'm really the whole city, like I'm solid.
Yeah, like imagine Carlos. I 3-bet him and he just flops the
museum.
Like, how sick is
I
that?
actually almost opened a queen 4 spades that hand. That was
100.
And then I saw the flop.
I aces that end. I was like,
You had aces?
Oh, for real?
I guess I probably only see it. Doesn't really matter then.
Holds to Dan in the small blind. He opens it up to 100. Gets called by the big blind and the straddles. 3 players to a flop.
Hopefully depth
A lot
analysis.
of playable. And wow.
flop point. Check, check.
Yeah,
Turn you
this is a
bet
very
small, I
juicy
call.
flop here.
Turn you bet
Everybody
big, I
has
call.
something.
Can't believe you didn't.
Yeah, I would have probably. They're all even faster than
Ragnar says the variance has gotten even to AA Ron. That is for sure. The variance comes for us all.
It does.
Gamble. I know, you should have got a little bit more from me.
All right, this is a C bet.
Take another grand.
25.
You
A
bet that
raise to
300
3
on
and
the
a quarter,
flop,
and
so
Harvey here is
1,000
sitting on the
anyway,
best of
right,
it.
so. If I call you. Maybe I
With the
just
king
fold.
7. We could have a 3 bet here
No, on the river, like the third bet.
coming in. Indeed we do. What a dynamic. You rarely see this. Oh, and then that takes it down. Just ends it right there.
Yeah, I'll never forget about it.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible stuff.
You were there, right?
People in other states. Went to Old Miss, the kids are like, I saw
Yeah,
you
that'd be a
folded
pretty
that
sick
huge
spot for a
chip.
bluff. Just like a 0 equity, just give it to them. Kind of a bluff, but it just never is, right? Like
Right.
at worst, like they have whatever it would be, 8-9 of hearts, you know, for a combo draw. Just that works.
Who did?
You did.
Oh,
Straight
it's
over straight.
Jack 10?
Yeah, both had Jack 10. Seemed pretty.
I can drop a top hours, absolutely. Let me pull up
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Always hard
my
to fold the
YouTube
second
here.
one.
Be just a moment.
Pretty bummed out when he came over the top, honestly.
Yeah.
Here's a premium for JD. Waking up with the 2 red kings.
Ouch. You hold it. Yeah. It's childproof. Like that, Carl?
Never heard it called that, Ragnar, but that's pretty funny. Fatal case of the variance. And he's in the poker hospital still, rehabbing.
Like that.
You know,
Monday to Friday,
spot
baby.
here between
Taking over the hut slash.
JD and AJ.
Not this big, obviously.
Out queen of diamonds, 6 of spades here.
You got 5-10 would attract a lot more entertaining characters from Alex, right?
It looks like we're having some technical difficulties on this one, but the action is on JD and he's deciding
But you don't
how
tell
much to
them. You
wager
sit
here
5-10
on
and
the end.
then the quarter just happens.
Well, that's usually what happens.
He's going to get called by the ace, of course.
But the issue then becomes if you do the 10 quarter.
Yeah, a little bit of value ownage there for JD, but makes a lot of sense. He can get called by some middling pocket pairs. Doesn't always have to have an ace, but
I mean, I look back
it's a
at
pretty thin
just
spot.
last
He
year's,
goes
like,
for it
most
and
viewed live.
gets
This was
pwned.
back when they were peaking, but
Yeah, rough going so far for the Pocket Kings.
200,000 views or 150,000 views or something crazy. And it probably was like a 2.5 or a 1.3 or something.
Yeah, I mean,
But I think that was back before like the other ones took over market share and stuff. But
I think it's sometimes more entertaining to have a smaller game that has like just entertaining characters. Like those old Live at the Dike ones before all the big money started showing up and they're 2.5 and 5. Those were actually fun. Everybody's drinking, everybody's gambling. Now everybody's just like a little too serious.
get 325, like 500-ish viewers at least.
You should. Let's play another go to.
Raise and take for Harvey there.
This is basically your game. We don't need to come. This is a Wolfgang,
The current standings right there.
It says that every time. Hey man, I'm
Yeah,
happy
Dan
to help.
continuing
Whatever gets some more stuff.
on his slide.
Yeah, you're my
Continues to
posse.
win the
I like you
minimum
guys.
with his premiums and
Some nights we're
fucked up, Harvey?
get
What you mean?
strung
You fucked
along
up?
for value with
Crack your aces here.
six losers. Pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
Tough
they
sledding
would just
here,
take
but
effort,
plenty
so
of
I
time
have to,
left for Dan to turn things around. Just
coordinate.
about 2 hours into the program.
Predict in the future.
SW wants to know limit.
Got a feeling, Harvey.
Charlotte N wants to know limit.
AJ's going to try the A7 again. He just won with that one.
Why not? You just always connect. And
Right.
Mallory
For him,
herself
he's
hit a
out.
case of Cooler City variants last weekend, but
Oh,
is
no.
already ready to rebuild. P-Man here goes from
Saw
top
somebody
pair
say
and
the
the
other
best
day when I tried to bluff you off a
of
boat.
it. Oh, that was not a
Remember
7
it
out
was
there.
strong.
It was
No, it
an
wasn't. Yeah, they
ace-high
redid that, yeah.
You didn't have fun? Well,
Now picks up the
okay.
flush draw
It wasn't
Tito
fun
with
before
the top pair, but Carlos turning bottom set
Just drills the set of deuces.
and only calls. Oh, this is asking for trouble. Look at these 2 flush draws out there. But AJ is
Remember how the
going
hand
to go
played out
ahead
for
and
a minute, and all of a
raise
sudden I
here.
remembered that. I was like, oh yeah, everybody kept asking me if I had
Curious
value
plays
trips.
here.
I was like, oh yeah, now I remember it. Yeah. It's like, I don't remember what I had.
Very small
was like,
raise here
oh,
from
that's bad.
AJ as well. I guess just sort of trying
I was like,
to
what are
get
you doing?
a free check down on the river. Trying to wrap my head around that one, but P-Man going nowhere, and now Carlos, who has vastly under-repped his hand.
Wow, just calls.
In the station like you know.
Sleep better. Maybe poor, but sleep better.
Bad news.
Sleep's important, you know?
Bad news for
terrible.
You
AJ.
know, you go.
Terrible river for AJ. P-Man here ends with the 9 kick-in. Not going to feel good about that. And
Carlos
quick
still checking.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I like this from Carlos, right? Like, he's completely under-repped his hand. He has everybody out there with all kinds of busted draws and perhaps just like good top pairs, maybe 2 pairs, things of that nature that are always going to go for value here on the end.
Not in high school.
And so I
High
really
school
like
when I
this.
stopped playing sports.
I mean, I do think that,
Shifted to
you know, AJ with the A7 there was actually just trying to buy himself sort of a check
shifted
down
to academic
on the
team.
river by raising small on the turn,
Leonard-
but
Leonard,
instead when
couple
he picks
years.
up the 2 pair, of course he's got to go for value, and this is
I
just
played
going to
football
work out
sports through
spectacularly for Carlos.
freshman year of high school.
1.4K is the bet
football,
into
mostly
1600, so very
Played
nearly
a couple
pot.
years of basketball, like 1 year of soccer, but like I was like elementary. Football was the only sport I played up until
Man,
You gotta
with the
do
player
it.
left
You
to
go to
act
Texas.
behind,
Florida.
and starts to feel pretty weak.
Yeah, it's big out there too.
It's pretty big out there.
I feel like I would have played football if I grew up down here. I feel like a kicker or wide receiver or something. Or not. Corner.
And finds the
Football's all
correct
just like,
hole.
especially that time that year, it's
Back
all
over
about
to
like
Carlos
size, right?
here.
Size doesn't
Does he raise? Does he
I
just
guess I started
call?
like getting tall and stuff earlier than other people, so like that helps.
Does
So like up through
raise?
junior high, like, I was I've been like
4,075.
all-star teams and stuff, you know, and then like come high school, everybody else finally blew up, and like all of a sudden I was just like.
And to AJ, this
Especially
is
for my
just
school,
coming
where
out
a
of
lot
the blue.
big-
This is like,
big
what?
football program. So.
Did that 7 actually
was no
give you
room
a
for me.
straight? You have like 6-9 of spades or something? 6-9 of hearts? Like,
Heart-
how on
yeah.
earth is this happening? And this was just a single raise pot pre-flop. I mean, Carlos is in early position, so you wouldn't really expect him to have been the opener with 6-9. But like, what else makes sense? Top set that is somehow just like check calling down and then springing the trap on the river. Like, what is going on, right? AJ's got to be in the blender here.
Yeah, he hits 2 pair, and he's got both opponents checking to him. I mean, he puts out a pretty good sized bet and then just gets hammered. Until he's got a smirk. He's just going, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
It's just
And it's
gross.
not like he bets small, right? Like if he bets half pot, right? He's kind of opening himself up to this. He bets nearly full pot, so this just looks so strong. And yet, how do you have a made hand here? Like, what is going on?
What is it? For what? 4,075.
Makes the call.
There it is, set of deuces on the turn, didn't raise, just checks and calls all the way down and gets the absolute best river card that he could have ever hoped for given his opponent's holding, and gets the value. Nearly 10K in that pot. Whew. Let's go.
Yeah, he definitely played it a little different than I think a lot of people will, and I know people in the chat were saying he got really lucky. I don't know if they were talking about that he dodged the spade there on the river, but or the fact that he got a big bet into him on the river and it didn't lose value, but it really worked out for him.
It really did. Yeah, no, that was a very peculiar hand. I mean,
right?
The actions by several players throughout was pretty curious, but yeah, I mean, and those are always somewhat entertaining too, right? It's like, let's go off the beaten path, let's go down some game trees that you just don't expect, and see how people navigate them. And it's so confusing, it's so hard, right? I mean, you can see AJ just over there like, how do you have a good hand? I can't really put you on like a specific hand combo for a bluff, right? Like, I don't know what that is, but
just
like,
a
how do you have
complete mind F, It happens.
No, we don't let Petty pick
Yeah, I will say that a lot of the times that you end up in these situations where someone just kind of all of a sudden is like repping a big hand, and it's really hard to figure out how they can have something.
Such a good show.
What about the Golden Bachelor?
It does seem to me that my experience has been that it is oftentimes something like a turn set, and they're so hard to see. Like, you just have to get kicked in the shins, I'll say, over and over and over, accumulate enough data points where that happens to you, where you're like, oh yeah, I should think about the turn set. I should think about that.
You made me lay, I only had to lay 5 to 1.
What happened on the turn? Like, you bet.
Welcome to the chat, Mighty Hammer.
What happened on the flop?
No, we all check.
No, I bet.
No, you check.
That makes sense now.
You gave me a free card.
Yeah, no shit. That's my bad.
Earlier he wanted to bet a deuce on the river. He only made me lay a 4 to 1. A deuce come on the river.
And he made it
won. I gave him 5 to 1.
Got to feel good for Rye Guy, right? He's the first one to get rid of the knit button after paying it off last time.
It's like the deuces are so hot.
500, right, guys?
Yeah, and he's like, we're playing for 500.
This is how you get stuck. You go up, you lose the first one.
Good shit, man. Happy for you.
That hand didn't count. I don't think we were on yet. Did you guys think we were on? I didn't think we were on.
Mighty Hammer, I'd say you didn't miss a ton of carnage. You just missed a really good hand to set the Carlos turn, but we had some good carnage, I think, in the second hand or first hand with Harvey and Wolfgang, if you want to go back and check it out. But there's plenty more carnage to come now that the stacks are getting deeper.
Absolutely right. He's queen for Rye Guy. We know how much he likes that hand.
Yeah, the offsuit variety.
And another Interesting dynamic here between the big blind and the big straddle. That guy definitely kept his foot on the gas the last time he had the ace queen, but he is going to play this one out of position as a call, and I think that makes a fair bit of sense.
Oh, wow.
Cooler City here, top pair, second kicker for Rye Guy, middle set for JD, and yeah, this is brilliant for JD. Rye Guy is going to have a lot of ace X that goes for the open and call.
425.
Might be getting a surprise.
Check call from Rye Guy. About 2,300 in the middle.
I was about to ask what's going to happen if that card comes out. And there it is.
I don't mind leaving.
Queen, just pink. Carnage, baby. You said it.
Rye Guy here hasn't checked yet, which is sort of the natural action given the betting lead pre-flop and on the flop, but perhaps feeling like he gets checked back more frequently than he wants to, or no, he's just already checked and we hadn't been caught up. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. JD here now choosing 1,400 for the size, setting himself up for a nice river jam. Rye Guy Poker in the chat says,
in the
Rye
chat.
Guy runs so bad. Oh no, he's here to witness the damage. Indeed.
Oh, and you know he's hoping, please, JD, have ace king. You know, and I just got lucky on your even ace jack because he knows he's getting paid if he's got those hands.
Nine of Hearts comes in. King 10 was already there, so very inconsequential card. Yeah, JT has set this up perfectly for the river jam.
Snapped him.
Yeah. And that is a cooler right there. Full-blown setup. Nothing more to be said about it, as Rye Guy will go down to the felt there. JD going all in, making that pot look bigger than it really was, but of course still stacking his opponent for a healthy chunk. In 25.3K there on the end.
You get your 100 though from the Nick game, since you already are.
And that is going to do it for Rye Guy.
See you, man.
Tough spot there on the end. Hate to see it, but that is what we have to endure sometimes. So good game, Rye Guy.
Yeah, GG. I don't know with that run out, you know, what you could put him on, you know. I don't blame you for snapping there. I mean, you got a monster hand.
Yeah, the hand really plays itself, right? It's one of those situations where there's really just nothing else to be done. You know, there are always these sort of hands that live in sort of infamy where someone is able to fold kings pre-flop to aces, or they, you know, I think there's a couple of hands out there where somebody folds a full house to somebody that had a straight flush or quads or whatever, right? And we look at these hands and we revere them as like, oh man, like that was the most incredible fold, like how amazing. And I mean, most of the time, that stuff just never happens, and it shouldn't happen, right? Like you just kind of have to lose in those spots.
Yep.
And that was very much one of them. I mean, you shouldn't fold, and you just lose. It's just tough. 2 red kings this time for Wolfgang. It's called in 2 spots, so 3 players to flop. Pretty good flop for the kings, bad flop for Carlos.
Check.
Yes, you can.
Okay. And check.
Checks through. Now Wolfgang, Venom, and Carlos all working with the gut shot to go with the pairs that are out there. Small bet and a call, and those kings are going to back into Broadway. Wolfgang here is going to go for the value.
750.
Hot size bet here on the end too.
So fucking sick.
I stand it. You're running out for kings.
Thank you. Alrighty, you got Derek coming in for the next.
All right, we're going to get a dealer change, and that's a perfect time
Appreciate it. Good luck,
to
y'all.
show off some more of these big tournaments coming to spring. The No Limit Hold'em main event is going to be a 500K guarantee. That's going to be not this weekend, but the following one. 2-day event with 8 day 1 starting flights, $800 buy-in. Day 2 going to be on Sunday, October 22nd. Of course, all that information, texascardhouse.com/spring.
Yeah.
Also got the 150K progressive knockout bounty. It's a very exciting format. You don't see these all the time, so very much looking forward to that one. $600 buy-in. And anybody who's unfamiliar with a progressive knockout bounty, it's not just your standard bounty tournament where you knock somebody out, you get $100. Like you knock somebody out and you get half of their progressive bounty, and they get to keep the remaining half. At least I believe that's how they're operating it. So pretty cool thing where the more bounties you collect, the more you are worth as a bounty yourself.
That's exciting. Heck yeah.
Flip. Hunter, feel it.
I would assume
I pulled the 50.
Well, great job for Tyler there dealing the first few hours. I mentioned earlier he's part of the production team here. He works his tail off. Got a baby on the way.
Kick back.
At some point, he's going to be a father for the first time, so good job, Mr. Tyler.
It's gonna stop there later. Ryan Feldman.
I hate 6 hours.
So a little PLO flip here. Get somebody chipped up a little bit. As we get these cards pitched out, let's go ahead and show off one more of these tournaments. The ever exciting Mystery Bounty 250K guarantee. That is also kicking off tomorrow in addition to that 75K $400 buy-in. We've got day 1 flights for this. $600 buy-in, Mystery Bounty. Of course, most people familiar with that, but
You seem like a guy with advice, you know?
for anyone who is not familiar with it, you get a bounty that is not necessarily a fixed amount, but you draw an amount, and it could be anywhere from the minimum all the way up to a maximum sort of grand prize for the mystery bounty.
I have a straight.
Okay.
Pretty high straight.
Man, these cards feel nice.
All right, let's see who's taking this one down.
Is there a Jack 10 out there? I don't see it.
Yeah,
There's a
Jack
Jack
10
10, yeah.
or Wolfgang.
Another great river.
Wolfgang had the J10 there.
Stays on there.
All right, back to the 2-card game, and one more look at a PLO tournament. Going to be kicking off here in just a couple of days. Also a progressive knockout bounty tournament, 75K guarantee, $400 buy-in, 2-day event. The day 2 going to be on Friday, the
You
13th.
can Postmate it though, and you can eat it
It's
over.
nice to get one of those in October.
Order Postmates, you said?
So yeah, go to texascardhouse.com/spring for
Actually,
all
you can get
of
back
the
here,
information. You also
Yeah,
check that out
we've
on
been eating
Poker
here.
Atlas
Technically,
TCH
you
Like, go announce your name.
to
like,
see which tournaments
yeah,
you would
I'll
like to
take
get
New
in
York,
the mix
and then you
on
go up and get it.
before we see you all down there. If I make it,
There's no good food in this plaza.
of course, there's the main event not this weekend, but the following, so perhaps I'll make it down.
Nah, you don't want to walk.
Wes wants to know who won the PLO bomb pot. That was Wolfgang with the Rivered Mystery.
We might run into some trouble.
Yeah, you might as well just go home. Leave your money here.
Yeah.
Go
You
to
want to get on
Carlos, very similar spot to where he was at before with the jacks, just calling from the small blind.
775.
And once again is going to get squeezed. Let's see if he folds the jacks face up again.
Wow, 775. Big bet from Dan.
Not this time.
Not this time.
I didn't presume so, but that would have been a pretty funny repeat. Ace high monotone. Dan does outflop Carlos, but this isn't the most amazing flop that Dan ever had in mind.
300.
300 is the bet.
I like this small size here. He can get value from hands that have a single heart and maintain the betting lead. Carlos checks blind.
I don't remember their
Seven
names
of
now.
clubs
When I was in
peels
LA
off.
for work, like the first, I was only there for like 2 or 3 nights. The first time I went to dinner, I went to an Italian restaurant. I was just sitting at the bar, it was busy, it was good. And the 2 guys next to me started like talking about gambling with the like bartender. I don't know, so we just started chatting. And apparently they were like the GM and the assistant GM for Hustler. Like, I forget their names, but you say them, I'll remember them, but yeah. And
Not the live stream, like the actual casino?
yeah. I mean, they were involved in live stream too, but like the full casino, yeah.
I'm trying to think of the one guy I talked to.
Hey, remember
Carlos here.
Brian? That you
I
guys
think
seen
his
Brian out
jacks
there?
into a
Or,
flop.
Mariano has?
Gonna get looked up. The size perhaps just a little bit too small. Trying to make it look like he's got just, you know, I don't know, a middling pocket pair of nines or something with a
Brian
heart.
go out there to like
A little bit of a block bet for value there, but
tell Brian with his wire
Dan
and stuff.
does make the call and takes it.
We had a good time. It was just
For
random.
sure.
Just like,
Nice
we were
hand for
probably-
Dan there.
I say random. We were probably 20 minutes from the casino, you know.
Blake giving a shout out to the last dealer, which was
Apparently
Tyler
they go there
again,
like at least once a week, so just
saying great
happened to
job.
run into him.
And we definitely show our dealers here a lot of appreciation. This is Derek in the box now, another great
I'm here
dealer.
for work. Like I had meetings at night, meetings the
A
next day.
comment here from Mighty Hammer
I actually worked. Yeah.
that he would
I didn't
enjoy
have
some
time to
actual
think about
PLO bomb pots instead of just the flips, and we definitely do
Sean Naples?
that here in Austin.
Yeah.
Wants to know what everyone else thinks.
Sean-
I mean, I think there's two
down
sides
to
to it,
earth
right?
looking
The
guy,
the flip is
Yeah.
just easy peasy, rip the
He always
Band-Aid
says
off.
something
We don't
to
have to
me
worry
whenever
about
I go out there.
Yeah, it seems to. I
you
mean,
know,
they.
trying to keep all the cards on
Well, it's a
screen
lot
and
of the
figure out
stream.
who
I remember
has
also
what.
they
It
do
certainly
it.
makes it easier
They say
on
they
us as
help with the billboard
commentators.
campaigns and all
But
that stuff. Like,
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, those billboard campaigns.
the
yeah, I thought I talked about Mariano a little bit. And how
bomb pots are
I've
definitely
seen him
fun
having a
too.
billboard.
So
They came out here.
I mean, I don't know. It kind of goes both ways. Let us know in the chat what you guys think.
Yeah, I was gonna say when I saw that pop up, you know, we're trying to get as many hands obviously on the stream as we can, and some of those can slow it down a little bit, but they do get exciting. I mean, there's definitely some excitement in those PLO bomb pots when you add all the betting. Good question though.
Bet 75. Fold.
Quick bet takes down here from Wolfgang. Rye Guy wants to come commentate with us for a little bit. Well, the thing that we're doing is that I'm over here in Austin, so Eric is there actually in the building. So we certainly could do it.
I think we can facilitate that. Are you cutting out at 10 o'clock tonight, Aaron?
I am. Do you have anyone lined up for later?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long Rye Guy's sticking around, but be a great opportunity for me.
25 to call.
Okay, he did jet out already. That's definitely an opportunity, Rye Guy, that
Raise to
we will look
75.
into next time you're here.
Fold, fold.
I guess he's already cut out of the building, but you're more than welcome to. I know we've had Chris Cashman and a couple other players in here before.
9 pounds.
Sassy wants more PLO bomb pots. Says
More carnage.
Carnage. PLO bomb pots definitely bring the carnage. That is for sure.
Queen, deuce, 9, all diamonds.
Checks around.
Top 2 pair here for P-Man. The jack of diamonds working as well, so pretty good spot
125.
there. AJ though is gonna go ahead and probe this with the up and down straight draw.
Call. Raise. 550. Seat 8 call. 9.
Like the raise there from P-Man. Go ahead and just sort of delineate where your opponents are at right now. Don't wait for a texture changing card to peel off on the river. And he takes it down, gets rid of the nip button.
So in Dallas, it's only on Tuesdays.
Yeah, plenty of reason to be confident there. Top 2, diamond redraw. Good job taking it down there, like you said, before the texture changed and got any scarier.
Those also have TCH Live. Yeah, okay. They also have stream tables down there, so they'll do.
How many knit buttons do we have left here? I see 1, 2.
Yeah, same YouTube channel, same company, right? But like different locations.
2 raise 75.
So they have 2 locations here in Dallas. They have one in Austin now.
Policy 5.
2 that do a stream? No. This is the only one with a stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Raise
The other one's only like
300.
15 minutes. Yeah. So you just.
I think Sassy had asked earlier about Dan. He's from upstate New York, I believe. That's what we found out earlier, right, Aaron?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So they'll play over there all day and then like make the guys drive over
JD
and they'll count their
in the
chips.
cutoff
and those
actually
new chips here.
squeezes up to 300. Carlos makes the call and heads up to a flop 9 high, 2 tone. Carlos goes ahead and donk leads here. JD with 2 overs, backdoor straight and flush opportunities, will make the call. And the middle card pairs here on the turn. Always a little bit strange when you donk lead, but of all the cards that can peel off, this is a pretty good one. So he's going to continue with the betting lead, another half pot here on the turn. That'll get the job done.
Yeah. Could have had a full house, Carlos.
You could have?
I could have. Okay, quads.
Yeah?
Deuces out there, that's me, you know. That's
Thanks.
Yeah, they used to do Tuesdays and Wednesdays here, and then like, but back then they only had one.
Then the shooting came.
Shut up. Tuesdays and Wednesdays here, and Thursday, and Mondays and Thursdays in Austin.
Yo.
But then when they added Houston, I think they moved.
Raise to 75.
Is that James? That dealer
Battle of the suited ace 10s here. P-Man first to raise it up from under the gun. JD will 3-bet from the hijack, and AJ on the button wakes up with the jiggities.
Call. Fold. Fold.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
925. You said 9. Raise to 900.
Wow, AJ just calling
925.
as
925.
well, sort of setting up a nasty confrontation here. This is a cold 3-bet, but not a cold 4-bet, so not going to feel nearly as dangerous for those pocket jacks.
You hear Paris had a bed bug outbreak?
No, I did not.
He takes one more look at the ace 10 of clubs, throws it away, and back over to AJ
Yeah, I
here.
heard about it too.
You did? Like, weird.
We've seen this with the jacks tonight being played pretty slow pre.
Just to host the Olympics here coming up.
All right, the double flat on the button. Venom here going to feel pretty good about this. There's going to be a lot of middling sort of hands just like this. Maybe some king queen suited, things like that.
Is that why that French guy
Although
is in there?
there's not too many of those left.
There's a French guy who plays poker. He plays poker at stream all the time.
Yeah, pocket queen's certainly not really a concern.
Seafish?
Seafish.
Venom here going to love this flop.
He only plays when we play big, right? 25, 50.
AJ's not going anywhere yet. 1,000. No, 800 is the bet. Yeah, the call.
Just a 5 and 5 ones or 10 ones are great, thank you.
Pot swelling here. 3,800 thereabouts in the middle. Stack to pot ratio approaching 1. Venom here controlling both a spade and a heart. He decides to go for the check back on the turn. I like that play. He's very likely to only get 2 streets of value from his opponent. And the bet check bet line can
Nobody knows it's
lucky.
hours. It's just kind of like open whenever it wants, and close whenever it wants. And you go in there and like they like have like no food. I think they serve like tacos and quesadillas.
Wow.
They're, like,
All in.
You would think with like this
Really
many
bad.
people circulating in and out, like some place would be right there, just serving up quick, fast food and just making a killing.
There's a place right there.
Shows
They're just
Venom
like always
all in
closed
here
and serve bad
for
food.
4,000.
They have the food
Very
right
nearly a
for
pot
like the
size
whole
bet.
shopping center.
Yeah,
And so,
AJ
like, sometimes
here
there used to be like they were
could be
trying to
in the
get the food truck to
blender.
come,
This is
and, like,
another tricky spot,
and they
similar to what
that
he
place
was
would be like,
in
no, no,
earlier.
allowed to be there besides us. So even though
Jammed on and has a pretty
Even if they're
strong
not, like,
hand.
They got the food rights, but they're not really selling the food.
yeah,
And
they're
you
squatting
play
there
enough
for
poker,
15.
especially at the higher
And then
stakes, and
at
you
nighttime,
definitely
sometimes, like,
start
rent
to
the place
realize
out
that the
for,
bet
like,
check bet line
unless
in
they
these
like
3 and
raise
4
or
bet
something,
pots
they would
is
have, like,
not
50
always
like,
just some
like,
dusty
sometimes you walk
ace
out there and
king
people
trying
just,
to
like,
get you to fold. This
partying
is
in there. And you're like, what the fuck is
definitely a
that?
spot where you can be up against it.
4,015.
That's what he
What was
meant.
the first time?
So we're kind of convinced it's just like a front of some sort. This place is never open. There's no way they're making money. That's what I thought.
Maybe they're waiting for TCH just to get fed up and buy the food rights or something, so they can like do stuff.
I don't know.
Really tough
So that's the
spot
only,
here for
that's the only food
AJ.
place in here that's not worth going to.
Yeah, and I don't think at all this is no posture. He's thinking about making a call here.
Serviceable or
Lays it
I've
down.
never eaten there. But from what I hear, the
Big
chuckle.
fold.
No, nobody
It's
goes.
shown to the kings by Venom and gets that sort of immediate relief of like, oh, I didn't pay that off. You know, his opponent has to show it to get rid of the nit button. So, did not want to see a bluff right there. That's for sure.
Good fold.
Yeah, that end of the table over there, Dan and AJ really getting put in some tough spots here this evening.
Yeah, they really have.
As of right now, we still do have a seat available. So if you're around TCH Dallas and you want to hop in the mix here, show us what you can do in the 5, 10, 25 streets, come on down. Get on the list. We will keep that seat nice and warm and toasty for a new player until it is occupied.
Raise to 325, fold, fold, fold.
I got it.
Carlos gonna go set mine in here with the 5s. He's already hit one sneaky set tonight. Hello.
Why not another one?
Why not another one against top pair with a diamond draw? Goodness. Let's go.
Yeah, the mother load here for AJ, and he's behind. With 1,000 in there, Carlos wastes no time. Getting a little over half pot, 550 here.
Wolfgang, the Euros told me you were kind of mean to them when you met
And
them.
AJ is fresh off folding those jacks up against the king, losing a good chunk of his stack as well. So perhaps going to see this as an opportunity to get some money back.
I was just making jokes. Him and the Scottish guy.
And sure enough, he rips it.
Wow.
Massive jam here, 5,400.
On the Latvian pro, like laughing. I would be like, oh, there's another 3-bet, like stuff like that.
Carlos is uncomfortable. I mean, understandably so. Like, yeah, he only loses to a set of 9s, and that's pretty unlikely. But like, this dude just piled all the money in. Like,
I don't know what he said.
Go back to your grandmother's farm. I'm just saying shit like that.
Yeah, you could just talking to Scottish accent.
having pocket 5s here is great and all, but
yeah, that's all he said.
Yeah, I understand. It doesn't feel amazing. He's gonna get a count before he commits the chips. But yeah, you are about to play a very large pot. Get yourself ready for what is about to happen.
I actually thought he was Latvian.
You know, as Sassy and Mighty Hammer came into the chat, we have had nothing but carnage. And
it's okay, we heard about that.
Mr. Mighty Hammer, there is a seat open if you'd like to come join.
He's come around. He's like, okay with it.
He would like open like
Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy, I think this is a situation where the chips are going in. It's just Carlos is like, damn, this is $5,000 more that I have to put in. That's a lot of money, and he's just sort of preparing himself mentally for the chance, for the possibility that he's about to lose this gigantic pot. So, yeah, I hear what you guys are saying, but you know, let's also just recognize that this is a nearly $12,000 pot, and perhaps Carlos, you know, this may be the biggest pot that he's played or something, right? I mean, it's a big spot for sure. Does look like we're going to run it twice.
Full house, it's over on that one. First pitch.
Diamond, please.
No diamonds burned though, so still plenty of opportunities for AJ. And
there's
he
a diamond.
does find a diamond. One time Max Payne and Carlos gets the whole thing, but run it twice and chop it up.
So you have like
Definitely understand the opinions in the chat. I know Carlos and AJ played before, so I don't think there was any ill slow rolling there whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely not. No, that's, you know, and I think it's super fair to, you know, to criticize and whatever, but also it's good to be curious. And when we see situations like this, you know, I mean, we saw Carlos flat call jacks and then fold to a squeeze earlier, right? Like, Carlos is not in here just ready to blast away, put his whole stack at risk, and you know, play middling pocket pairs out of position, right? Like, all of this stuff is basically what I'm trying to say is we're not robots, right? We're human beings. We have emotions, and people are going to respond to these spots differently. So Carlos here probably playing one of the bigger games that he's used to, and these are some big spots for him. So understandable to take your time and prepare.
I've never seen this guy snap in my life.
I'll play blind.
I'm not crazy. Yeah. But it's just
all right. If I'm not mistaken, we're down to just 2 players in the Nick game. Be AJ and Harvey.
I wasn't slow rolling. I just didn't know if I wanted to bet $6,000 on a flush draw. That's just, I'm not good.
Could I green tea with honey and lemon?
If they have that, then 2 diamonds, obviously.
Looking at the earnings there, Carlos now taking over the top spot, ahead of JD. Both players up over 5,000. Wow, kings again for Wolfgang. This man has gotten kings 3 times tonight.
150, seat 1.
As well as, what, aces and, I guess it's aces once and kings 3 times. In 61 hands.
I'm definitely with you, Albert, there on the stream part. Running it once is definitely more fun to watch. Depends on how much I'm playing at the table. You know, running it twice is always an option. I kind of let the other person decide. But
Danny Karl Marx, how are you?
Is this his big return?
Wolfgang flops top set, and Harvey has none of it, so he's out of there.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we could trade. We could trade some back maybe.
And yeah, Albert, that's how Wolfgang has won 4,500. He has flopped
We could trade
3
for-
sets now.
I think so.
3 for sure that I remember. He's gotten kings 3 times, aces once.
I haven't seen you in a while.
He's running pretty hot.
I could never replace you. You got your banner up at Choctaw. You're famous. You and Harvey.
What's up, Danny?
But yeah, back to the question about running multiple times. I mean, again, that's going to be really largely up to the players and their kind of emotional state about playing big pots, right? Like, you know, do I want to lower the variance here and split the pot with this guy, you know, at a much higher frequency than, you know, win it all or get stacked?
The $300 pop. Really?
You know, it's fair play. I'm more of a run it once kind of guy myself.
I want to give you a heart palpitation.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that too. I happen to work at TCH as well, so I kind of let the players, you know, that I'm playing against make that decision. But running it once is definitely more fun for everybody else watching, and but I understand why people want to run it twice, you know.
It's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Loses 400.
Look, Jack 10 suited here, gonna flop top pair.
Yeah.
Go with the 4s on board.
Everybody. Quarter, yeah.
And indeed, Mighty Hammer, I see a Danny Marks back there, so he is
Good, Danny. How are you?
gonna pop in here.
Yeah, how's work? You rich yet?
Rocking some cool slippers there.
Really? That's good, though.
Always the comfortable one.
Call.
He-Man picks up a gut shot to Broadway and fires out about a 375. One of the Jack 10s is in the muck, the other one comes along. And Omega Brick on the end, deuce of hearts. E-Man pull the trigger here for another bet, but he does shut it down, checks it back, and Dan will win 2 pair.
You lost weight?
No, the opposite actually.
I'll say one final thing about the running it twice that I've seen quite a bit, you know, probably a lot of the 2-5 and below stakes, but people tend to look at their hand and it's like hand dependent on whether they want to run it once or twice, like they're not consistent. And I think that bothers a lot of players. You know, if you're going to run it twice, consistently run it twice. You know, don't look at your hand or ask the player what they have and then decide. You know, that kind of thing I think rubs people a little bit wrong. But if you're consistent with it and you run it once every time, you know, I think everybody else is totally cool with that. And that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean that's fair play. It's a discussion topic that has many different perspectives. That is for sure.
$100. 100 or no.
Oh, Albert, yeah, you're allowed to run it twice in any scenario, whether you're playing 1-2 all the way up to the highest stakes. The players basically are in charge of how they play out the hand. As long as everyone in the hand is in agreement, they can make whatever sort of deals they
you're not allowed to get dealt in
feel
until
is
they,
appropriate. Of course, up to a point. There are certain things that are not allowed.
700.
Like, let's just chop the pot now, right? Like, that's not fair to the other players that were in the hand. So you must actually run out the board and must declare winners, but you can, you know, sort of run it twice, run it 3 times, you know, stuff like that.
Marathon, my sister's running it. So I got to support. Then we're going to Michigan next week.
I know here in Dallas, the 1-2 games at both TCH Dallas and Las Colinas, only 2 players can run it twice at the 1-2 level. 3 or more players can run it twice in the larger games here. So that's something that's a little different. But
Yeah, it's at
Harvey here is going to stuff it in for a massive overbet jam, the Ace Jack O.
Good.
And this is a pure play for the nit game.
But I can see now.
But simultaneously to that, it's like,
nothing's changed.
yeah, I mean, Ace Jack is just, it's got good removal properties. He may even be able to get an Ace Queen off to fold here. Pocket nines is certainly in a tough spot, so yeah. Rather than put it in with the King Jack and hope to not pay the nit game out, he is just going to go ahead and suffer his fate.
Yeah, your last one. Yeah.
I gave you a rebate.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ.
Thanks, AJ.
I do what I can.
That's how we wake up with Ace Jack right there, you know?
Sir, what's your name?
Ace 10,
Dan. Dan? I'm also Dan.
got a couple of Dans now.
Dan.
With Danny Marks joining us. He's definitely one of the favorites that we like around here. He's a really good tournament player and plays on the stream quite a bit.
A wedding?
Always friendly.
A wedding and poker.
Thank you. Texas wedding.
Right, Benham here dipping in complimentary beverages offered
That's
by
right.
Texas Card House Dallas.
Bringing in them DC elites.
I don't know anyone else from DC coming to this wedding. I think.
I believe they were playing for 75 ahead. Is that? I didn't actually see it get paid out. Was it?
So it got paid out $100 this time. I think they upped it to $100 this time.
100.
Those were black chips that were fired around.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. The $50 straddle has been on pretty regular, and you know, once the stacks get big enough and people are consistently putting the 50 on, I think you need to increase the sort of the perceived pain of the nit
How would you
game.
know that if you wasn't
I've
saying
been
that?
watching Homeland, so that's all.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 25 to the
I was like, what are you doing? He gave me some like weird answer. I'm like, CIA for sure. I know people.
75.
I own a sanitation company.
250.
You're gonna start that shit.
Danny marches straight into battle here, 3-betting the King Queen O.
That's gotta be 225.
JD waking up with the Ace-5 of diamonds here. This is one of those hands that pretty regular gets 4-bet. Mix it in there with the Ace Kings, the Ace Queens of the world. Sure enough, it is a 4-bet here. 675 to go and gets it through.
Welcome to the game, Danny. I see it's been real hot today.
My hourly today is about negative $5,000.
All right, JD up the most here after taking that pot down. 16K in the stack is the high water mark. Dan on about 14K. Carlos a little over 11. Everybody else under 10K, but still plenty of chips on this table and plenty of opportunities for more big pots coming our way.
Today I played 1 hour.
If you're still
Let's just-
playing,
let's
that's
just
a
say that.
positive, right?
There you go.
If you're able to still keep sitting
75.
down with chips.
Danny, is this Colorado hype helping you guys out business-wise?
Colorado?
Yeah, the whole prime time, they're like, all I hear is all about the transfer portal, and every time I think transfer portal, I'm like, all right, well, Danny's, you
That's
know.
already been kind of like the game changer for us. So like, I'm sure, I don't think Dion would ever choose to use somebody like us. Because he's probably too egotistical.
He's probably what?
Too egotistical.
He said the kids come to him.
Yeah,
got
he's
a-
texting
what
little Wayne to message all the kids he wants, and then they go.
Yeah, I don't think.
175.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the portal is.
I mean, next year and the following year, Colorado is probably just gonna get just a ton of like 4 and 5
I mean, we
stars.
do have a lot of FPS teams.
Like it's amazing they're doing as well as they are this year, but it's really like 3 to 4 year down the road thing.
How do you start a new business or something?
It's not my business. I work for a company called Verified Athletics, where
Good to see his size up here from Dan. 900 in the middle.
data, just like tools for.
He's the best. I like the one.
Yeah, I mean, he's inspiring.
Yeah.
He's good, you know?
But instead, keeps it small, goes half
Like,
pot.
keeps him in
I'm a
shape, you know?
programmer.
Straight and narrow.
Yeah, code.
There's like a funny video where he's looking this way, and like it was a USC game. They're down by like 30 or whatever it was, and these two kids are laughing behind him, and he just turns his head like 2 inches this way, and both of them go from like full-on laughter to different. That's just solid. Like he has them. Oh yeah. You can't laugh.
They respect it.
Oh yeah, they know.
And it's cool because he like jokes around. He's so like, he's just himself, and then so much respect.
I think it's mostly like pandas type stuff, and just like a lot of collecting, cleaning, and.
I want to go out there for a game this year.
Our CEO, he does a lot of like college AI stuff and all that.
Go Blackhawk after. Go Maristar up there.
I've been wanting to play there too. I've never been.
What's that?
Quick
I remember years ago when they went to like full no limit. People told me you should go play.
Couple wins in a row for Dan here to
It's like Vegas.
kind of continue to build his stack back
Drove
up.
through it. Like, we didn't even stop. We just like drove through it and saw the casinos. Like, we literally like took the
How
road
did
to
you
come
think
through
when
it.
you're driving through? You're like, what is this up here?
There's just mountains like this, just valleys, and then just like on the way to like hit the road,
Just
it's just
like
like
the
casinos
lights. Yeah.
across the.
And not like a few, like there's probably 10 to 15. Like
Just a row of casinos, just like right in the middle of the valley.
I use like ChatGPT as my assistant.
We do have 285 people watching right now. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to the TCH Live stream channel. We stream, how many days a week is it, Aaron?
Monday through Thursday, I think.
Monday through Thursday, yeah.
Although I guess it's the Wednesday game. Still
For
going
the time
down?
being, I guess the Wednesday's off. The Wednesday Dallas game we used to do.
Yeah.
But the
they've sort of got
Saturday
moved in.
tournament still is streamed often for the Dallas locations.
More skiing than the drugs, though.
But yeah, give us a like, give us a subscribe, give us your opinions on how we're doing, what you'd like to see.
Skiing's the gateway. I see. Okay.
Raised to 375.
Doctor's prescribed it to me.
Remember when we were kids, there was so many like cool like
Man, gonna
skiing
pick that
movies,
one down
like,
with the jiggities.
Robert Redford.
What?
I thought you were talking about skiing movies.
Yeah, I don't know that one. Robert Redford?
He's an actor.
Oh.
Wasn't he in a bunch of skiing movies?
I don't think so.
Not one ever.
I don't know. Like,
I'm sorry.
Not one.
yeah.
I didn't have a Depeche Mode.
Just forget it.
Oh,
This is
so
the last
close
one.
right now.
Like the Art of Flight.
The 50s even worse, right? It's like
I don't know. I don't know
you
what they're
got
called. Like they're like always like
That's
goofy
actually
ones.
skiing movies.
49
Like
feels
they do
pretty
like
rough.
the downhill beer race and stuff. Danny knows.
Texas or the out of towner.
Raised to 75.
The locals are doing crazy stuff. Getting their dick stuck in the hot tub and stuff.
Oh, hot tub time machine.
Heads up.
Danny defends his straddle, 7-9 flops, an up and downer. JT here on ace high backdoor diamond.
75. Raised to 250.
Check raise here from Danny and JT.
Interestingly, makes a call. Do have a little bit of a surprise after this hand for you, Aaron. We are going to have a guest in the booth with us, Mr. Rye Guy, who was on the stream earlier, and he's been on the stream quite a bit lately, is going to join us here in
What
about
is going
30
on,
seconds.
man? How you doing, Rye Guy?
I think we're going to get his mic turned on. It's going to be a few seconds here, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sassy, we'll try to get those graphics up here momentarily. I don't have the ability to just click that up myself, but keep your eyes open. I'm sure we'll get a profit and loss graphic here before you know it.
so Ryan, check your mic, see if you're on here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
You guys hear him?
Hey, what's happening?
All right. Well, we enjoyed seeing you on the stream earlier. wasn't your night, I guess, but there'll be more nights to come, right?
Yeah, happy to be in the booth today. I wish it was under better circumstances, but can't always control it. Came with 3 buy-ins today, but figured after the first one it just wasn't my night. And, you know, sometimes you got to know when to walk away.
Absolutely right. That is definitely one of the sort of unheralded skills of a professional player or someone that takes the game seriously is knowing when their time is up. You know, it's like sometimes you're winning and feel like it's going to turn around, and it's time to just walk out the door. Sometimes you're losing and feel the same way. But yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a cheesy poker song, country song about that, isn't there?
Know when to hold 'em,
know when to walk away. Well, I've enjoyed watching the last couple streams. I'm not always in here. A lot of times with Aaron, Derek Ing is in here, and he was not available tonight. So I'm going to be in here all night, and thankfully Aaron lets me do this with him sometimes. So it's a lot of fun watching you guys play. I typically don't play stakes this big at all. 2-5 is kind of where I kind of stop at, but love watching you guys. I feel like I learn a lot from you guys watching y'all splash around. So feel free to rock away here with Aaron on some of the commentary on these hands that they're going to play. Hopefully we'll get to see some action while you're in here.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, this lineup today is extremely tough. No spots, nobody really getting too far out of line. All these guys seem very confident in their own regards. So, you know, when you're playing this big and everybody's kind of extremely confident in what they're doing, it becomes a big-time gamble because no one really has a significant edge over each other. So sometimes it's just about the cards you're getting. Sometimes it's just if it's your day or not. And, you know, 1 through seed 9, everybody has a very strong fundamental understanding of this game.
Right.
For 175.
Bolts to Carlos here in the big blind. He wakes up with big slick. Make it 175. JD will call.
Play any tournament?
Looks like it wasn't actually a pull through. We've got a little bit of a graphical misstep, so we'll get that corrected here. We go to a 10-high board.
TCR main events, there was a $1,000 buy-in with $2.5 million guarantee. It was like $400,000 per purse.
So is legal.
AJ in here with the 980. So he's got a gutty. Check through
Actually,
to
very
a
deep runs
turn.
in both the 630 main
6 of
and
diamonds changes nothing for the
top
players
1% in the 600
and their immediate holdings.
top 3% on the 1K.
Good for you. Congrats. None of those you have to go to a different Canada or Mexico to play? You could play here?
So we'll check through once again.
But GG, you have
Or
to go
double
to
pairs here. Ace high looking pretty good.
Nevada or something.
And Carlos is going to go for the
Is it
smallest.
GG
The
that
value,
you
2
have to
1/4.
go
Little,
Like a
little over half pot.
guarantee or something?
I think it was even more.
25 million?
Curious to see how
It was like 2.7.
JD reacts with the player behind him.
It would have been fun to play that, but
Carlos gets to take it down.
I'm not trying to play.
Well, right guy, who do you battle with the most on the table?
I've played on about 5 or 6 different live streams with Alex Wolfgang, as you guys know him, and he is a very interesting player to play against, I will say.
Gotcha.
He's always exciting. He's always getting into some good table banter, always bringing the mood of the table up, which I think is a very underrated skill of a lot of these high-stakes players, being able to make other people feel comfortable around them.
Right. Do you play quite a bit on the other tables off stream with some of these guys, or?
Not too often. I'm not from here.
Okay.
I've only been in Dallas for about 10 days now. I
Okay.
spent most of the last couple of years in terms of the live stream poker in Los Angeles. So I worked
Nice.
with a couple of those TV shows out there. But I came out here with a few friends and really enjoyed the Dallas poker scene, the southern hospitality.
Awesome. Love to hear that.
Engaged, dude. Leave him alone.
So are you transplant to Texas or just sort of here for an extended visit?
So I'm actually looking into buying a house next week. Not necessarily for full-time living, but a little bit of a rental income for myself, and then maybe using it about 2 or 3 months of the year. But I really enjoy Dallas itself, so as opposed to traveling 3 hours to a different time zone, I think it would be more reasonable for my lifestyle to head to Dallas, settle into a place a little more comfortable, and just enjoy the people here and the poker, because
Nice.
both of those things are A1 in my opinion.
That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Very cool.
So
man. Yeah,
Aaron
welcome.
here is on the stream. He's down in Austin, and I'm sure you've, if you haven't visited there, go check it out, because that's a fun city. You never run out of things to do in Austin.
Yeah, absolutely right. Going to do some paddle boarding with a friend tomorrow, so that's a very fun thing to be able to do here in Austin. Yeah, of course, good food all throughout the state of Texas. So I'm sure you've had plenty of experimentation with the local cuisine.
She goes to school with you?
No, she goes to Austin College.
All right, hand number 73 here.
Attorney my
Dustburger's going into the
party
bin.
school, or used to be.
To Dan in the big blind. He's going to limp the 8-7-0.
All colleges are party schools.
It's up here between AJ and 9 Triz. Dan with the 8-7. Both players flopping a pair.
That's the same with me. I mostly call on cloud.
Middle 2 now for Dan.
Checking it over.
Betting flop. Yeah, he's checking now.
I use my laptop.
50. And then I have like a third laptop that I use to remotely connect to so.
This has not been the normal pot size tonight.
Smallest pot of the day.
Right. Ooh, interesting. Oh, he went check. He said, I got it. $105 profit there. That's the smallest I think we've seen tonight, Aaron.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Andy won it with a full house.
Andy won it with a full house. What the first hand we saw, the big hand was, a 5K pot right off the bat, or an 8 or 10K pot right off the bat with Wolfgang and Harvey. So I'm sure we'll get some action back up. I don't know if you've been watching since you've been off the stream here tonight, right, guy? But definitely had some carnage in the last 30 minutes or so.
I have not seen the last 30 minutes, but I did listen to the commentary of the last hand I played today. I thought Aaron was spot on with it when I had top 2. I faced the all-in from JD. It just feels like a spot where it's too nitty to even think about it, because I think I beat some hands that JD might be going all-in for value, but certainly didn't feel great about it, even with top 2 pair. I only really lose to 2 hands there, which is the king 10 and the 2 jacks, because I have an ace and a queen, which, if you got top set or middle set at that point, GG. But it just felt so wrong to even consider another option, but it certainly wasn't a slam dunk, all in, beat you into the pot kind of hand.
Like, you probably had a little bit of a pit in your stomach, right? You're like, I'm calling this.
It wasn't necessarily a pit, but there's certain times when you know that you're good, and you just snap it off and you, like, one chip it in. But this time I kind of felt like a little more than half the time I was going to get stacked here.
Right.
Because I think JD is a very strong and competent player, and it looks like I have a very good hand there. So in order for him to triple barrel all in on the river, he's going to have some very creative bluffs, of which I think he's capable of having on that board.
Right.
But it's going to be limited, and also, on the other hand, I think he's going to not go all in with a hand like ace-king.
Right. And like you
yeah,
said,
you're really hoping as ace-jack, right?
Exactly, and that was really the main reason why I snapped calls, is because I think I'm ahead of a hand like ace-jack, which he's always going to go all in for value on the river with. So I think he's capable of bluffing. I think he can have worse hands for value that he goes all in with. And so in order for me to even consider, folding a hand like that, I think we just can't be beating much of his value at all. And like I said earlier, we lose to king 10 and 2 jacks, and if you got it, you got it at that point.
And I was going to say, and a 10-8 that he never has there, right? I mean, it's just like silly hands. Like, that's just not what he was 3-betting or, raising with pre-flop. So I think we were right there with you. It's just I'm flicking in that call.
Yeah. But I think the younger version of me would just reach back into my pocket, pull out another 8, 10K, and keep going against these sharks today. But the new version of me is just okay with being a little more humble, and, if it's not my night, it's not my night. Didn't feel great going into the game to begin with. Sometimes you got to trust that read. But if it's not going your way and you didn't feel like it's going to go your way, then a little bit of advice to some younger people trying to come up in this game is sometimes it's not about the money you win, but it's the money that you don't lose.
I like hearing that.
Yeah, very, very articulate way of putting that. And that is, part of the growing pains that a lot of the younger players kind of have to go through for themselves. And I mean, how many times have we seen either a friend or or just a fellow player kind of go off the deep end trying to chase a win or
100%.
something like that, you know. And it's like, yeah, a big part of this game is being able to temper your emotions. Battle through those waves in manners that are not self-destructive. JD here, thinking about heroing it off with the ace high, does let it go, and Danny will take it down with a pair of jacks.
I think I've seen that with a lot of the younger guys in TCH here that have been playing and moved up in these stakes. Chris Cashman, the Harveys, the guys like that. They're guys that can really just leave their pride behind. They don't, you know, overcall just because they don't like getting bluffed. They'll just move on to the next hand. And these are guys, some of them that I've played, you know, I played 1-2 with for a couple years, and just was like, man, these guys are just, you know, just cool as, cool. I mean, just cool as the underside of the pillow. I mean, they just don't let stuff tilt them. And for young guys, you know, to be competitive, but to not get overly competitive and prideful, and to be able to just move on to the next hand, it's pretty cool, because I've actually learned from them. And, you know, I've been playing for 18 years or so, so cool to see.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking shots, which a lot of these guys are on these bigger shows. If you decide to show up with, say, $3,000-$5,000 bullets, for example, and that's a large portion of your entire poker roll, and if the first one doesn't go well, sometimes it's just best to not continue to go with it. Like, I've lost pots of upwards of $30,000 sometimes, and the younger me would just, my ego would get in the way, and sometimes I would just, you know, add on, not take a break, not take a breather, and just, I see thousands of dollars continue to bleed off of bad decision making. But I think newer and advanced versions of yourself, as you begin to grow, realize these leaks that you might have, these issues that you might create for yourself. And when you're able to identify those and, like you said, remove ego, I think the game becomes a lot easier when you don't think you're the best player in the room, when you don't think that everybody else is drawing dead against you, when you understand that everybody else has their things that they're very good at and not so good at.
Right.
And especially in this lineup, each player is very, very, very good. So if you can't remove the ego from that and understand that you're playing maybe your B or your C game today, and you can't leave, then you're just going to be drawing dead against these guys who are extremely talented in their own rights and extremely comfortable because this is their home game, home casino.
Absolutely. Good insight there.
Let's do AJ here in the cutoff. Beautiful opening hand jack 10 suited.
Yeah, Danny gets Tuesday now.
And that's going to be a raise and take. So how long have you been playing cards there, Raga?
About 4.5 years now. I actually started playing 1-2 4.5 years ago. I bought into my first game for $50 with $1,000 to my name. Won $50 that night, which was one of the best feelings of my life.
Sucked you in, right?
Yeah, sucked me right in. And then I actually got staked for a $65 tournament. So someone gave me a ticket to play a $65 tournament. And I was like, oh, sick. Like, this is awesome. I got to free roll this tournament. I had half a big blind left with 8 people left, and I was just about to bubble. I ran that half a big blind up, won the tournament. The person I won the tournament against invited me to his 1-3 game, and at that point I was like, oh my god, huge shot, I'm taking a 1-3 game, I'm going to a 1-3 game, taking a massive shot. And very long story short, I hit a 1-outer in a $1,500 pot.
So when's this poker hours
To effectively make me a lot more comfortable in this game, but I'll put that on hold because it looks like we're going to have a bit of a collision here. JD opening up the queens, Dan 3-betting, and I imagine there's going to be a little more money put in pre-flop, and these guys are very deep. JD sitting in position, so I imagine he's not going anywhere when JD begins to 4-bet this.
Now, I swore on the graphics I saw that somebody had aces. I wonder if that was Harvey or somebody that was away from the table, but...
That may be.
Yeah. The hand's gone if it was, but...
Crazy how just in the blink of an eye we could have had such a different hand developing, but you know, somebody walks away, they don't get their aces.
Yep.
Dan is going to make the call, likes the price he's getting in position. Try to cooler those queens, and top set here for JD.
That's the one I got there.
JD kind of back to his old ways of just smashing sets on live stream.
And a bit of an action flop. It's probably a little more advantageous for Dan, which is why we see JD checking it over. And Dan, he's going to have more straights here. He's going to have more sets here. He's going to have 8s and 9s more than JD. JD might c-bet his queens, so I think Dan's got the green light to just blast off here a lot of the time. And he's going to start with a small bet, set his own price, and JD, all options on the table right now.
Yeah, my wife looks like his wife too.
You said he looks like Lionel Messi?
You can see
He
him
thinks I'm handsome. He thinks I look like Messi.
I didn't think you're handsome. I said you look like you lost weight.
He just said that Danny
Queen of
looks
clubs,
like
a pretty key card here.
Don't fucking
JD
leave
gonna
the
go
table
for
every
the
game.
check and
Just
call.
Messi, I don't know about that one.
Wow, what a turn card.
What a
Additional
turn,
hard
yeah.
flush equity here for Dan.
Yeah. Beautiful turn from Dan, picking up the double gut shot, the sneaky double gutter. One side to the super nuts, meaning that if JD had a hand like pocket 10s and a jack rolls off, he'll be very confident putting a ton of money in here. Dan, I think this is a good time to fire in a potential overbet. Apply maximum pressure to JD's range, which will be a lot of ace queen and overpairs.
He's reaching.
Reaching deep.
Honeymoon in Vegas?
with Nick Cage, Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, but who's the bad guy in that movie?
There we go.
I don't remember.
1.7x pot from Dan.
Tommy's asking for the 8 of hearts on the river here. Gross.
And even with top set, you begin to get a little less comfortable. Obviously, nowhere to go right now. He can still have all the other sets, but Jack 10 definitely part of Dan's range at this point.
I've also been taking care of a puppy lately, so that's taking a lot of my time.
Yeah, Frenchie,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I've
She's so cute. She's actually at my house right now. I should have brought her with me, but a little too crazy. If Mallory was here, I would have brought her.
Maybe doing a little inventory here, seeing indeed that this is getting set up for a river jam, which is certainly something that he was happy to be doing when he saw that flop. But yeah, this turn card has changed some things, and of course the overbet never putting you in the most comfortable positions when you don't have the actual nuts.
No, we're talking about my wife.
What do you think here, Rye Guy? You check calling this rather than check jamming?
I think there's a lot of merit to both sides of this. JD can obviously price out those draws, but if you're jamming all of your sets here and calling with all of your overpairs, you're going to get put in a lot of miserable spots on rivers, and JD tends to agree. Not a lot of raising versus overbets at these high stakes out of position, so the jack of diamonds on the river, as mentioned earlier, giving Dan the super nuts, meaning that any 10 that JD would have is going to feel very comfortable stacking off, but when this inevitable all-in comes, it's going to be very uncomfortable for JD's top set.
And again, will JD be second guessing his decision to just call that turn bet, you know, instead of putting the pressure back onto Dan and just hoping he didn't have the Jack 10 already. He possibly could have taken the hand down there, but just bad run out.
All in.
Yep.
All in.
He says maybe he doesn't have the best runouts. Yeah, it happens to us all. He's notorious for running good on these streams, but you know, he runs into them sometimes too.
Some of these good players just seem like they get good runouts, but what makes a good player great is being able to understand these situations and find the hero folds. Let's see if JD can put the pieces together and offload top set.
Yeah, the immediate thought is that if I fold this, I fold everything kind of mentality, and there's some merit to that. But then you do definitely need to start thinking about the actions that were taken, the pre-flop action, and everything to try to piece it all together. But JD does just kind of settle on, can't fold this. Pays it off. Massive pot, nearly 30,000 in the middle there.
Well, there's our big one. Big one for the night. Two of the biggest stacks in the game tonight. Monster flop, huge turn for Dan, and just perfect river.
I will say the best feeling in poker is when you overbet bluff the turn and then get there on the river. There's no better feeling in this game than banking that river after you invested so much of your stack on the turn. And it's a really tough decision for JD, as mentioned earlier. If he folds this, he probably doesn't call with anything. So it's one of those GTO mindset kind of things. Too high up in my range, have to call with something. This seems like a decent hand to call with. Unfortunately, for this time, Dan had it.
95, 99, 95.
And the money flows from Rye Guy to JD, over to Dan. Dan sitting on a 30K stack in a 10-25 game.
And not only is it the best feeling in poker when you get there on the end, but then to get paid off for a massive just heap of chips after you were like the dude that's been stuck the most all night. Like you just go from bottom of the barrel to top of the food chain immediately. Like that is a really good feeling as well. So Dan really bouncing off of the tough streets there, finding his way back up.
You know, and if he can run good tonight, maybe this is the kind of thing that'll get him to, come back, come visit us again from the Northeast and come down to Texas and visit. We like seeing people come in town and run well in our room. They often bring friends and help us grow this business. So
Yeah. Is that the closest?
Yeah.
Hopefully you're inviting some friends to come play with you, Rye.
Oh, I got some action friends coming.
Cool.
I got some action guys that'll play. If you guys get a 5-10 game going here, I'm sure we could get some drinkers, some partiers, some gamblers. These guys are all really good at poker, but I know some guys who would really be exciting to watch. I'll say that.
Very good. Have you met Mallory then?
Yeah. I'm in touch with Mallory. Speak to her every week or two now. Super nice.
Okay,
Super nice
perfect.
girl.
All right, I assumed that was the case, but yeah, she's definitely the one to talk to about inviting anybody onto the stream.
I hope your dinner sucks.
75.
What a hand there.
Did you hear JD just told Dan that poker down here sucks? Clearly, as he's stacking his 30K chips there.
Raise to 350.
Yeah,
Preston finally waking up with a hand. There we go. Been kind of card dead for a while, P-Man.
Yeah, not going to get any action, though.
No.
Maybe. No action to be had. Oh, Harvey's going to speculate. 7-5 off. He's got position. Maybe he feels like he can outplay P-Man post-flop. Not on that board, though. Going back to your point earlier, I think a lot of people just default to never raising overbets on the turn, especially. Because, as we mentioned earlier, if you're raising all of your strongest hands and calling all of your one pairs, you just get put into miserable spots. But obviously, in retrospect, if he were to jam that turn, JD probably would have taken the pot down. Because I don't think his opponent would be calling the all-in.
Not for heaps.
Not for heaps at that point. Not getting the right price. The opponent seems very aware of that at that point. And, it sucks to fold a double gutter and a flush draw on the turn, but when you're beat, you're beat, and sometimes you just don't want to gamble it. I don't think he would have gambled that spot. Certain guys, are just calling it off with that draw, just snap calling.
Right.
But I don't think he's one of those guys. Got the glasses, the nice sweater.
Doesn't seem like he's getting out of line too much.
Doesn't seem like he's getting out of line too much. He just opened his range up a little bit with the King 7 suited under the gun because you got to give action after you win a big pot.
Great player.
And it would have been really interesting if the river bricked off if he would have gone for it. That's what really those are the spots that really excite me. It's easy to jam when you have the nuts on the river, but when all the draws miss and you're sitting there with king high, are you going to go for it or not? And I find most people just shy away from that situation. So it would have been really interesting to see if he flew all the way here to unload the clip, or he's just going to give it up at the end.
Like a black 3 hits or something.
Yeah,
on the river,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like just a super brick on the end.
Yeah, it's like you said, you know, you put that massive overbet in, right? At 1.7x pot, I think it was, right? So, you know that JD's got something. And so, yeah, if you brick it off, you're like, all right, what is he actually going to fold here? And can we get that to fold? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe the ace-queen folds there, but
And
the
then
hand
you-
JD had never folds.
And then you got to ask yourself if he's calling the turn, is he folding the river? But then JD has to think, if he thinks I'm never folding, then I could probably fold my aces now. I could probably
Right.
fold my ace queens now. So it's just this massive leveling war on the end of whether it's worth unloading the clip or not. And that was mentioned earlier. When you get into these bigger stakes, people are more willing to fire for their entire stack. But in the 1-3, 2-5 straights, I think people play rivers fairly face up. Just a little tip for you guys watching at home.
I agree. Another aces siding.
Yeah, AJ with them here, just calling the raise.
Oof.
What the heck?
JD loving the flop.
Yeah, he's going to feel like he has pretty much the nuts now. And probably be very shocked when AJ tables his hand, presuming it goes to showdown. AJ still slow playing his aces.
Yeah, a lot of times when you slow play those birds pre, you go for the check raise immediately on, especially a board that's disconnected. But
And AJ's got one of those images that you really don't want to fold top pair to. AJ's definitely capable of finding creative bluffs and putting a lot of pressure. So it's the range of hands that AJ has right now. JD's going to feel very comfortable piling money in until the inevitable river raise, I believe.
Yeah.
Assuming that the board comes out clean.
For some reason.
It's as clean as it gets.
Yep. Two pair, ace kicker. I mean, got to feel comfortable here.
Like you take class in the summer.
And AJ never has a 2 here unless it's a deuce with the flush draw. Top's going to look really, really good. You assume that AJ would raise with a straight on the turn almost every single time, a set as well. So I think ace-10 looks like effectively the nuts right now. JD is going to agree so. Another big bet.
No.
Using a little bit of that theory that he understands and a little bit of that tilt that might be sinking into his table image, sizing up.
You
have a lot of weddings?
I like music, and you know Paulo can fold.
And AJ just so under rep here.
Just so hard to find a hand that JD is behind right now. And
TS though.
See what sizing he goes with here. 4?
As of 2022.
I think I watched an interview
I
about
could not
he
believe
doesn't know how much was in his bank account. He just
JD instantly
some like lady in an interview asked, I told him how much he made.
4-5 suited, finds his way in there, right? Outside of that, flop set of 3s or 6s that are just kind of
near the state fair,
lying in the weeds.
He was great. I mean, but then he just blew up.
Feel like pretty awkward spot for AJ to just call in position across a couple streets with a hand that is now just like YOLO bluffing.
Right. I mean, a call for 150 with aces is just not on JD's mind here. Wow.
Nice.
Showed it to him.
wow. Really good fold on that river.
Big
Really,
time.
really good fold.
Yeah, spades brick out, and plenty of us will look at that and be like, oh, well, there's a missed flush draw that could just be, seeing that they can't win any other way, they got to bet it there. And while that's certainly true, and at certain stakes, you will see players perhaps just like calling down with the flush draw and then, giving them the business on the end. JD correctly surmising that that's just really not the kind of dynamic that's going to develop here.
75.
Very frequently, if at all.
Yeah, you said it very well that in that spot, not a lot of people are going to be going for it, and even less so right after someone loses a big pot. And maybe that's what the difference between him calling and folding was. I think he's probably aware of how people try not to bluff the guy who just got stacked because they're much less inclined to fold. So maybe that played a bit into his thought process on folding on the river, because at the end of the day, there's very few hands that JD is behind in that situation, and he could even be raising a hand like King 10 for value on the end.
Right. Yeah, all the other 10s for sure.
Heads up. Yes. Okay. Seat 2 got 300.
AJ here, check calling 125 on the flop. And I'm going to continue barreling with his bottom pair.
Just working a lot lately, huh?
Call.
Likely setting himself up for a river check back for the designated price on the turn. Hearts now on the end. AJ's still checking, and sure enough, check.
I celebrate my birthday a little bit differently than most people.
Then I'm going to take that one down. Saw Mr. Daniel Dunn was in the chat there. One of our guys that regularly played on the stream. I think he's off in college now, but in Louisiana. This is Eric Van Loozen, and we've got Aaron McAvoy, who's our regular guy on Tuesdays, and I'm helping out tonight. And then we've got Ryan. Ryan, what's your last name?
Siegel.
Ryan Siegel, who's been playing on the stream. Did you play last Tuesday as well?
I played last Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, he's played on a couple streams, so he's coming in and helping out and kind of introducing himself, and hopefully going to get some friends to come play in Dallas. He's looking to maybe buy a house here and make this a regular stop for him. So wanted to welcome a new guy in to help us out. But Aaron's always got the con there in Austin.
50 to go.
Nick game back in effect. And what's your experience been with the Nick game or stand-up game prior to coming to Dallas?
Not a whole lot. I've been to the other poker room in Austin a couple of times. I played there, so I had a bit of experience with the stand-up game on that show. I actually am not the biggest fan of it. I think it really makes this game a lot different, and I'm okay with it. You know, once a show is kind of my sweet spot for it. Get a little gamble in the middle of the show, make everybody a little less comfortable. But in my personal opinion, having it going on for the entirety of the game, or say like 4 or 5 times as it is going to be today, kind of makes the game not what it is. But that's just my personal opinion. Some people love it, some people dislike it. But at the end of the day, it definitely adds some elements to the game that typically wouldn't be involved. And I can definitely see a lot of the professional players from Texas being able to handle these situations a lot better than the outsiders coming in, because of the, you know, typically $800 overlay that you would have to pay if you're the last person to get rid of your knit button.
Right. Well, and you see flops and hands like what we've got right now, Aaron, that, you know, with this knit button game on can get dicey real quick.
Yeah, they've just started, so usually the first hand, or the first couple of knit buttons that get taken off the board are usually not that impactful, just because there's not a lot of pressure getting down to the final 2, 3, maybe 4 players that still are in. But yeah, it definitely is always weighing on you in the back of your mind. Here, Danny just has the stones on this flop. Carlos is going to make the call with the up and down straight flush draw.
Right.
Going to hit the 5 or the 10.
Yeah, and Danny checking as the pre-flop aggressor with only Carlos behind. Carlos falling right into his trap. It's going to look very suspicious now when Danny continues to pile money in here. If he flopped a flush, why wouldn't he just bet it himself when Carlos is going to check back most of the time? Those are going to be the questions going through Carlos's mind if he had a hand like 2-pair or, say, a straight, which is what Danny's clearly targeting at this point. But Carlos sitting on not a whole lot of hand. He's got 2 draws. His only draw to the nuts is with the 10 of hearts and the 5 of hearts, and there's no guarantee that his straight is live at this point.
Right.
And in this case, obviously it's not. So if Carlos ends up hitting a black 10 or a black 5, it could cost him the rest of his stack.
Yeah,
you have no idea how good you ran in that.
Carlos didn't come here to
Oh,
fold.
there it is.
Straight flush draws, and yeah, as the
Ask
top
and you
end.
shall receive. We do that a lot on the show. We ask for carnage. We don't want people to get stacked, but it is what it is. It brings on some excitement.
And now when Danny shoves for his last, it looks like about $2,000. It's going to be extremely difficult for Carlos to get away.
All in.
Snap call. Seeing the bad news.
Full. Snap full. Instant.
Yowza.
Wow. Perfectly played from Danny.
Maybe he just calls your 4-bet and then I can open call.
Very difficult to put him on the type of hand that he had there. Maybe you could put him on a set until that river card comes out. You could put him on the ace of hearts. Some creative bluffs as well. Maybe a hand like king of hearts with a 9, something like that. But so difficult to put your opponent on a flush when he checks the flop with only one player behind in a multi-way pot. It looks like he's just full of it. Obviously, that's what Carlos was thinking when he called the flop, called the turn, and then got there on the river and had to side call it off.
Aces gets it in bad.
Oh man.
Yeah, you never get the river.
Yeah.
You went to the bathroom or something?
No, but JD had queens and it comes from
Well, the table Danny gets a little double up there.
You have the worst in there.
Or we would have saved you money somehow.
And that's a very unique line that not a lot of people would ever take. Rarely see that at 1-2, rarely see that at 2-5, but Danny understanding that not a lot of people are going to give him much credit when he takes this really unique line.
I wonder what the comments.
I know he and Carlos played quite a bit together. It's funny that Carlos almost always sits in that 5 seat, so he can see the cards better. And Danny almost always is in like the 3 or the 4 there, so they're side by side quite a bit. So they're very familiar with each other.
But you can't trust in this machine. But sometimes it's the ace is really ace something. You know, I see that a lot.
It's happening.
When are you heading back home, Ryan?
I leave tomorrow night, actually.
Okay.
So the stream gave me a warm exit. Done. Had a really good time in Dallas, though, but obviously not the way I wanted to go out. But as mentioned earlier, I'd rather lose one buy-in than play in a game when I'm not feeling my best. And clearly a lot of sharp players in this game that are willing to play for big amounts of cash, as we just saw.
Absolutely.
That'd be a pretty sick clip. Actually, that hand against JD. Not a lot of clips of him losing, a lot of clips of him winning. A lot of highlighted hands of him scooping those $30,000 pots, but rarely do you see him on the receiving end of a $30,000 hand.
Exactly.
Check through on the flop 5 ways. Pair of kings to go with the 9s for Harvey. And Harvey here, who has done a whole lot of folding here this evening.
125.
Kind of a dry spell. I'll be pretty happy to see that turn card and Wolfgang firing in a wager of 125. Given the flop action and this bet in position from Wolfgang, AJ is inspired to come along with his pair of 8s. And yeah, this is the time to spring the trap for Harvey. Wolfgang's out of the way, back over to AJ here, and yeah, even if he thinks that Harvey could be bluffing, the 8-7-0 just really has no way to improve and pretty tough to fold on, so he lets that go.
Yeah, very draw heavy board. Harvey decides to not let anybody catch up, just take it down now while he's ahead.
Sorry? Yeah?
All right, looking at the earnings once again. Carlos up Taco Bell money, $40 in profit.
Yeah, did you deliver the
JT
Cupcake
up
money?
the most here, 11.6K.
And look at Dan. Was down, what, 7K at one point?
Oh. Did I get a delivery for Dan K?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, he's up 12. 12 and a half almost. Wow.
Right, hang on a second.
Nice run for him. Hopefully his family's watching and been cheering him on.
Yeah, I think Dan was mentioning that it was his
I ordered Uber Eats.
his first time playing on stream today, so certainly a warm welcome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a pretty big game to jump into for your first time. He's very clearly well-versed in poker theory and very likely an online player, something like that, if he hasn't played on a live stream up until this point.
He does seem like an online player.
Right.
Gives that whole online player vibe, knows exactly what's going on. Very calm, cool, collected, calculated. Clearly aware of, in that hand, that his range of hands is going to be far superior to JD's, which is why he's allowed to bet 1.5 times the size of the pot on the turn and then jam the river. And also that might have leveled JD into thinking that he could just be representing the 10 instead of having it as well. Because as played, there's not a lot of hands with a 10 in it that JD can have, and I don't think a single one actually.
Raised to 75.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Unless he just flopped the joint somehow with like the most low frequency 4-bet with Jack 10 suited that anyone's ever seen. Like, which I don't think it even makes it in there. I don't think it's even something that he even rolls on. So, yeah,
and if he decides
pretty
to
much never has a 10.
And if he decides to mix it in, I don't think it would be early position versus early position against seemingly one of the tighter players on the table. It would probably be something like cutoff versus button against an aggressive player who's been after him all day.
$425?
$425, yes.
Now Dan in a really fun spot, suited connectors, facing a 3-bet, fairly deep in position. Gut shot, backdoor straight draw, and he's still got position. And this is the board that his opponent's going to connect very well, and some people might be afraid of that because you think your opponent's got a very strong hand, but in reality, these are the kind of boards you want to hit your straight on, you want to hit your sets on, because, for example, on an 8-7 deuce board, it's very unlikely for your opponent to have strong hands, so when the jack peels off, you're not, or when the straight comes in, you might not get paid, but a lot of the times when the jack peels off on the turn, they're going to have hands like 2-pair or sets or strong top pairs that they might be willing to put the rest of their money in with. But I think at this point, the hand's just going to come to an end.
And realistically, it should. Good fold there. Dan definitely made some good folds, you know, early on as well when he was running bad. But Amar says, is Wolfgang ever giving action, or is he just mostly sniping? You know, I think it's just kind of been card dependent for him tonight. He ran really good kind of early on. I haven't seen him get out of line or make any big bluffs or really be an opportunity to do so. So may just not be a crazy night for him, but he's definitely given action on this show before.
Yeah, and I think there's an art to giving action. I certainly like to feel like I'm one of the okay players at the table who like to give action a lot. But then again, in a game like this, when, as mentioned earlier, there's 6 or 7 very, very strong players at the table, maybe all 8 or 9, to be honest, it becomes very difficult when the rest of the table is playing extremely well to give the action that you might otherwise like to.
Absolutely. Aaron, I'm going to run out for a quick break, so I'm going to let you and Ryan have a go at it here.
Sounds good.
When you get back, I will give you 2 back the booth, and I might head over to social to try to recoup a bit of my losses.
There you go.
All right. All right, JD here going to make the call, so heads up to a flop between AJ and JD. Both players with a nip button. Comes king high. Strong range advantage here for AJ. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
150.
Pretty mandatory c-bet. JD gonna have a tough time holding on if he does decide to call this flop. He does.
over 2 hours.
Jack of Diamonds bringing in that additional equity here for AJ.
I'm 0 after 3 hours.
It's almost better because you play an extra hour and you haven't lost any.
But he is going to check it back here. And Super Brick on the end, 3 of spades. Changes nothing. Still pretty tough here for JD to look this up if AJ goes for a bet check bet.
Yeah, JD might actually fire here, turning his fours into a bluff. It looks like he has, AJ has some showdown value, but he's not extremely strong. I would put AJ on a hand like Queen Jack or Ace Jack a lot of the time here. So let's see if JD wants to take this spot. Obviously we can see he has the best hand, but a lot of the times when it's checked over and AJ's got the worst hand he's going to put in a bet and JD's going to have to fold. So let's see if he launches that river bluff. Not the kind of guy who wants to show down 9 high for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, JD is such a calculating player there, recognizing that pocket fours is honestly one of the worst hands he's ever going to have here, right? Like, he's not going to have many unpaired hands by the turn. And yeah, I think he definitely was sort of homing in on the fact that, like, maybe I should be bluffing this, and just kind of decided against it.
Yeah, it looked like JD was really pondering turning that hand into a bluff, and based off of that body language I picked up, it looked like some of these guys do it. I am not the biggest fan of doing this. They look at their suits to decide if they're going to bluff a spot or not, and just off of the body language I picked up from JD, it looked like he was using his suits to decide if he was going to bluff or not. And if my assumption is correct, it looked like he obviously rolled on a no. Not my style, but a lot of these high stakes guys tend to use those kind of intuitive things to make their decisions when it's very close.
Yeah, it's definitely an aspect of the game with so much emphasis nowadays at the highest levels on, you know, studying and really putting in the time to, you know, recognize when you're unbalanced and do, you know, your due diligence to try to rebalance in some of these spots. And, you know, I mean, a lot of people would look at that and they would be like, how on earth are you supposed to even consider, like, turning fours into a bluff? Like, you don't block anything, and, you know, like, you have no board interaction, and kind of get bogged down in that side of things. And yeah, that's definitely something that can be a little bit counterintuitive. And it's like, well, you need to mix in some bluffs, and like, what worse hands do you have here? You know, you really kind of have to dig into that on the next level of thinking. So it's, I don't know, it's really cool. I enjoyed doing the commentary for this show so much because, you know, you and all of these players are so talented that you really get to see this all on display. The preparation and the hard work, dedication to mastering the craft. Nice river card here for JD as he sort of works his way into bottom trips here.
Few of the hands bricked out, but at this point you gotta wonder if most of the hands that Dan might be calling with would also be putting in a bet. JD going to lead for small here. I guess just targeting a hand like a 9, but nothing going there for his opponent. He makes the quick fold, and JD gets rid of his nit button. A little bit of revenge. $365 back from the person who took $15,000 off him. Never hurts. One step at a time. Baby steps to get to the top.
I know you said you've been playing 4 years. That's something early on that I had to learn, that when a player stacks you, like, don't just like get your mindset on you have to get it back from that guy. You know, like, I want everybody's money at the table, right? I don't have to have, you know, be vindictive against one player because he stacked me or whatever, you know. And I find out that's just a losing proposition. If you're just targeting one player, you know, there's 8 other people at the table with you, plenty of money to be had, you know.
Fried dumplings.
And intuitively, just spitballing here, the guy who stacked you is typically going to be better than the rest of the field of players on average, because not everybody goes for stacks. There's a lot of people who are very happy to win, you know, small to medium-sized pots with their best hands, but the best players playing in the biggest games at the highest stakes are the ones who are willing to put in massive bluffs and are also trying to go for the max when they flop, you know, bottom set or an overpair or, as we saw about 10 hands ago, a flush in a multi-way pot.
Right.
Yeah, I will say, just adding a little bit of extra flavor to that, you know, if you are playing in a game where you do have the player that's just kind of really splashing around and, you know, isn't, you know, approaching all these spots with a lot of fundamentals, you know, you get stacked by that person, it can definitely alter your play style, as you're like, oh man, those chips are going to somebody, like I want them back, and
right,
you do have to temper your expectations.
I would much rather be stacked by the action player than by the tight pro who plays 8 hands an hour, 6 hands or 4 hands, you know. You know that money's never seeing the light of day again. They're just putting that in their piggy bank, burying it deep in their pocket, and you know, at least the guy giving action, or at least, let's say like an action player or an action pro, at least that money's still in circulation, but certain guys, you know, you're never seeing the light of day with it again. It's just gone from the whole table, from the whole ecosystem. It's just evaporated, it's eviscerated, it's not real anymore. And this is a really cool spot, actually. Harvey under-repped his hand, leading to a couple more calls, and Danny finding a clean squeeze spot. Harvey now clicking him back to 1,500, and Danny waking up with a real hand in a situation where he's going to have a lot of junky stuff, a lot of ace tens, a lot of the pocket eights, a lot of the king jack suiteds, but he's got the third best hand in the game, debatably, and he's out of position, 2,400 in the middle. I think there's one move and one move only here.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and Danny's certainly not the kind of guy who's going to shy away from this kind of a spot. It does look a little bit tricky trappy and kind of odd, which can always raise your eyebrows a little bit, but I mean, ace king, yeah, gets sort of warrants an all in here.
I think in position you can mix in some traps yourself and maybe not just have weaker hands on an ace or a king high board, but out of position when the pot's already quite bloated to 2,400, there's about 7K left to play for. If he's got aces, if he's got kings, it seems like it's just a cooler, but at this point Harvey's not telling a very credible story, which is why I think out of position, when you have card removal to the aces and the kings, it's just one move to make. Let's see if Danny comes to that decision. Because if he flats, Harvey might be able to steal it from him later on.
Yeah, that position is so gross to just flat. And just, if you miss your flop with ace king, what do you do? Jam and pray he doesn't have a pair, you know? It's just...
And what do you do when you see bet small on the flop and the turn? Do you still call down with your ace king? Or,
right.
You know, just like the lack of clarity is so apparent, and when you hit your ace or your king and he happens to have a hand like 2 jacks, then you just never get paid. So it's a weird spot, not often coming up, but I'm sure he'll identify the fact he's very high up in what his range of hands will be at this point, and he seems extremely willing to get the money in. But he is taking his time to make his decision.
Ace comes, oh, give me plenty.
As a lot of
know
these
that
guys
Harvey is
tend
just
to do.
chanting fold, fold, fold.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he hasn't realized how much he stepped in it after this 2.5 minute long tank. But he's not going to get the bad news just yet. Danny going to take it to the streets. 3,000 in the middle, 6,000 left to play for, and that's the issue of flatting ace king offsuit. 2 out of every 3 times you're not going to hit a pair, and now what?
Because Harvey can't put him on the ace king, so does he think he's got the 9s, 10s range?
Yeah, when your opponent does tank for that long and then put in the call, it certainly feels like 10s, you know?
Right, yeah.
And yeah, that's a little bit too face up to narrow it down to just, you know, that kind of a hand. But I mean, what else does it, right? I mean, you kind of expect ace king to rip it in on you, and You know, it's sort of 9s, jacks, 10s, that kind of ballpark. And
675.
this board doesn't particularly hit that range, so Harvey going to go ahead and put in a small continue, 675. And we've kind of been dealing with this throughout the night where the starting stack hasn't been updated throughout the hand. So 1,500 has gone in from the 6.2K of Harvey there, if that number was correct. So now we got another 675 going in. I mean, he's basically setting himself up for an SPR under 1 on the turn. And perhaps just going to pile it in there as a bluff, depending on what peels off. But let's go ahead and see. Get 7 of spades, one-liner now.
I'm not gonna pay for my own gun.
Probably not too expensive though, right?
If I were Danny, I would really consider turning this hand into a bluff now.
Yeah, repping that range there. The 9s, the 9-10 suiteds that could get there.
You could bluff for cheap. You could bluff for really cheap on this turn and decide if you want to launch on the river. Danny checks it over. Harvey checks it back. Again, for both these players, it's just a gross board, and it's going to be really difficult for Harvey to launch that barrel, but Danny might have some tricks up his sleeve right now, putting him on a hand like queens or kings. Very tough for Harvey to have a 9 as played. You would think that 9s would just double flat pre-flop if they were to flat the initial open to begin with. So,
Yeah, certainly not min-clicking it back, right? Like, that wouldn't make any sense for 9s.
now Harvey, let's see if he wants to tell a story for maybe a small bet on this river. Try to get a hand, like, I don't know exactly what Danny has to fold. Maybe another ace-queen, which, you know, I don't see a way that Harvey launches into the river here. It seems a little suicidal. The line would be very suspect, I would say.
I think he can tell a credible story, right? Aces sees this board as like, all right, let's put a little feeler out there. It comes out a one-liner. Danny's the only one with 9s, but then he checks the river. Now his hand looks like 10s, jacks, etc., which are sort of the other hands in that tank calling range pre. You can rip it all in with your aces and your kings now and try to get called by those hands. I mean, I think that story makes some sense.
Yeah, that's a good assessment at this point. Let's see how Harvey wants to play it. Small bet, incoming.
1,600.
This one's always weird. You just rarely see anything under half pot
One of the weirdest things I've ever
closing
played.
the action, but he is going to go for the tickle.
Yeah, Danny said it.
Yeah, he said it's one of the worst hands he's ever played. I mean,
Yeah, sorry for taking a while. This is just like really, really hard.
It's okay, in 2 minutes I'm gonna go back there and see what both you guys have.
It's a 10-minute stare down between these two, and
right?
I don't think any player will put them on what they got.
Wow.
Tournament final table preview right there.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Let's talk.
I want to know what you had. GTO Wizard stuff right there.
Could have ended pre-flop. I would have ended that hand in 4 seconds.
You guys had the same hand probably. Same hand.
I don't.
No, we didn't have the same hand. For sure.
I mean, multi-way with ace-king sucks. Early position, flatting sucks. Like, I think Danny had something in mind, and it just played out differently than I think what he thought. But Harvey took it down with the final bet. He didn't give up.
That was really interesting. That was,
A lot better or a lot worse?
one of the most unique 10-minute videos I've ever commentated on, that's for sure.
That's the truth.
Oh, you can ask Aaron. Aaron does this every week on these big streams. I mean, that's not normal, right? I mean, that's not.
Yeah, that was very out of the ordinary, and I love seeing these non-standard plays for sure.
Right.
Because it really makes you think, and you can also just like suffer along with the player, right? Like you're on a node that you should never be on, or that you would rarely be on, and here you are. You got to make the best of it. What are you gonna do? And,
I was uncomfortable watching that. I really was.
That made me very uncomfortable. That was a tough one to watch. I imagine you guys are not going to clip that.
Raised to 625.
JD here waking up with the kings, and fair bit of dead money out there, so he'll attack this.
Every street of that hand.
Also, a bit of backstory during the game. Carlos folded jacks earlier to JD when I think he said he had ace deuce.
Yep.
Doubt he would lie on the stream. But that was a pretty interesting fold. It would have been interesting if it came queen high. Obviously, this board, not much going on, but it's always interesting when players get into leveling wars because they might feel like they made a poor decision earlier. They might feel like they're getting attacked because if you're on the floor, you can just table change, seat change, walk around, leave. When you're playing a 5 or 6 hour stream, sometimes you're just feeling like you're getting picked on, and this might be the spot to take a stand, and he decides it is. No spade, no ace, but he does block the ace-king and the ace-queen, and he gets it through the pocket kings. JD zigging when he needs to zag, zagging when he needs to zig, and Carlos taking this one down.
And Snap turns it over to, I don't know. I mean, to each their own, and it's fair play. Like, he got a good bluff through, but like, I mean, that's the guy that just got stacked for 15K with top set. And I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna roll over my bluff right into his face there, personally. But you know, Carlos, he got one through. He's feeling pumped, so you know. Enjoy the
I guess the knit button game too, right? Did Carlos have his button? Was that his to give up? Was that him giving up his button?
I think he had the button as well. Otherwise, I don't think he would have shown it.
Oh, okay. I take it all back.
We have a Hustler Casino Live owner, Ryan Feldman, in the chat. He wants a seat in this game.
That's what I kind of like. I don't know.
I think he's a little too good for this lineup, though. I think
Bring it on.
Might break the game right away. Ryan is one of those guys who is super action, but very, very aware of the game around him. So he'll play 1 out of every 3 hands, do a bunch of crazy stuff, but he is hyper aware of his image, hyper aware of the situations around him, and definitely a good time to see on the streams when he pops into his own, or played on the Champs one about a month ago. Gave a ton of action, plays extremely well, extremely loose, extremely aggressive.
We welcome all kinds of players here, so.
So silly.
I can't wait to watch this.
Check on the turn. Ace high.
I was trying to think who would have more 9s there.
Dan's not going to have too many worse hands, so he's going to YOLO this for an overbet. See if he can just get it through.
Sorry.
And P-Man. Gonna go ahead and have to pay this out.
Are you involved in this one?
Yes, because you bet 300 there, don't you?
Got Danny and P-Man with the 1 in front of their V-pips. We got AJ given a lot of action today. 43% in this game is not an easy feat to accomplish.
Yeah, JD was down in that 19% range for a long time tonight, which is not normal for him. Here, he's one of the guys that gives a lot of action in these streams, but see how things kind of changed a little bit. These guys tend to play after stream as well. These guys are guys that play together all the time, so I imagine even after this 6-hour stream, they will continue to grind it out, try to beat each other up.
A lot of flat calling here. Dan's going to pounce on this from the small blind. King, queen, oh, makes it 450 to go. Nice chunky size. Venom likes the suited connector. He'll come along for the ride. And P-Man here getting a decent price. With just Carlos behind, he'll invite him into the pot as well. We'll go 4 ways to a flop.
Pretty fun flop here. Venom with the open ender. Dan smashing it with top pair here. Nobody has the diamond draw, but
And a little bit too much dust here for P-Man and Carlos, so we're going to check all the way through. And the diamond.
At 625.
1/3 delayed C-bet here. Problem for Benham, of course, is he could already be dead. So he's out of there, and that'll be the end of that one. Coming up on the 10 o'clock hour, I'll be turning this over to Eric for the remainder of the night in just a little bit. But do want to remind everybody about a couple of our tournaments. We got the Deuces 7 single draw tournament coming to Austin. It'll be kicking off this Sunday, and for sure also on October 22nd. So a couple of these in the mix, and we'll see how the turnouts go, and hopefully they're successful, so we'll get to keep that one going. Very much looking forward to that. You a Deuces 7 single draw guy at all there, Ryan?
You ever played any of the mixed games like that?
One of my friends is a mixed game specialist. He's actually won more WSOP bracelets than anybody else this decade. He's a deuce through 7 Raz specialist, but I personally, I've never played one of those games. I can't play limit games. I'm a limit hold'em whale.
Well, Deuces 7 single draw is no limit, and it is fantastic, and I think you would enjoy it very much.
Well, one day you guys could teach me, and we could play it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet either, so I'm curious. I've played some of the other ones, Raz, and some of those other limit ones that he mentioned, but no limit sounds fun.
Wolfgang here facing a open to 75 and a 3-bet in front. He's going to put in the cold 4 from the straddle position.
Yep.
I would say like my main language at this point is more pandas than Python.
And gets it through.
There's so much pandas.
Yeah.
I usually work within pandas to try to solve things.
Yeah, when I use pandas, I use
Aaron, I mentioned I'm mostly a 2-5, 1-2 player. The 9s, the 8s, in that situation that Harvey was just in, it's in those games, we don't play quite as deep. We're not sitting there with 1,000 big blinds like in a lot of these games, the bigger stake games. So, 4 betting and 5 betting even with the 9s, 10s, just it gets a little tougher to do. It gets a little tougher to get through. But these guys, play really well, and you see the ace 5 suited, 4 bet and take down pots sometimes that in other stakes they shouldn't. So that's definitely something I like watching on here and trying to find spots to incorporate in my game and some of the lower stakes. If the stack sizes are where they should be to where I can get away with it, but it's definitely more difficult, I think, in the lower stakes games to do that.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what you're saying, it's difficult to find 4 bets with hands like 9s and the suited aces and the suited Broadway type hands, because not a lot of people 3-bet enough in those stakes, but as you play bigger and bigger, people are not really entering pots without aggression. As you see in this game, a lot of 3-betting, which leads to a lot more 4-betting, because inherently people's 3-betting ranges aren't just queens, kings, aces, and ace-king.
We don't see a lot of family pots. That's not even a term in these stakes.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's so much to be learned, too, just about the dynamics in particular between cutoff button and then the blinds and the straddles, because, we're playing a 3-blind game and very often a 4-blind game here. So the dynamics when you start getting into, button open, small blind 3-bet, and there's still several players left to act that haven't even had a chance to be aggressive yet, right? So those are the sort of situations where you see a lot more of the 4-betting, the cold 4-betting with hands as low down in the range as 9s from Wolfgang there, and maybe even mixing in 8s or 7s, right? Because, those dynamics are very unique to a 3 or 4 blind game, and you know, some of that translates over, and a lot of it doesn't. So there's just so much uniqueness about this game that just so fantastic to watch.
400.
Wolfgang here, another premium. He's had a lot of the big pocket pairs. Has another safe flop here. His 2 overcards and a gutty for Danny. And he's in position, so he'll make the call.
This would be an interesting spot for Wolfgang to mix in a check here. I think Danny would bet a lot of his tens himself, and it would be a good spot for him to allow him to protect his range if he has a hand like King Queen, Ace King, a lot of the overcards that can't really withstand a lot of heat. He tends to agree here. I like the check a lot. Danny not going to take the bait. He's going to take the free card and
I like Venom.
I like Venom too, but like, you know.
see the river.
Been a while since.
I like it too. I mean, you run the risk of the overcards hitting, but there's only so many of those in the deck, and you know, let your opponent try to catch something.
You remember last time we got him, so we gotta get him.
So he's due.
Still don't know what the
Jack
river
of
is
Hearts
yet.
is a very key card here as well. Feel a lot safer checking turn when you do have that in your hand, but he is going to get maximally coolered here as one of the few queens left in the deck peels off, and the bet check bet line is in force for very small block size.
Yeah, I like this. 10% on the river. And let's see what happens. Danny gonna just call here. And Wolfgang loses the minimum.
Loses the absolute minimum.
So he goes 10%, targeting a hand like pocket 6s or an 8, 10. And he doesn't get raised from his opponent when he hits top pair. So well executed from Wolfgang, obviously. Some other players would have played that differently and taken down the pot, but at the end of the day, you can't be focused on results. You got to play your hands for what they're worth, and in this case, I think he played the hand well, but unfortunate for him, the chips are being shipped in his opponent's direction.
Yeah, unfortunately for him,
Yeah, I did.
3-outer, the three queens there. I mean, he had it straight out as well, but that was pretty gross.
I would have been really interested to see if Wolfgang would consider turning his hand into a bluff if Danny raised that. A really fun hand to mess around with, and especially when Danny checks back that turn. I don't know how many flush draws he'll have at that point in time. So
with the Jack of Hearts in his hand, yeah.
Jack of Hearts, moves Jack 9 or moves Jack high flushes. Not that Danny has too many when he checks back the turn, but yeah, really interesting hand there. A lot of interesting hands over the last hour I've been in this booth too.
We normally do have the equity graphic there, you know, showing the player's equity. Haven't had it up tonight, but we'll get that back up. That was something I was curious looking at, you know, what bad a shape Danny was in on that last hand, you know, on the turn. Didn't have a ton of outs, but got there, you know, and it happens.
Take another peek at the profit and loss here. Dan and Danny sitting up at the top, both over 10K in the positive. JD stuck 12.5. Still sitting on a healthy chunk of change though. Can spin that up in a heartbeat if he gets into a big one with Dan or Danny, perhaps even Carlos, who's also over 10K.
Yeah, the Dans are killing it, and the 2 letters are getting crushed.
Well, we've got 2 hours to go in the stream. I can imagine we'll see some more chips flying around, getting passed back and forth. So.
Yeah, if we get this new player in the game, which I don't know if that's the case or not, that would be definitely a spicy meatball thrown into the mix.
I'm going to call a bluff there for the guy in the chat, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see who shows up.
Wait long enough, it'll.
Currently the table's full,
Long
but
enough, it'll turn white, but yeah. It's hard when the light's still green to see what your hand is.
Wolfgang rocking a 34% VPIP, so anybody in the chat thinking he's not giving action is just dead wrong today. Second to only AJ, who's at an astounding 41%. Especially for this game. Sometimes 41% is pretty easy when it's a very call-happy table. People are happy to see flops, but today a lot of squeezing, a lot of aggressive action being taken, a lot of tough professionals in the lineup. So
Yeah, I've played with P-Man quite a few times on 2-5, and he's not afraid to put chips in whatsoever if he senses weakness. So he just hadn't found himself in those spots tonight either. So you know, he's in that 20% range, but that's probably not normal for him either.
To 175.
Oh no, once again, small blind opening it up. JD with pocket jacks.
Raised to 600.
This time king queen, last time it was ace queen. JD has a tendency of flopping sets in these situations. It's deja vu all over again. Danny obviously not going anywhere with his king queen of spades and heads up to a flop, 1200 in the middle.
Heads up.
Oh. How about 2 kings right off the bat?
The first king sucks, the second king's a little bit better. Makes you a little less uncomfortable and
375.
the unfortunate thing for Danny here is just playing out of position. Anything you do here kind of feels awkward. Raising here feels a bit face up. Calling here kind of sucks because now JD just gets to decide if he wants to put money in on the turn or not. And on that club, it's looking like JD is either way ahead or way behind. Maybe Danny called with a hand like pocket eights one time, but might be tough for JD to get, or Danny to get any more value out of this hand.
Checks back smartly.
And especially now. Might see a tiny bet out of Danny, but not going to be a big one. Certainly not.
Depends on who's playing, but it's usually more true to a 5-10. Sometimes 5-10.
Danny checks it over.
Check and JD
yeah. Going to check it back.
Wow.
Nothing going right for JD today, but that run out might have saved him about $1,000, maybe 1,500 on the river.
Yeah, Aaron, do you see if Danny puts out a little blocker bet there, JD having the opportunity to do something?
I mean, call is pretty much the only thing in his wheelhouse there. He's going to have a lot of flushes that can you know, do all the calling and raising and the aggressive actions there. But the 2 red jacks are super dust by that run
super
out.
dusty, yeah.
And, you know, yeah, you can pay off a little block bet, you know, if Danny puts out, you know, 1/6 pot or something. You can think about looking it up, but I mean, yeah, I certainly don't think he's ever going to turn that into a bluff, regardless of the bet from Danny or not.
3 players.
Yeah, and so frequently, right? Like, I mean, and we all know this just from our own experience, without necessarily having to do any studying or really looking into the nitty-gritty. It's like you find yourself on the river, the texture has changed multiple times. You go from what was a strong hand to now just like very middle of the road at best, and like you're just praying to show down your hand, right? You're not trying to put any pressure on your opponent. You're not thinking about, you know, should I be turning this into a bluff? It's just, you know, tunnel vision on get to showdown and hope for the best. And I think the red jacks there are just solidly in that camp.
Yeah, certainly for JD. I think check back is the only real option that makes sense. You can certainly have a lot of ace highs or queen highs that need to try to at least get something to fold. But in that situation, when check 2 on the river, I think it's a pretty clean hand to just knuckle it back and hope you beat something like red 8s or something.
Nice check here by AJ, getting Danny to put out a bet with his 5s. He's going to lead out on the river, though.
450.
With his trips.
Yeah, and he did this to me earlier when I thought he had an ace, and part of me, been a little punty this week, not going to lie. Been a little punty, so I tried to play a little better today, but part of me really wanted to go all in there. And it would have been very difficult, I think, for him to call even with trips. But I got a little scared. Certainly not the same situation now. I don't think AJ's folding, and Danny now deciding if there is a single bluff that he can have in this situation. 2-5's certainly a pretty bad candidate, because if he were to bluff, maybe he'd use a hand like 4-5. But AJ really likes these stop and goes, I guess. Danny,
Yeah, anytime you see check, check, flop, and then check, call, turn, then lead river, the story is just really awkward. And so I understand sitting there and trying to kind of piece your way through it there, because it's almost like Danny's hand isn't really relevant there. It's like, how does this story add up? And
what bluff is he ever calling with on the second 8 pairs there on the turn? Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to take us to the second dealer change here, and that is going to do it for me. So it's been a great pleasure hanging out with you here in the booth, Ryan. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
yeah, look forward to watching the rest of the stream here. Eric, go ahead and take it away for the rest of the night. Thanks to everybody who tuned in and still hanging out with us here this evening. Enjoy the last 2 hours of the broadcast, and I'll see y'all next week.
Awesome. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
I don't think we should bet. I feel bad.
We got a new dealer coming in. We're going to do a
Yeah, I wouldn't bet you 'cause I'm
PLO
out.
hand
If I was on
here,
the button,
a flip.
we press. I pulled the 50. Flip, PLO flip.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, give big props to Aaron. He does this every week on the Tuesday stream. I get the privilege of joining him. He's got a great voice, a lot of knowledge, great tournament player. I really enjoyed being able to do this with him. I think I've learned a lot about commentating poker and how to read, a lot of these hands and situations. So thank you again, Aaron McAvoy.
Oh, no.
This is Michael, who's dealing now for these last 2 hours. There's 232 of you still watching. Thank you for still sticking it out with us.
2 pair. Add to the straight. Oh, this trip's
wow. Unbeatable almost. Very nice.
Looked like P-Man was happy with his hand. Let's see what he's got there. Maybe an ace-high flush.
Top post.
Oh, 5-7. Oh, no.
I know it's no good, but it's ace queen.
Yeah, but
Ace-queen, maybe. Don't see what he has.
But you said I don't have anything.
no, I mean.
AJ had ace-queen.
Okay.
So scoop me on the side action.
I would have been.
Must have been a flush there. PM gets the PLO hand there to start us off. Back to the 5-10-25 no limit hold'em. This is hand number 101 for the night.
I bet you when you're on a bed, though, I know.
Had some good action so far. Got some stacks that have gotten pretty big here. Our first-time player, Dan, who was down about 7K, is now up 14,000 for the night. So let's see if he continues to build off of that.
No, Wolfgang with his favorite hand, pocket sevens. Usually wears a hat with a couple of sevens on
Right.
it. And P-Man with his favorite hand, pocket aces.
Pairs all around.
He seems like the kind of guy whose favorite hand would be pocket aces.
See a 7 being folded. I see an ace being folded. Would this be the time for the 5s to spike the baby set and put a cooler on? We haven't seen set over set tonight. Probably not going to here, but you never know. Pretty good size raise here from P-Man. P-Man was probably hoping this was going to go heads up, but and there's the 5.
Dizzy.
There's the 5. I guess I asked for it. Sorry, P-Man.
Yeah, red aces is pretty tough hand to get away from if you play this one. Tough to be beaten this board. You're only beat by pocket 5s, pocket 2s. I doubt you get double flatted by any of those 2-pair combos pre-flop.
I was in this same scenario the other day, but the guy did have the overset there, so I got pocket 5s. I hit a set. Thank goodness the guy only had about a quarter of my stack. It was pretty gross, though.
That is gross. Gonna raise right away. Trying to target the king X, the aces, charge those club draws if they were to have them. And the fact that king is a heart makes it likely for, or possible for one of these two players to have a king and a club draw, which would obviously be happy piling as much money into this pot as possible right now.
P-Man is one of the smarter players that I've played with. If anybody can get away from this hand, not on this street probably, but if anybody can get away, I think it's him, but this is going to be tough. You know, a lot of the king X of clubs could be raising here. Got to be on his mind.
Yeah.
No, in December.
Oh, in December. I think so. That's my goal anyway. What about you? You're not going to be able to?
No, yeah, I like finished finals like at the start of day 1.
Gives him a few more outs.
So I play like the later flags.
Let's see if Venom goes ahead and leads out here. He does, all in. He must know that P-Man's got a big, big hand.
Wow, he rips it.
Rips it.
Yeah, I definitely am.
It'd be nice to like.
Oh, I guess the graphics just took a second to catch up. He's ripped it for about pot. Thought he ripped it for a pot and a half. That's a really, it's a really sick shove, honestly. He's really trying to level him into thinking he's got something like a club draw. King X of clubs could definitely take this line at this point. It's going to be very difficult for P-Man to fold this hand. Red aces versus this kind of aggression. And you have the wheel draw now. You're not drawing dead against a ton of hands at this point. And Venom, the kind of player who's willing to unload with some bluffs.
F1's going to be all gone by then, right?
And if he does have a set, you have 2 aces and, you know, 4 3s in the deck, you can still hit. Of course, we see a lot of those are taken out of the deck because we can see the cards that people have folded, but in his mind, that should be something that he's thinking about. Not a lot of bluffs, not a lot of value. That's the issue.
Right, and he could, definitely put him on an ace jack of clubs, king X of clubs, like we mentioned. It's just a tough spot to be in. Anytime you've got one pair, whether it's aces or any other, just single pair, and somebody shoves on you for your full stack, it's going to make you feel uncomfortable. But that's what you're supposed to do in this game, is put your opponent to the test. And, Venom's got the goods, though.
Where do you watch the race?
Plenty of players would just snap call this, no matter what the stakes are. But P-Man's really thinking about this.
Yeah, it's very tough to fold aces. Much harder to fold aces on stream.
Yeah. You in theory get a hotel room, say like.
You saw the backlash from Wolfgang folding his kings.
I saw that in real time. That was a sight for sore eyes, to say the least.
You can't see the whole thing. You wouldn't be able to see the whole thing from like.
Oh, I thought he was about to fold it. He's going to fold it. Good fold. I mentioned that he's a really sharp guy. One of the guys that is able to fold that hand there.
All I know is it's going for a lot of money.
Wow. He just told him he had aces. He showed him his 5s. Very gentlemanly of Venom to show him that hand, but wow. Good fold there.
I had a set. 5.
Usually at this time of the stream, they like to ask everybody that's still hanging in there with us where you're watching from. We are here at TCH Live in Dallas, Texas. We have 2 locations here. This one is in Dallas, off Harry Hines Boulevard. We have another location called TCH Social. That's in Las Colinas, in the Irving area. Tell us where you're watching the stream from. We've had people watch from all across the country and across the pond as well, and other countries, even Australia. So let us know where you're watching from. Hope you're enjoying it. We like you guys interacting with us in the chat.
How good you feel in that river? Nutter nuts. You're
Pretty good.
You're like nutter nuts. The sneaky nutter nuts.
I thought you had aces, and that the river, you were just going to snap full. Little did I know.
Pittsburgh, PA. Charleston, South Carolina. Mr. Blake.
You probably can't believe your eyes when you see that.
Yeah.
Basically, no spots. I'm like, are you kidding?
Not a lot going in this hand so far. Probably anybody that leads out is going to take this one down. Wolfgang with the strongest holding here with ace-queen. There we go, Melbourne, Australia. Frank joining us again from Mass. Got Ethan Montgomery from Austin. Mr. Bill joining us from Florida. Port St. Lucie. Wolfgang catching his queen on the river. Doug McCusker Poker watching from Sacramento. Sai Krishna watching from Plano. That's my old stomping grounds. I was born and raised in Plano. Good spot. Down there, we've got the player earnings up again. Dan still holding pretty strong with almost 13,000 in profit tonight. Danny Marks there in seat 4, 11.3K. Carlos and P-Man up just a modest number, $600 and $500. But it's always good to be up instead of stuck.
Yeah. Just close off all the sidewalks.
All right,
You
JD,
cross the
black
strip.
aces, out of the
They
cutoff.
really walk across the strip.
And Dan,
They're
pure
gonna close the
3-bet
bridges.
in these positions. And I imagine the 4-bet will come in and
Half the casinos are
Dan's going to
outside the
peel
loop,
in
so, like,
position.
it's hard to get outside the loop.
Deja vu from about
Right.
an hour ago when we saw a $30,000 pot unfold where JD got stacked. JD just picking up a bunch of big pairs today. He had jacks twice, one of which he flopped a set against some guy's top 2.
That was nasty.
Nasty. He also flopped top set against Dan, who put a ton of aggression and led to him getting there, getting the rest of JD's stack. And now we're going to see a flop with 1,500 in the middle and 13,000 left to play for, so a ton of cash left.
Oh, this is the action flop that we're looking for right here. 2 players that have already been involved in a huge pot. JD does have the ace of clubs.
Yeah, very dangerous board for JD, especially if that club draw comes through. It's going to be very difficult for him to put Dan on that when he has that ace of clubs blocker. Going to start with the small bets. I'm sure he would with every hand here. Obviously, Dan not going anywhere, and he seems like the kind of guy who's going to just call this in position, which he does.
He's in 7th grade. Started football.
And first pitch, right off the bat, nails the flush.
I was hoping after the first contact he'd want to.
JD's got outs, but this is just not his night. He normally just crushes these streams, but he's run into a couple of really bad spots tonight. He's going to check it over to him, though.
Yeah, JD going to give him a little bit of rope, a little bit of pot control he's looking towards, but Dan is trying to make this pot out of control.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, 5'7" already.
He overbet earlier as a bluff. Now he's reaching deep into his stack for about a pot-sized turn bet. on a card that really changes the texture of this board, really targeting those big overpairs with a club, of which he blocks 2 of them.
Missy wave down. He's a big soccer fan. He plays goalie too. So.
Yeah, there was 2,200 in the pot. He bets just under that.
Big kick out of that.
JD with probably the worst hand for him to have in this situation. It's going to be very difficult for him to get away on this river. This turn is obviously a easy call, but if the board breaks out and Dan goes for all of it, JD is going to be put into a world of hurt.
Right, now he's got 2 pair, you know.
Does he play? He plays?
Doesn't change anything.
3 of diamonds really changes nothing. Obviously, hand like 2 9s, he was already behind, so a super brick. The only difference is Dan might be behind a hand like 2 9s. Very unlikely for him to have that. JD looks like he's got about 8,500 left in his stack, 6,500 in the pot. Dan's shown the propensity of putting in some big bluffs. Let's see if he does the same thing for value.
Yeah. Especially, once I was...
Didn't really see him eyeing JD's stack. That's a 5K chip JD's got out in front.
Did you go to any soccer school or something? Or you were just playing it friends?
Yeah. There were a lot of like programs in Dallas.
Yeah, and this spot looks like a snap call at this point. Dan can definitely have some worse hands for value. JD understanding that, he makes the call, and he is not having himself a good day. Paying off yet again in a spot that's extremely difficult to fold. One of those situations where you just find yourself with the best bluff catcher you'll ever have. You beat value. He's very capable of bluffing, your opponent is, and sometimes it's just not your night.
Right. And JD, like the rest of us, is very competitive, but that's what you want to see out of a poker player. When you win, win with humility, and when you lose, same thing. Take it. He tapped the table, said nice hand. He kind of giggled and smirked because it's just not his night. It's just running bad. But JD's one of the best players that we've had over the last 3 years on our stream. Constantly runs good on and off stream. Just a really, really solid player, and just ran into, a really bad beat there.
Yeah, and sometimes you see these professionals that just expect to win every night, so when they don't win, they throw a bit of a hissy fit. They get upset, they get annoyed at the situation, but JD, cognizant professional, he knows that he's doing very well in this location. He has to be the role model that he is if he's going to continue to do what he does.
Yeah, in that situation he was in too, he was smart, checked the turn, wanted to see what his opponent would do. His opponent immediately let out. JD didn't just jam his whole stack in there with, the ace of clubs. Could have lost his whole stack there. Most people probably would have lost their whole stack there. So well played, really by both guys. Just a hand kind of played itself.
What's up, Carlos? How you doing, buddy? You want to play some pots?
Sure. And I think a really good bet from Dan on the river too. He's really targeting those overpairs, and I think when you begin to jam, some of those hands might begin to fold, but
put the board like
for a 75% pot bet on the river, it's going to be really difficult to fold even jacks.
Yeah.
Put it over there.
You like big loads?
Mo the Cat is watching from Baltimore, Maryland at Maryland Live Casino. Welcome in the chat.
You said it twice too, right? You use the same phrase. But...
Thank y'all for chiming in on where you're watching from. Good to see that we've got some people that are watching from all over. Texas Poker. We have rooms in Austin, Houston, Spring, which is right near Houston. They have 2 rooms. We have 2 rooms here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We actually have one in the Rio Grande Valley, kind of close down there by Padre. Really cool spot down there. So there's plenty of Texas Card House locations to play at in the state of Texas. These are legal rooms. Pretty exciting time to be a poker player in Texas.
I know why. I know why.
Wow, so the Fisher 474 in the chat says he was watching earlier when Dan was down 11K. I didn't even realize it was that much that he was down. I thought it was in the 7 or 8K range. So yeah, this is Texas poker right here. You can be down heaps of cash and you know, make a big comeback just by hitting big hands and playing really well, which Dan has done both. And he's now the big winner on our show. First time he's been in this room, this card room. So first time in our room and first time on our stream, and he is just absolutely crushing it. We do have another hour and a half left, so we will see if he's able to hang on to those chips or, you know, put a big dent in other people, or if somebody can get a little back from him.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see the mentality some of these newer players have when they jump on a stream for the first time if they're up a bunch.
Right.
Are they willing to gamble it up? Are they going to give action, or are they just going to be purely on lockdown? And, you know, we'll see what happens. A lot of the hands that he's played so far, he's in position, facing 4-bets, infinitely deep, and he's just tended to get there. But we'll see as the night winds down if he's going to give any back or how he's going to play the last 2 hours of the stream. Potentially deeper than he's ever been. I don't know much about him, but not a lot of people are comfortable playing $40,000 effective.
Right. Yeah, he's one that normally does keep one of the bigger stacks. You know, he's not afraid to add on. He likes to have one of the bigger stacks at the table. There's a couple other players that we've had that just buy in for ridiculous amounts and just have 10 to 20x, you know, the next closest stack, you know, but it brings action, so.
JD throwing the party. 21,000 in the red.
He's another one, though, that can get it back quick.
He's no stranger to running good. He's had a lot of big pairs today, but only one of them have panned out for him so far.
Seems like we're having a little bit of difficulty reading the cards for this hand, so we may have a mystery hand here. 10 high board. JD, Carlos, and AJ are all still in the hand. AJ's going to lead out for 150 and take it down. These cards they're playing with have RFID chips in them. If you see the circles, little green circles look like bullseyes in front of each player. That's the location where the scanner is. It reads the RFID cards, sends that message back to our system, which then puts up, displays what the cards are to us. We're on a 10-15 minute delay here, so obviously the players don't know what's going on. They can find out 15 minutes later, but we're all watching together, me here in the booth and you guys. We're basically watching this live as it's being run. So a lot of times the players will have already found out what's happened while I'm commentating, but we won't know about it. We were laughing when you, Rye Guy, when you got in there and were commentating about how you didn't run good, and we were just watching your hand, and then you were already in the chat because because you were already off the stream. But
yeah, good times, good times. It's one of those hands that you know is going to happen, but you just hope it happens in the smaller games.
Right.
And you grow older and you learn how to deal with those coolers a lot better.
100%.
First time I lost a 25K pot, I was out of commission for about 10 days. It was a rough one. And today it didn't really hurt much. I didn't feel it much. First off, because your skin becomes a little thicker, but also because I don't think I did something wrong.
Right.
That hand I was referring to happened about a year and a half ago, and I felt like I misplayed the hand, which caused me to lose that 25K pot. But today, I just thought it was a cooler. Hands that I beat that he can be value jamming with, and potentially some bluffs. Not a lot, but there are some. So when that's the case, when you can beat hands for value, when he can be bluffing as well, it's just an easy snap call. And unfortunately for me, he had one of the two hands I thought he could have that could beat me. But it happens. And
yeah, that was a tough one, and I know you were able to listen to it afterwards after you left the stream, and you were able to hear us commentating. I mean, we both were just like, there's not a whole lot of ways he's going to get away from this, having top two pair. And
I think Aaron broke it down really well. I wasn't very comfortable that I had the best hand, but it's just really bad poker if I fold it.
Yeah.
So when that's the case, you just kind of got to lose and be okay with losing.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's a hand Carlos is going to decide to bluff in. He doesn't make a whole lot of bluffs here. It's a small pot. He's just going to take a stab, see if he can take this one down. But unfortunately, Wolfgang does have 2 pair and probably isn't scared of that 4-liner.
Nice raise from Wolfgang.
I like it, yeah.
Correctly identifying that Carlos calling out of the small blind isn't going to have a lot of 6s. Going to put in a value raise with his 2 pair in a spot that a lot of people would just call afraid of that 6. And obviously in this case, Carlos has queen high, so unless he wants to get crazy with it, he's just going to offload his hand straight into the muck. But
yeah, and it's a small enough raise, you know, for how deep they're playing that if he does do something crazy, Wolfgang can fold, you know, and put him on a 6.
2 pairs good.
He said 2 pairs good. Good read.
Good read.
Never thought about that.
I get that a lot.
Sound like Doug?
I used to commentate on one of the LA shows.
Okay.
I won't say which one.
Yeah.
But the main comment I used to get was, is that Doug Polk commentating? And on one hand, you know, some people aren't the biggest fan of him. But on the other hand, he's done extremely well for himself in this industry.
And for poker, absolutely.
And for poker.
Yeah.
Extended the game extremely far. So thank you, Blake. Appreciate that.
And definitely done a lot for poker in the state of Texas. So. Couple of suited gapped hands here. P-Man really gets all the equity here with the club draw. Leads out, takes it down. And again, you know, Wolfgang, even though it has maybe a tight image, he's one of the most aggressive on this stream. It wouldn't seem like it, but he's raised the most pre-flop. His VPIP is pretty high. He's played a lot of hands.
Yeah, Wolfgang was at a college football game this weekend, and I think he was on one when he came in. He was really energetic, really wanted to play hands, you could tell, and I don't know how much that factored into his play early on, but it certainly felt like he was getting out of line a little more than usual.
Gotcha.
When you have a fun weekend like that, it tends to roll over into your poker game from time to time, I've noticed. P-Man's got ace-king, AJ's got fake ace-king. Maybe cards are misread, or maybe he misread them himself. Or maybe he just wants to come after P-Man after him making that big fold with aces. Obviously, ace-king not going anywhere in this situation. The only question is 4-bet or flat.
We saw the ace-8 of diamonds, you know, in a game this big, you know, easy fold. A lot of people in the smaller stakes games will take those suited aces to any raise.
P-Man getting a little trappy here. Decides to disguise the strength of his ace-king offsuit in position. And this is the issue when you call ace-king, is what do you do when you don't hit an ace or a king? AJ can certainly have a jack. He can have a ton of pairs, and obviously with ace-king, you're ahead of every non-paired hand at this point. So when AJ throws in this small bet, you're definitely going to continue for one street. The question is, how much does AJ want to represent this board, and how convincing will his story be in P-Man's mind?
Yeah, similar to the hand that Danny Marks played earlier. You know, just flatting with the ace-king, and then you brick.
Yeah.
You may face a bet and then have to call. And we'll see if AJ continues to bet or if he slows down.
And I think the biggest difference between the two hands is because P-Man's playing in position, the hand becomes a lot more difficult for AJ to navigate post-flop, and a lot easier for P-Man to decide, for example, on this turn, to just check it back and realize his equity. But if P-Man's playing out of position, it becomes a lot more difficult to range his opponent, which is why I think flatting a hand like ace-king offsuit in this situation makes a lot more sense than the hand prior, when he could have just shoved all in. If it's a cooler, it's a cooler. If he has a hand like aces or kings, you're obviously in bad shape, but most of his hands that he's going to be 4-betting are hands like queens and jacks, along with a plethora of bluffs that he's just going to have to offload.
Right.
And at that point, you just take down 2,500 uncontested, which you know, as we saw, would have worked. Or his opponent might just have put it in with ace-queen because his line just looks really sketchy, and he might just level himself to calling it in with ace-queen. I 5-bet jammed ace-queen earlier and got called by ace-queen. So it's definitely not impossible.
We were pretty wilded out about that one, but you know, you guys both had the knit buttons, I think, in that one, and
I think we both understand that each of us have a little bit.
So they
of
do both have the ace-king.
Yeah,
It wasn't
I figured there was a bit of a misread there.
There was a misread there. They both had the same hand. Every now and then those card readers will, you have to have both cards on that card reader at the same time for it to read the cards. Sometimes they can pick up a card from the previous hand or a card from a player next to it. Yeah. So they both had the ace-king there, chopped the pot, made a little bit more sense once I figured he was going to get called down, though, with that smaller size bet. Again, it's, you know, hard to get a bluff through on one of the smarter players at the table.
Yeah, I think he's betting for value there. I think he's targeting the ace-queens of the world. You bet 5% on the river, give someone 20-1 or 10-1. They're almost never going to fold. So I think that's underutilized bet sizing for lower stakes games. For example, if you wind up with third or fourth pair on the river and you're pretty sure your opponent has a hand like ace-king or ace-queen, especially in these 3-bet pots.
Absolutely.
For example, like pocket nines on a jack-10 high board that has one street of aggression and checks back the turn. I think you have the green light to go for some really thin value, because at the end of the day, you give someone 8-1, they're not going to fold.
Yep. So here's that same ace-8 of diamonds that we saw earlier, you know, folded, but this time it's, you know, that player's opening up. Big difference to, you know, call a big bet with it versus opening up. Got to him in the big blind, and he decided to 3-bet, takes it down.
Yeah, you saw Dan in there with the king 5 suited. Definitely giving a little more action now.
Yep.
Mixing it up. I like it. Got a big stack. You might as well use it.
Doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's just going to punt it off, though, you know?
Definitely not the kind of guy who's going to punt it off. If he's going to be in there, he's going to be in there with reasonable bluffs. If he's putting a lot of money in, he's definitely got equity to continue or a really good spot to take, or, as we saw a couple times today, a really good hand.
Absolutely. Danny raising it up. Benham's going to call with the Jack 4.
Suited Robbie. Both players miss, but Benham with a couple of fun backdoors and nothing he wants to do with that versus a big bet from Danny.
Well, Wolfgang finishes biz as the game continues after the stream. It depends, yeah. It kind of depends.
What's interesting with Wolfgang being up, you know, a few $1,000s, he's had a good night, but he really hadn't had to go to showdown very much.
Hey, when you're in the business, you're supposed to be able to, you know, move yourself around.
Yeah, Wolfgang's the kind of player who wants to continue to apply pressure. He'll try to get a lot of pots heads up. He'll try to navigate post-flop in position, and when you do all of those things, you rarely reach showdown. A telltale sign of a very good player is, are they raising a lot? When they enter pots, are they the aggressor, and how often do they show down their hands? And if they're raising most of the time they enter pots and they're not showing down a lot, you can make a pretty strong assumption that they're very tight and quite aggressive with it, because they're putting a lot of pressure on their opponents and making their lives very difficult to, one, realize their equity, but also show down their marginal hands.
Nice. Both players hitting this flop. P-Man getting the better of it with his ace.
Yeah, the first time I was really nervous. I never bought in for that much. And then...
What was the game?
10, 20, 40.
But they all play bigger.
Yeah.
Those are the biggest games. And that's the smallest.
And I got
of all
crushed,
the
so I came back another time. I got crushed again, I came back another time, I got crushed again. So I have some of my money's out there I need to get back.
Again, if you're watching this and you're in the Dallas area and you're interested in maybe playing on one of these streams, the person to contact is Mallory. She runs these games.
He's under Dick
You can
again?
contact her at TCH Live, DTX at texascardhouse.com. You can scan this QR code that's on the screen right now or shoot her a text. There's also a link on our website under the TCH Live tab where you can give all your information and tell us what stakes you want to play, what city you want to play the live stream in. We do have a live stream in Austin and in Houston as well. This one is the one in Dallas that goes on every Tuesday night. Sometimes it's a little bigger than this, but right now it's a 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em. They've had the $50 straddle on quite a bit as well tonight. But right now they're doing the stand-up game or knit button game.
I think it would be really good for you guys to reopen the 5-10 game here. I think it would bring a lot of fun action, more characters to the stream. I think, in my opinion, when you started off at 10-quarter, it typically doubles.
Right.
And I think when the game is 25-50, which it tends to become, it really eliminates a lot of the more action, more fun players. Then
you just get the bigger money guys that.
Yeah, the bigger. It's tough for someone to lose 5 figures on a stream.
Yeah.
And some of these games tend to be a little tougher. Like today's game there's a lot of very good players in today's lineup. But if you open the game up at say 5-10, maybe it'll turn into a 5-10 quarter, and then that game isn't necessarily as tough for some players to stomach. You know, a 2-buy-in loss.
For sure.
And you might have guys still buying in for 5K, which just changes the game to a deeper stacked 5-10 game as opposed to a 200 big blind 10-quarter game, which will turn into a 100 big blind 10-quarter game when it doubles when the straddle's on, for example.
Yeah, and I know we've had that stream on Wednesday nights in the past, and just don't have it going right now. But we can get another steady group of guys that want to play, guys and gals that want to play anything from 5-10. We've had 1-3 streams on there with like a PLO hand, each round. I know some of the other locations, Austin does a 2-5. I mean, we could get guys that wanted to do it on a regular basis. I'm sure that Mallory and the production team would be up for it. This has obviously been something that's helped us get a lot of players coming in from all across the country, and we've had Euros that have moved to Dallas and stayed here.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I know everybody gives the Euros crap, but I've met people from all across the world that come here just to play for a few weeks at a time. Pretty cool to see. And of course, a lot of our dealers have come from other casinos, other card rooms, all across the country to be here. So we've got some of the best in the business dealing cards here, and we just want to see this thing continue to grow. So, and have people like you come in and visit and bring your friends and get on stream.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have one of the best streams in the game. Of course, there's been a ton of new streams opening up over the past 5 years, I'd say. It obviously started off with the one in Los Angeles, which no longer exists, which kind of pioneered the whole poker stream lifestyle. And I think what this show that no longer exists did really well is that they created these characters that it was almost like a superhero story where there were certain players who were the heroes, certain players who were the villains, but every single day, every single week, they put out new content that would really tell a story. And I think overall in Dallas, that's something that you guys have done really well.
Open it up for the Nick game.
Well, when this started out, I don't know if you were watching, 2-3 years ago when some of the characters that we did have on. I mean, some of them were awesome guys. We did unfortunately have a couple that had some shady backgrounds, and they're no longer on our stream. But it really created a buzz, and we had a player on last week who's just an awesome person, but just gives great action. And you saw it, John Ryan.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy that we want to continue to have on our stream. He enjoys the game. He plays the game. Has a good time doing it. Puts people on edge. A lot. They don't know what he's doing, and he's one of those guys. We're looking for guys like that and gals that want to come play on our stream and bring the action, because that's what brings in the clientele here to come play at our club, and it makes it entertaining. For guys like me who just kind of play 1-2 and 2-5, but just love watching these big stakes games.
Yeah, and John Ryan, one of the most entertaining people on the stream I've seen. Super nice guy. I really enjoyed playing with him last week. But he's one of the toughest guys you can play against. There's Obviously, certain times he'll do a thing or two that might make him seem a little off base, but he puts people in very tough spots, and we saw that exact thing happen last week against Wolfgang, which I'm sure will be coming out in one of his vlogs in the upcoming week or so, which I've talked to him a couple times about. He's not extremely proud of, but it happens to the best of us.
For sure.
And the reason why he was put in that difficult spot is because guys like him go with their gut, and they go with their read, and they put people in these spots, and that's why. On the other hand, when they have big hands, they just get paid. And when you're playing, 400, 500, 1,000 big blinds deep, guys like that are extremely difficult to play against. Another guy you guys used to be one of the staples on your show, used to do the exact same thing. I know he's not playing anymore, but there are a few of those guys in the early stages that really just went with their reads, went with their guts, and made life miserable for everybody else, as opposed to today there's a lot of really strong players that are going to use very intuitive spots that they've studied and understand. But something about this game is so much more pure when you just have guys looking into your soul and trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Fun hand brewing here. Everybody's got black cards. We've got 7s, 9s, and then ace-8 suited. Dan's taking the opportunity to raise big here, and his stack is up to 38.4K. So let's see if he continues to use it.
Dan 3-betting the 7s. Carlos going to complete after AJ calls with the 9s. Carlos with one of those interesting hands that you can go all three ways with. He's going to flop a flush draw against the guy who has been absolutely drilling rivers. Dan and AJ both with an overpair. Dan with a massive range advantage, meaning that he can have all the bigger overpairs that AJ typically won't have. He decides to surrender the betting lead. Now, AJ, with a slight overpair to the board after the pre-flop raiser shows some weakness, he's going to take a stab, and Carlos, a couple of overcards and a flush draw. He can still have all the sets to which AJ and Dan typically won't have. So let's see if he wants to leverage that into his advantage. In position. This time he's going to just call
on the
and
button,
now Dan in a really awkward spot with his pocket 7s. He 3-bet pre-flop. He flopped an overpair, but now you can't be loving life. I think you can definitely just consider offloading this hand at this point in time. You're going to have a really tough time reaching the river and showing down this hand against two players out of position. Always tough to fold an overpair on the flop, but if there was a time to do it, this is the one.
And he was facing a half pot bet and a call. It's back to him, but maybe he's looking at the ratio there of what he's, the odds he's getting. Maybe if he thinks these guys are both on some sort of a draw. Oh.
And how good does he run?
How good is he running tonight? Beginner's luck, his first time at TCH, just smashing a red 7 for a set of 7s on the turn.
Turns top set on a board that if AJ checks, I'm sure Carlos will begin to represent, and AJ intuitively checks it over. One pair on this board does not look too good against two players.
Ooh, Carlos says all in.
Rips it in.
For 8.6K.
How much is it?
Dan in dreamland right now, but he's going to have to fade a lot on this river after he Hollywoods for a bit and calls it off.
Wow. Carlos has the combo draw, though. I mean, there's only one card to come, but he's got the open-ender and the flush.
Maybe before I start.
And sometimes even with a set here, you got top set on this board. You're not loving it, but...
Oh, he's loving it. He's just Hollywooding a little bit so AJ doesn't get off the hook too easy. If it was heads up, the money's already in the middle. He's just thinking, what would I do here with a hand like 2 jacks?
Right.
I can't just snap this off. It's not an easy spot with 2 jacks. And he's probably the kind of guy who max time banks it online.
Maybe an 8-9 of clubs is a hand he could be considering that his opponent has. Of course, that's not what Carlos has, but...
Yeah, but I mean, if you have the nuts here, you typically wouldn't rip it. You would go for a bit of a smaller bet, just like trying to milk it a bit more. It's a bit of a disaster when those overpairs fold to your pot size shoves. So, of course, he could have a hand like that, but in my opinion, it looks a lot more like 2 pair or a lower set. or a combo draw like he has.
You could tell he's looking down over at AJ's stack, and I think he's more thinking about that than he is. Yeah, he's putting a huge bet out there, putting AJ all in.
AJ going to get let off the hook pretty easy, I think. He's going to think about it for a few moments. Tougher nines to be good here versus this action. Of course, he can still hit an 8 if he's behind, but for this price, I think we find a pretty easy fold, which he agrees with. Painful to fold an overpair, but finds his way out.
We go twice.
And if Dan wins this pot, he'll have about $50,000 in his stack.
They're going twice.
One or two.
2 times.
So Carlos drawing to 7 outs twice
Yeah, first board is
in this $18,000 pot, give or take. First one, AJ drills his set, but Carlos hits his straight. And second one.
Carlos hits both.
Carlos
Oh my God.
is going to scoop. And just like that, Dan's sun run has come to an end. Carlos taking down this $18,000 pot, although the graphics don't say it correctly.
Yeah, he's going to get 10.6K in profit here off a hand that, you know, there was 3 of them in there. Man, if that got to the river, that would have just been crazy.
14% equity, and he gets there twice.
Lord of mercy. Just bank. And 2 of the 9s were gone.
Yeah.
You know, just poker can be cruel sometimes, but, you know, luckily for Dan, he's had such a good night that it didn't really hurt him that much, you know. Chopped off a couple fingers, not an arm or a leg, so he's gonna still be in there with a 30K stack. What a run out there. They ran it twice, 2 rivers. Carlos hit them both.
JD's money getting thrown all over this table. Actually, I should say my money getting thrown all over this table.
Right.
My money going straight to JD, over to Dan, straight to Carlos. Carlos is a nice guy. Hopefully he can keep those chips warm for at least a little while.
What a hand.
What a hand that was. We've seen a lot of those cool, interesting hands today. A lot of coolers, a lot of people getting rivered, a lot of really tough spots people have been getting put in. That's really all you can hope for when you watch a stream like this.
And you see it happen when you see the cards get turned over when you're on a table, but when you actually are watching live, you get to see it live. You know, we're seeing it more often. We've seen a lot of these hands like this tonight.
Action turn.
Yeah, Dan had a hand early in the night that he did hit a flush on JD, so it definitely happens. He hit another flush on him on that big hand when JD had aces, so it definitely, you know, cruel game, but, you know, goes both ways.
You cost you money.
Can't run pure all night long. And that's like why a lot of people play like 5 to 6 hour sessions or 4 to 5 hour sessions. They don't want to play for 10, 12 hours because, you know, it's hard to run good for that long.
It's hard to run good for that long. I always feel like whenever I'm playing in a good game and I take a step away and I'm considering leaving, I tend to lose money more than I win at that point. And it's something that I think a lot of people need to go with, just following their intuition. I played on about 30 live streams, 40 live streams. Half of them were bigger than the game today.
Right.
But today I just didn't feel like it was my day, and this is the first live stream I've ever not continued on. You know, and sometimes it works out. Sometimes you get your money back. Sometimes you book a big win if you muscle through adversity. But sometimes you go in with that expectation of it's not going to go well. And today I had that expectation, and once it was confirmed that I got coolered, I'm just, all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
It happens.
I'm not worried about it.
Wolfgang hit a big flop here, and the turn really worked out for him, catching the ace, giving him Broadway on a rainbow board.
Yeah, Venom launching the overbet here. That's a. I think he's bluffing with this hand.
Yeah, he's repping the king. Yeah.
Found your weakness.
And, once Wolfgang calls here, I imagine no more money will get put in on the river, unless Venom really wants to blast off.
If I called, I guess I would have made.
I think the jig is up at this point.
You had 6.
Oh, just gross.
Rip it, Wolfie. Rip it. Oh, what are you guys doing? You have the nuts. Go all in.
Saving each other money. Rainbow board, Broadway.
God, this isn't like a house game. They're not taking money out of these pots.
You see that happen, quite a bit in poker. It is what it is. Straights on the board, full houses on the board.
Oh man, I have never in my entire life checked a board like that.
No.
I am going all in every single
Well,
time.
in the lower stakes, you'll have somebody misread the board quite often. We've got a lot of beginner players. The alcohol's flowing. TCH Dallas has complimentary beer, by the way. They've got beer here. It's also BYOB, so you can bring wine, beer, liquor here and drink responsibly. But there have been situations where people just misread and muck a hand that is either a chop or one they would have won themselves. So it's probably happened to the best of us. All of us at some point have mucked the winner.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
The knit button game is still going, though. We've got a few players still holding it. AJ's going to wake up with the ace-king, the big slick.
AJ's playing a few of these hands today tricky.
I got to stay away from you.
Dan's been on a heater recently, but he just got a big chunk taken out of his stack. A lot of the times that forces players to, wind down and kind of unravel. Let's see if he can keep his composure as this game goes on. Check on the flop. AJ's effectively got the nuts now unless Dan turns trips.
With him, it's always his birthday when he plays me.
Small pot, small bets. Dan's got 30K in his stack. He's not too worried about it. He's going to make calls. They both have full houses now.
And AJ's gotten a bit greedy on these rivers recently. Let's see if he wants to go for a big bet.
My brain is not.
He has the nuts unless Dan has quads or pocket nines, which seems quite unlikely. And overbet incoming, massive overbet incoming. What is that? That's
Sure.
Easily looks
10x pot.
If you have a one pair,
All right.
somehow.
10x pot on the river. I guess he's very sure Dan doesn't have a 6.
And I'm surprised Dan's cards weren't already in the muck. He kind of giggled and said, "Are you sure?"
No, my kid would love to meet.
I was watching a hand. I was sweating a friend's hand a few days ago, and he turned the straight on an ace king queen board. He had the jack 10 obviously, and he bet like 200 on the turns. There was like $600 in the pot going in on the river, and they both had about 4,200 left, and he's ripped it all in. And the other guy tanked for like 7 minutes and called the all in for 8x pot.
With what?
With a 2 pair. With ace 8 on a ace king queen 8 6 board. But like my buddy played it off so well, he like went all in and he's like, "Oh, faded the snap call. I'm gonna go to the washroom, whatever happens, happens. I'm just happy you didn't snap call." Gave him the whole 9 yards, the "I'm gonna leave" kind of trickery, and after 5 minutes he made the call, and it was one of the most impressive hands I've ever seen in my life.
Didn't hit the 8 or the ace on the river, right?
Oh no, it was the river.
It was already complete.
It was already complete. No more action.
Yeah, Wes, that last hand, real cooler there, right?
Hardest league in the world.
Sucks to have your straight end up tying with somebody.
It's not top.
Wolfgang played it well, got his opponent to lead out with a pair of aces, repping the hand that he had, and ended up having to chop it. That's never fun. I don't know who came up with the phrase, "Everybody loves a chop pot," but I hate hearing it. Nobody loves it. People say it every day in the poker rooms.
Probably the same people who write the poker movie scripts.
Yeah. Yep.
Saudi Arabia is now recruiting everyone for.
Oh shit! Yeah, Ronaldo's over there.
We're on hand 123. We've got about an hour left on the stream. We've got Nature from Oregon joining us. I don't know if you've been watching the whole time, but welcome. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. We've had both coasts, East and West, represented so far.
All the water. I have those 3 ones back.
Still got some pretty big stacks. These last few pots have been a little smaller, but
Not back.
got an hour left, and we've got plenty of money on this table right now. You see Carlos has 19,000. AJ's got 11. got a player still with a $30,000 stack, so we could see some crazy hands still on this last hour. Thanks for sticking it out with us, guys.
That's kind of how these games go. These big games with deep stacks, a lot of action all at once, and then it kind of flows away. A lot of ebbs and flows in these big games. A lot of shell-shocked players that have just been stacked. A lot of excited, energetic players that are winning tens of thousands of dollars within an hour. And the people who have been stacked obviously don't want to talk about it, and the people who are winning all the money should have the wherewithal to understand that they really shouldn't be saying much.
We've definitely had players on their way out. We had a player I know a couple months ago who didn't want to pay the knit button game, so just
yeah, I was in that game.
Jammed into somebody, and when he jammed into it was a girl he jammed into. When he jammed into her, she had kings, and he was like, "Oops." Well, he not only lost the knit button game, he ended up losing that whole chunk of money to her. And
I mean, he actually left the game, and it was me and someone else battling for paying his bounty that he was responsible for. Thankfully, I was able to win before the other player did, so I didn't have to pay the 800. But it was a bit of a weird situation going on, that's for sure. One of the players in the game today went up to him to ask him to pay the knit button game, because that's how the game works.
Right.
And he so friendly told him to. I can't really say it on stream, but
get bent pretty much.
Yeah, a little worse than that, but you guys get the picture.
Yeah, the way this stream is run, Mallory runs it pretty well. You know, I don't know all the rules and what goes into it, but you know, the players pretty much agree to play for X amount of time, unless, you know, they're either uncomfortable for whatever reason, or, you know, they don't want to lose X amount of money, or, you know, whatever. They kind of all agree to play to a certain amount, and, you know, they're not just going to hit and run the table. We have had that happen before here, where somebody won like 18 grand in 45 minutes and said something about the weather was bad at their house and had to leave, and it was just like, come on, you know. But friendly game, you know, anybody's welcome to join if you kind of reach out to the TCH crew and tell them a little bit about yourself and why you want to play. But a lot of times we have the same faces on here. There's always one or two new folks that come in and play, but it's a very friendly game. But obviously it's competitive. There's a lot of money on the table. You know, you saw it. Chips were flying early, big hands. But it's a pretty respectable game for sure. That's why we've been able to do this stream for 3 years running now. So.
Yeah, really interesting spot developing here, actually. Harvey just called the initial raise from AJ. Now Wolfgang squeezes it up. He's not just going to have premiums here, as we see here. He's got the 8-7 of hearts. Carlos flat calls. AJ is going to complete, and that might leave the door open for Harvey to put in a back raise here with all this dead money. Got suited connectors, very playable. He decides to just take the passive approach and see a flop. I think Harvey's more of a tournament player, if I'm not mistaken. I heard he won a big tournament recently.
He did. He plays a lot of tournaments, but he also plays a lot of cash, so he does a little bit of both.
Yeah, so action flop here. Two players hitting top pair. Wolfgang with the flush draw and a massive range advantage on this board against the field even.
Yeah, this is a huge one. We could see, I was like, if we could see that 3 on the turn.
Yeah, Carlos now with an interesting decision with ace-king. Does he lead out into the field? Does he check call? Does he check raise? He decides to put in a small feeler bet, $600 into this $2,400 pot. Now Harvey, he's got to feel really good about his hand.
Except he folded.
No, he's still got his cards there.
Yeah.
He's just considering if his hand's worth a raise or just a flat. The flat here looks pretty good. Now Wolfgang getting a really good price in position. And he's got a flush draw, which will look very suspicious if the river comes hard and he blasts.
Yeah, so even though its graphics originally said that Harvey folded, he's obviously still got his cards, put his chips in.
And that might kill all of the action now. Carlos checks it. Harvey, I doubt, is going to bet it. And when action gets over to Wolfgang, it looks like people are ready to check call. So I think he's going to be a little too smart to bet into this pot. And if he does, I would like a size of, say, $6,000 into this 4K pot. Just really put a king into a miserable spot, which it looks like both of these players have.
Yeah, and Harvey did end up checking over, I believe. Even though the camera's still on him, so we'll see. Thought I heard check, but
I think the action's still on him because I think Wolfgang would snap check this back. Looks like he might value on himself against Carlos in this situation if he puts in a bet. Oh, Wolfgang. He's going to bluff at it, and he's going to bluff big.
putting in a big bluff, something we haven't seen him do yet tonight.
It's about $3,000 into this $4,200 pot. It's going to be very difficult to get through both Carlos.
You know, it's interesting. I mentioned we haven't seen him do this tonight, and, you know, he's kind of got that snug image, at least for this stream for sure with these players. Ace-King's a big hand to fold here, you know,
it
unless
is a
he
big
puts him on
hand.
some sort of jack.
It is a big hand, and Carlos has that ace of hearts, which might make him a little more tempted to offload his hand. But Carlos, a pretty sticky player. He doesn't like to fold much. Tough to fold a pair, tough to hit a pair, and technically he's got two of them.
He's thinking this is a bad call. It's actually kind of a call you have to make a lot of times, but you got to think what's beating you here.
I fold.
Wow, he's going to
Gets
make
it
the
through.
fold.
The first player with a king. Now the action on Harvey. He's got a much more reasonable bluff catcher here. He's got king, queen, no heart. Carlos had the ace of hearts, and he had to worry about Harvey behind him. But I think this is a bit of a toss-up as to whether Wolfgang can get this one through. Bluffing into two opponents, it looks extremely strong that one of these guys are going to station off with top pair, which is going to be the vast majority of both of these guys' ranges at this point.
Is he putting him on a jack?
He must be at this point.
Right.
It's one of those spots where no one bluffs, so how can I call? And Wolfgang, show it on the vlog, show it to the camera.
I knew you were fucking bluffing.
Carlos says, I knew you were effing bluffing.
He gets two kings to fold with 8 high.
Good for Wolfgang. That's got to make him feel good. He got, you know, bluffed out of his pants the other night when he was playing, and he gets to get a little bit back. Bluffed into two players, throws 3.1K out there with a busted flush draw. Got two people to fold top pair.
Danny give you one of your loads.
Don't have to have the best hand in this game, folks, to take down a few $1,000s. Very impressive by Wolfgang. Yeah, what a bluff.
Yeah, that was a really intuitive bluff. And again, it's one of those spots where you kind of level yourself into making the fold because it doesn't look like collectively you can get it through two players.
Right. Good stuff. OFC Sean says, damn, what a bluff, Wolfgang. That's another player that is on our stream quite a bit. OFC Sean is an awesome person. Great to watch on the stream. Everybody loves him, and he gives a lot of action. But he's also a really smart, sharp player. He thinks a lot. He thinks out loud a lot, so you get to hear his thoughts. But he's an awesome player to watch play. So welcome to the chat there, OFC Sean.
That was pretty...
Yeah, you tell him. Poker's all skill. No luck. That was an awesome hand, though.
That was a really awesome hand, actually.
Yeah, we kind of had a little boring spot there for a few hands, and we got exactly what we needed, you know? And that right there can liven up a game. If the game gets kind of stagnant and you get one player to make a big bluff like that, everybody wants to get a little piece. You know, it kind of gets everybody excited.
So then I'm just really saying I have like ace jack or queen jack.
You have jack, ace, king, you have aces.
So JD's having a rough night, down 21K.
He's like shaking his head.
Whereas Dan's still holding on up
terrible.
13K.
Smell it out. He's folding a king. No, I know. I'm only
Is that a buddy of yours?
Yeah.
Mohit?
Mohit, what's up, man? Thanks for tuning in today. Unfortunately, I'm in the booth right now and not in this game.
I was gonna block River, but
But
then I
it's
guess
all
I lose
good.
the pot still 'cause he calls. Okay. I feel less bad.
So he beats you if you block.
Very interesting game to commentate on today. A lot of very tough spots for a lot of different players. Sets being turned.
For sure.
Flushes being rivered.
I mean, we've seen some nasty ones on here. We've seen aces get jammed on with ace deuce of spades, and a guy, hit the flush on the aces before, and that was for like 40K. I mean, just gross stuff has happened on the stream, but it's action, it's entertainment. That's why we play the game. You live for those moments where you can get it all in and run it out. John Ryan's impressed with the bluff. Yeah, he is.
That's a big compliment. If John Ryan is impressed with the bluff, then you know you did something right.
John may have taught him a thing or two there,
Yeah.
Bluffing into two players is tough,
I feel like if you're there.
And both of them just hated it. You could tell, too. They hated folding.
I mean, that seems like a spot that it's almost never a bluff.
Yeah.
When we were commentating in the middle of the hand, I was saying that I didn't think
he was
he'd
going
take
to.
the spot.
Yeah. And you saw Carlos had the chips in his hand, too. He was just ready to flick them out there. And, I mean, I'm sure having the player behind him sucked a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where, like, both players are so strong, so it should never be a bluff. But both players are so strong, so it should never be a bluff. It seems like a good time to bluff, you know what I mean?
And insult to injury, one of the players he bluffed just had to pay out the knit button. So Harvey had to pay it out.
You're like, you believe it more because he has a knit button. He's like, I never bluffed me when he had a knit button.
I'm gonna go comment on it that he didn't know.
Yeah. That goes on my credibility.
They're saying he must have not known that he still had his knit button.
Right away, they stayed in front of him.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was gone.
Like Chip accidentally fell.
Yeah. Harvey, do you fold ace king there? No? With 275.
But you're. So why don't you call it? Like his hand is the same as yours.
No. He has ace king for value. He should for sure have ace king.
Do you think he would check back on the flop with ace king?
Nothing more exciting than hearing poker talk at the poker table. That's how you know you're in a good game.
Right.
I don't think it
Carlos getting a little tricky himself, checking back the nuts on this 7-high connected board. Then I'm not gonna.
Oh
get
yeah,
any
he
action
just
now.
freaking smacked that. I was listening to them talk still about the last hand. But what a hand. Carlos is like, yeah, I got the nuts. Just flopping.
Carlos is very trappy, actually. He trapped Wolfgang earlier when he flopped enough flush, went for a couple of small streets of value on the turn and river, in a spot that people are typically trying to funnel money in. Here we see it again. He flops the stone cold nuts and just snap checks it back. I guess he was pretty aware that his opponent didn't have anything and hoped that he would hit a king or a queen on the turn, which is very intuitive of him to pick up in real time.
Yeah, rainbow flop, let him try to catch up.
Leaves all the mean shit out of
2 streets of value is better than none.
That puts the nice stuff in the board. You can be a dick on camera until the other way. Get all that shit out.
Well, I know tonight didn't go the way you wanted to. You played on the last stream, but hopefully you've had a blast while you're here in Dallas and want to come back and play on another one of these.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I will definitely be here.
And keep in touch, like I said, with Mallory. Let's see if we can get, a 5-10 game going. Wednesday night is still free, I think, and possibly available if we want to do that again. So that's something we can discuss, doing the Wednesday night again.
Yeah, I would certainly be interested in all of that, so I'll keep in touch with Mallory. I'll probably be back here November, probably.
Gotcha. What you said you were looking at houses in the DFW area?
Yeah.
What areas were you looking
Irving.
at? Irving, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Danny coming through with a very thin value raise.
Danny's not calling with his 10. He's going to raise it up.
Raising for value. That's gangster. That's old school. Not going to call there with 5 high, but.
Yeah. Danny's been kind of quiet a little bit. But takes down a small one there. Yeah, you mentioned you might go play again tonight at Las Colinas, or are you going to shut it down, you think?
Maybe. It's a bit late now. I was planning to only commentate for about 30 or 40 minutes, but I've really enjoyed it. So
yeah, cool.
Decided to stick around. I was also thinking that Ryan was going to be here, so that would have been really interesting as well. I think we got trolled a bit.
Yeah, we did, but it made it for fun.
Yeah, but that's okay.
ABD.
But there's also not a seat open, so maybe it's true.
Asian baby doll?
Is that your safe word? Or?
That can't be right.
No,
Said
that's
Carlos
not
folded
right.
a king, queen of diamonds. Is this hand 130? Yeah. So we got some notes from our team here in production team that there's going to be something off on this hand. So
check.
All right, we'll just
we're
forego this.
we're gonna let this kind of play out, do its thing.
Yeah, I think it's fair to assume Benham didn't raise 9-2 offsuit under the gun. And JD's not the kind of guy to flat the offsuit one gappers out the cut.
Carlos isn't folding king queen of diamonds pre-flop for $50, you know.
Yeah. Pry that from his.
So we're gonna play this as a mystery hand.
Yeah, no biggie. Next hand. On to the next one.
It's like a queen 10 or something. Yeah, pair of 10s won that hand. Nothing exciting. We're gonna move on. These graphics will get correct. Like I said, sometimes these RFID scanners just are a little off, and it takes a second to refresh.
Yeah, it happens.
Great technology, though. I mean, the old days you had to lift up your cards and put them in front of a camera. You know, players would often forget to do that. They put this right out in front of them, so it's like you almost can't forget to do it.
Yeah. A lot of this new school tech really works well.
He's gonna go back to Washington and tell all his friends to fly out here. Just like, went for a wedding, I made 20K.
Usually this plane goes.
I will head out for a few minutes, but I will be right back.
Oh, that's coming. That's coming. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I only do that to GTO Lizard. You know that kid?
Well, it looks like we still haven't gotten caught up. It showed that Harvey folded queens there.
Anytime I play a pot with him that I beat him
Should be
in,
good
I
on the next
go right
hand. I
behind
think
him and
this
do
is
a thing.
hand
Like,
130.
I just
So
played a 7K pot and the guy paid me off. And he can hear me, obviously.
What is Pete? Where is
we're just gonna let this play out and see what wins this hand.
7 minutes from downtown, east, or west. It's been open for like a year.
It's further south on 35 than.
They have a lot of. They just have 1-2 during the week, and then on Tuesdays and Fridays they have a 5-10. If I'm in town, I'll play it. Yeah.
Is it open to everybody?
I think it's true 5-10.
Our sanctuary says good night. Thanks for joining us all night and hanging in there.
Is it open to everyone or it's like?
The live stream is like a list, and you have to like a little politics. Not too complicated. The Tuesday one is open, but also like a list. But like honestly,
Danny's gonna wake up with the pocket aces here, American Airlines hand.
Friday, you'd probably get a seat. I don't know. They need the business. Go support them. You know, help the little guys out.
We've got 40 minutes. Hopefully we can get up to 100 likes. There are 196 of you guys still hanging in there and watching the live stream with us. We're at 93 likes. One of those is mine, by the way. If you're watching for the first time and you've liked what you see, please give us a like. Subscribe to the channel. Make suggestions. Things you might want to see change. Things you like. We're always open for constructive criticism. Love having everybody talk in the chat as well. Carlos is going to stick around in his hand with his 10-8 of spades. $600 in the pot. Danny's going to put out a pretty chunky bet there, about 3/4 pot. Take it down. Stop capping says better cameras. These look pretty crystal clear to me, but what do you mean by better cameras? Just a better angle? What is it that you'd like to see improve? These are about as high def as you can get. I can see how many hairs JD has in his nose, brother. AJ waking up with a suited acey-deucey. Raise it up to 175. Carlos with the queen 3 off. I believe that hand has a few names. He's going to hit a 3, but unfortunately AJ's still got a ton of equity on this with it. Overcard, 2 spades.
I have a blog, yeah. Wolfgang Poker.
Carlos is getting sticky here.
I make like videos about my session, you know.
Now AJ has a pair to go with his flush draw.
Dan, nice to meet you. First name's Alex. I go by Wolfgang. Yeah.
Carlos may be putting him on just a a bluff. And he's going to win with a 3.
I don't have a banner.
It goes to showdown, and Carlos is going to win a $365 or a $690 pot for a profit of $365. His little stare down on AJ. That's funny. He's probably asking him, what the hell are you doing with that hand? Carlos is up almost 8K, 7.7K. Mr. Dylan, what's going on, brother? Can't wait to see you back next year. Ready to have you back in the rooms, man.
These people here have banners up in Choctaw, and that's not me. Oh, yeah, for tournament. Yeah, it's for
Dan hadn't played a hand in a bit. He's going to wake up with a king jack of diamonds. Raise it up here. Gets called by AJ. Harvey's going to fold his AC Deucey.
I did something.
P-Man, another player who's kind of been a little card dead. He's got the king queen. Looks like he's going to 3-bet here.
Can also grab the. Would you mind asking for water for me? Thank you. Yeah.
College football, and they're playing. Oh my God! This.
AJ's thinking about calling here with his wheel ace here, ace-3 offsuit. He may end up doing something crazy on top of that. We'll see.
Sorry, they win? Yeah, the Ole Miss upset.
And a race could get through here if he perceives that these guys are weak.
It was a security guard.
Oh, it was a security guard?
Yeah.
No, it was a player.
Well, there might have been that too.
Looks like he's got some raisin chips.
It's fucking nuts.
And that's not a small raise.
Yeah, I mean, you're not here this weekend, but there's a huge game happening right here in Dallas, Oklahoma at.
He's going to make it 3.5K over the $600 raise that P-Man put out. Big raise.
It's called Cotton Bowl. Yeah. Shit.
He's got P-Man covered. I don't know how, unless he just gets a soul read on him, he can make this call with just a king-queen off.
What?
Dan's already smiling, kind of laughing. He's going to give it up. Part of me wants him to show that 3 there, but nice raise there by AJ. Taking down that dead money. Over 1,200 in profit there with an ace-3 off by just pure aggression.
There you go, Benham. What Benham said that.
This is actually the best player in Dallas. Of course he's winning.
25.
I should tell Ryan that you're the Garrett of Dallas.
Somebody told me you were saying that in your vlog.
I never said that in my vlog, but I referred to that to somebody. I forget who it was. I definitely have said it out of my mouth, but no, I did. Yeah, I've said that too.
I told her, I was like, I think we decided local legend wasn't later than she was going to be.
No, I think.
All right, we're up to 99 likes.
I don't remember. Somebody.
Let's get one more like in here. We get up to 100 likes for tonight's stream. Thanks again to everybody that's watched, stuck with us. John Ryan for the $100 super chat. That super chat money goes to the production team for all the hard work they do keeping this stream alive. So that was very much appreciated. Michael's still in the box, slinging these cards out. Wolfgang gonna raise up the suited 8-7. AJ's got another fun 10-9 of hearts. Boy, does he flop the world. Flops the flush with the redraw to the straight flush. Wolfgang's got a pair of 8s. Not much you can do but slow play the crap out of this, but unfortunately Wolfgang doesn't really catch much, but he may think his pair of 8s is good here. Puts out a third pot bet of $100. AJ's just gonna act like he's kind of interested and call. Not a great card for to get called there, but he flopped the world.
That guy's funny, you know?
No gamble, no future.
You know how you can like walk up to the table?
I'm laughing at what they're laughing at. There's a player that likes to have some drinks and say no gamble, no future all night long. So you can hear him in the background. We've got a cast of characters always playing in cash games here. The stream's going on. We've got several tables out there going on. TCH Las Colinas, the social TCH Social Club is still rocking. Both of these clubs are open 24 hours, 7 days a week. There's always some cash games going on. We have tournaments, so if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and want to play some poker, you do not have to drive to Louisiana or Oklahoma. You have TCH Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas where you can play no limit hold'em, PLO, poker tournaments galore right here without leaving town. So pretty exciting time to be a poker player in the city of Dallas and Fort Worth. AJ is going to lead out with trips here. Harvey may speculate with his gut shot. Unfortunately for him, if he hits that gut shot, he's in really bad shape. He's drawn dead in this hand, but he's going to raise it up. And AJ's going to go ahead and raise him now, which is interesting to do, but gets him off the hand. I may have just flat called there and try to let Harvey hit that 8.
Oh yeah, 8 on that river would have been deadly.
Yep. Got about 30 minutes left on this stream. We're on hand 137. We've definitely had some streams end with some wild hands, so these guys have been playing for almost 5.5 hours now.
People are right. You only film when you're winning, right?
Anything can happen.
About to say something about that. No, it's more just like a.
So I'm sitting here. This is Eric Van Loosen. I'm sitting here with Mr. Ryan, Mr. Rye Guy, who was on our stream earlier and played last Tuesday's stream as well. Have you gotten involved in tournament play at all, or are you kind of just focused on cash play?
I don't focus too much on anything specific. I do a lot of other stuff outside of poker too.
Right.
So whenever I just come down, I tend to play more cash games than tournaments, but not too focused on anything right now outside of the other stuff I do. I just kind of do this for fun. I think I have a pretty good understanding of it too, but definitely not like these wizards on stream.
I'm telling you, we've had some beginners come on the stream and run really good. So
I believe it. You can run really good or run really bad. And, some days it's your days, some days it's not.
And you can play your best and make all the right moves, and you can still get your you-know-what kicked in.
Oh yeah, been there.
Yep.
So this will be one of my last hands commentating, and then I'm going to leave it up to you.
Nice.
But
Well,
you guys are in very good hands today.
Well, glad you reached out and said you wanted to come in and join us after you played on the stream, and you're obviously welcome back in TCH, but more importantly to Texas. We like having good people move to our state. We've got a lot of not so good people move to our state, but we like the good folks that are moving here. The people that want to come in and work hard and just enjoy life. That's we welcome that. So thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, guys like you are the reason why I like a place like this. So
I would for sure do it.
can definitely echo the sentiment of good people, enjoying good people. You see Dan crushing the game, Danny crushing the game, AJ, JD getting crushed, Dan, and the two letter names
it's
getting
the
crushed.
Dan show, yeah.
Dan show,
I
yeah.
only do
It's,
a guy with a thick 8.
Those
tough
damn
one.
Dans.
Damn Dan's. JD was up about $8,000 to start the stream as well, so he's had a $30,000 swing in the last 3 hours.
That's wild. That's right. He was to start it off.
Yeah, some donkey called him down.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I mean, it's I used to do a lot of commentary for poker.
Okay.
I haven't done it recently, so it's been really enjoyable
Yeah.
to come back in the booth and just talk poker again. It's a really enjoyable experience.
Yeah, and I'm definitely an amateur. Won some tournaments, play a lot of cash games. I track my money, so I do know that I'm a profitable player, but I'm by no means an expert. I like to get on the stream and just watch the guys and really just enjoy watching the cards fly and the commentate on the players themselves and just the game in general. And these TCH clubs, it's been a blessing to have these clubs open up here where we don't have to leave the state anymore, or play in illegal underground games where Lord knows how much money they take off the table, or kind of crime stuff that goes on. It's just we've got a great place to play here, and so any opportunity I get to brag on TCH, I do, because they were kind of the first to open up in Austin, and then obviously the most successful here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah, certainly are. And they've done a really good job of making this place a fun and safe place to play.
There's an interesting turd card on this one.
Yeah, this is a really fun hand. I've seen players play this kind of turn a plethora of different ways. I think this hand falls purely into a call, but I see people try to pile money in, and I think we saw a similar hand with AJ earlier when he had a ace and a flush draw. He raised the turn, bet the river, and called the raise against Carlos. So I think he looks a little less comfortable this time around.
He does. You could see him smirking as the Dan there was putting out his chips.
So it doesn't look like he's in raising formation. It looks like he's more in calling, but it's definitely going through his mind. Folding is not an option right now.
What is he out here for? Poker? He's a pro?
Yeah, it didn't work out so well with him last time, so he's going to make the call this time around.
It's not like
Looks a little uncomfortable even in this situation. Let's see what the river brings and what the action is, but AJ's definitely not looking like he's very comfortable in this spot against Dan's big bet on the turn. 9 on the river changes nothing. Dan was repping a very strong hand on the turn. Let's see if he continues to represent this river. Be very thin to get called if you go big.
Yeah, he doesn't have YouTube.
Ryan. I don't know. I know on Instagram. Ryan Poker.
They're talking about you now. I understand that because I think they've caught up a little bit when they've walked off the stage. They've caught up on some of the stream.
Doing a little scouting. What? Doing a little scouting?
No, I was just.
I don't let you back on this stream too. Just take.
No, I don't know how it's done. I wasn't searching.
It just comes up.
Yeah. Maybe I was watching you. No, I got it from somewhere.
Another good chunky bet he's going to put out. Hoping to get called here, definitely for value.
Yeah, I like the sizing. 900 is a lot less intimidating than something like 1,000 or 1,100.
And AJ's probably going to hate it, but if he's putting them on any sort of busted draw here, you do frequently see people bet with their kings and queens all the way down to the river, hoping they can get somebody off of a middling ace. But
tough to fold top pair when you're getting 5 to 1.
Exactly.
It's the main thing I tell people that I'm working with on low stakes. Give them a good price and they'll call.
Yep.
It's tough to fold a pair when you're getting 5 to 1.
Yeah, kind of.
There you go.
And
5
he
to
does,
1.
yeah.
Makes the call. Sees the bad news. I think if he goes 1,200, he might find the fold. Phenomenal bet sizing on the river there too.
Very well played by Dan there. Max value. Got a guy with a weak ace to call him. Was fortunate to obviously have him brick on his draw, but still got paid.
Yeah, Dan been playing lights out today. You having commentating lights out today.
Thank you, man.
And that will do it for me for today.
Ryan, pleasure to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you.
Come
as
back,
well.
get you a house in Texas, bring your friends. Bring some single ladies out here with you, man.
I'll bring the wifey out. She'll enjoy it a lot. We're actually coming back in. I'm probably coming back before this, but my girlfriend and I are coming back in February. So
nice.
Looking forward to showing her around this beautiful place, and hopefully I can convince her to like it as much as I do, because it would make life a lot easier. All right, guys.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, man. Hope to get you back on the stream and seeing you around more often. Thanks again.
Thank you, guys.
So Ryan's got Ryguy Poker, RYGUY Poker on Instagram.
On Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. A few interesting content pieces, some interesting videos from a few of the live streams that are going to be popping out from here and other parts of the country. But yeah, it's
nice. Well, give TCH a shout out while you're on there, man.
100%. You guys are already on my story right now.
Awesome. Pleasure, brother.
Told them how much I dusted off today. But looking forward to next time I come on here, and thank you guys for having me in the booth today.
Be safe, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Take care.
Take care.
Again, that was Ryguy, who played on our stream last Tuesday and this Tuesday. You can always go back and watch any of the previous streams. Check them out. Watch the highlights, low lights, anything you want. These go back like 3 years, so a lot of great content on there. We're continuing to blow and go with these streams. These Tuesday night big streams have been a staple here for TCH Live. And we're going to continue to do it as long as you guys are watching, tuning in, and enjoying. Thank you a ton.
Harvey's so good.
Shouldn't have done this with the tournament kids with the table.
He's like, fuck 2.2, we're on 2.
I have 136, so I don't have to go. I'm gonna create
Harvey playing his suited connector. Carlos with a unsuited one gapper there.
Check the old telephone.
Probably going to be bet and take it down for Harvey here. Again, Dan here is first timer. That guy in seat 7 there with the kind of maroon or orangish sweater. He came in from upstate New York, and he is just crushing it tonight. He's our big winner. Played well, ran well, got into some really good spots against players with some big hands when he just had it. So we hope he gets to come back and play with us again. Good pot brewing here. Already $900 between JD and AJ. AJ's got $525 to make this call here with a suited ace-5. You see a lot of people 3 and 4 bet with this hand. He's just going to call JD here. And of course, an ace hits. AJ is going to think he's got the world. He's actually behind a little bit right now, but he's got top pair, diamond draw, backdoor straight draws, and JD's got a big ace. I imagine we're going to see some fireworks here. JD's had a rough night so far, run into some big hands. These guys are probably going to play a big one here. And AJ's going to raise him right out the gate. JD bets 425. AJ's going to raise it up to 1.4K.
Probably. Yeah.
Is that the stream?
Yeah.
I played a stream there last week.
I watched.
JD's going to make this call. Probably got some alarm bells going off, but the hand that he's up against is probably the one,
You had chips
one of the ones
after
he's
the
putting in his mind here.
Oh, you
Flush
did?
draw,
I thought you lost it.
maybe some sort of combo draw.
I only played because my friend from SMU wanted to
Wow, now that is a turn card. Pretty nasty.
I think that was the
JD's going to
stream
have to
that
hit a
Jason
7
crushed.
or a
Yeah,
non-diamond
like
queen here.
absurd.
AJ's got the commanding lead now with the nut flush draw, 2-pair. Just turn the tables on JD on this hand. I don't see JD sitting in seat 6 anytime soon. This has not been a good night for him. He just normally is just
I'll be there before you
a
will.
crusher on these live streams. But even the best of players have some rough nights, so let's see if he's able to get away from this one. AJ's going to make it pretty big here. Probably puts JD on an ace-king, ace-queen type of hand.
It wasn't you, but the Hustler, they changed their
Yeah.
I kind of like the old ones.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like hard to about them.
Oh, really?
They just upgraded them to like different.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called, but they're like the like thicker, more magnetic ones, I guess. They're like should be easier
They
to
look
stack.
more official, but I kind of like the janky-ish look of the.
Yeah.
It kind of made the distance yourself from the money. Like the 5K chip just didn't feel like that was.
JD makes the call.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Just a suited Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
That card is probably going to save JD quite a bit of money. He's going to check it over. AJ's got about a pot-sized bet left. JD's got him covered.
For like dinner or poker? Oh.
Just a terrible run out for the ace-queen of spades. JD's smart enough
Well, hit me up after
to know it.
if you're doing something.
I think he's going to be able to get away from this one. AJ's going to go all in.
Also, if you ever come back into town, I have a very nice
I don't see JD making a crying
It's just
call
me and my
here.
girlfriend. I just use the second one as an office. So you're
Instant
always
fold.
Yeah.
Instant fold.
No,
No thought about
just
it.
for the future.
Great fold by
Literally
JD.
next
Just
to
a
room.
terrible run out. Tough hand.
Yeah, hit me up tomorrow. Are you dipping out of here soon? Or? Yeah, he's cool.
He will be happy when he watches that hand to see just how bad a shape he was in and that he was able to get away from that. He's going to put another 5K chip on the table because he's got no quit in him. Got about 15 minutes left in the stream. We're on hand 172. Again, thank you all for joining us tonight, sticking with us throughout. We still have 172 of you watching. My name is Eric. I'm filling in for Derek. Sometimes I join the stream with Derek. We do the Derek and Eric show. Aaron McAvoy is who does the stream for the first 4 hours as well. Great guy, a lot of knowledge. Hope you all have enjoyed it. We try to make it fun. I think this has been a really good stream. We've had a lot of action.
There's like a lot of speakers. There's like multiple rooms. Like, I'm sure many people are big. I don't know any of Mark's.
So were you invited there, or are you trying to just make connections?
JD's going to raise it up with an ace-8 suited.
It's not called VidCon, is it?
Of course, that's the flop he needed. Flop lag is real. His ace-queen of spades would have really appreciated that flop. He's going to take down a small pot.
Yeah, because he knows you.
Just shove and go.
Yeah, to be honest, I
Love
wouldn't
seeing
say
these
great
guys
just
take
for
care
me
of the
to go
dealers
for
too.
it, but
We have
get
some
like
of
a
the
day
best
pass.
dealers in all of the country. I brag on them all the time. I work part-time here as well, not as a dealer, but these are just top shelf dealers that we employ here at TCH. And couldn't find a better place to play cards, so we definitely want to be taking care of our dealers at the table. And our waitresses.
Yeah, networking. Yeah. I'm going to look into it tonight.
Harvey's been kind of quiet. He's going to raise it up with an ace-5 suited.
lot of young people.
Well, he's definitely not a poker player, so I hope he's a YouTuber. I said he's definitely not a poker player, so yeah.
Big turd card there for Harvey.
Sounds better. Aspiring, yeah.
Bad river. What a run out for
My
Carlos.
sample size of 3 on your stream, I'm definitely not a poker player. I'm a donator. Also, you know what's screwed up? You know how that like website that tracks all the profit loss on your stream? There's that old dude Wolfgang.
Oh yeah.
And they loop us together.
Well, you guys are kind of like
But he loses, I lose. No one's looking up him. They're all looking up. Oh, how's Wolfgang doing? We're down like 120 grand.
Show that to the IRS and you'll be good.
Yeah. They're like, wow, this guy really does suck.
Did he play the same week as you?
Yeah.
Like randomly?
People were screenshotting it, sending to me. They're like, yo, you got an imposter. I'm like, well, hopefully he wins. Makes me look good, but no, dude gets crushed too. And now he looked like a dingus.
P-Man and Dan both have suited aces here. AJ decides to come along for just $50 more.
Has anyone ever told you you look like a young Morgan Wallen? No? Do you know what he looks like when he was young? Just like you. Should look it up.
Wolfgang is telling our dealer Michael that he looks like Morgan Wallen.
Yeah. Like the hair, really the hair and the. Morgan Wallen, okay. He's a country music artist. He changed the hair, but like back in the day, it was very like you.
Oh, Wolfgang, Michael looks nothing like Morgan Wallen, but I'm sure he would appreciate it. He just told him that he's sexy. Oh, man. I used to mess with Michael when he was dealing to me. Michael likes to have his shirt open a little bit, show a little bit of that chest spaghetti, and I used to say, Michael, I'll give you some more tips if you'll drop down another button. He'd play along and laugh with me. He's a good sport, fun guy to be at the table with. Doesn't play as much as he used to, but he's in that seat where you make guaranteed money every night, dealing them cards. Michael's a great dude. Often rocks the Wolverine beard.
What if he plays? Will you stay? That could be your big chance.
Carlos raising it up with an ace-queen.
Show my how big action you are. I'm serious.
He says, God almighty, these players know the stream's getting close to an end. They want to play some big pots, but unfortunately,
He's gonna be asking me
a lot of these guys have had some big hands pre, and just nobody wants to give them any action.
You need this guy. He definitely doesn't do software coding and shit.
Then I go and just, my VP is like 10%.
Yeah, you'd have to keep it up. If it gets around to you, JD, would you put that equivalent? Oh my God.
That's interesting. Carlos has had a pretty decent night, and he's pre-flop raises are only 8%, so he's really just been calling a lot. We saw him fold the pocket jacks earlier in the night to just a single 3-bet, I believe it was, by JD next to him.
JD would have put the 800 on.
But he still had a pretty decent night.
800 on stack minimum. Can I get a been there before.
AJ's going to look down at the J-Lows or the Snowmen.
God, everyone's doing the Harvey now. He started a trend. Make poker fun again.
Harvey looks like he wants to do something with his suited ace here after being raised.
Snap. I really need to book a win for the vlogs. The last like 7 videos.
He's going to pop it up to 650. AJ's going to make the call. Really good flop
I don't know if that's a great investment though. $1,000
for AJ with the open ender and the overpair.
Meeting, like someone really cool. Like if someone said you pay
Harvey also has a straight draw.
Not
going to be good if he hits.
Do it, but
and he does. Both players now hitting a straight.
That's right.
It's going to be hard for Harvey to put him specifically on pocket 8. So let's see if this gets him in trouble here when he's got the bottom straight. And AJ's going to lead out.
Well, I don't know. Is anyone going to play?
You're saying?
It's going to be hard for Harvey to put him on 8s
I
here.
normally don't, but I feel bad if he's. Maybe, yeah. He's going to play here at Kalinas. I don't know. If it's only going to be like four-handed, then it's kind of stupid. And see? There he goes. Handsome boy. I told you. Put that on a t-shirt. Smoke it.
Harvey's just going to make the call.
And introduce him to Kitty.
To who?
Kitty.
Yeah.
She's always like, handsome man.
Wow, AJ's kind of setting a trap here.
I mean, Frankie's a handsome guy.
Harvey's not going to think he's checking a boat or a nut type straight to him. Curious to see if Harvey puts out a feeler bet and AJ jams on him. If Harvey's able to lay this straight down.
Oh.
She literally asked Doug about it.
He's going to put it, just a bet and a call. Pretty safe call there for AJ. I'm surprised he decided not to raise him. I don't think he can put Harvey on a boat there. But very safe call there. You know, checked it to him, got a little bit of value, got Harvey to bet. Really surprised he didn't go for more there, but what do I know? These boys are playing big stakes. Poker here in Dallas for thousands of dollars. Good hand there, AJ. Got just about 5 minutes left in the stream.
No, I know. I'm doing it for the thumbnail. What? Yeah, text me tomorrow. Wait, let me get a selfie for my Instagram story. It's like hilarious. I'm in for a flip.
I feel like I run better in position. What? Oh, yeah.
Looks like that's going to be the last Hold'em hand. We're going to do the PLO flip. Again, thanks for joining us tonight on TCH Live, where we stream this big game every Tuesday night here in Dallas.
Watch him on like his The Voice edition. That's when you look like him.
That's what you're going to be.
It's all nines. 4 9. 9.
Oh, 4 or 9.
9 will give me the 9. 9 will give me the 9. Yeah, 9. 9. And he blocked the nuts. Oh my god, I rolled a 9.
Deuces full. Looks like 5's full of deuces there for Carlos. He's going to win 1.6K to finish off the night. Great stream tonight. Thanks everybody for joining here at TCH Live. We'll be live again next Tuesday night. Hope to see y'all here. Take care. Good stuff. Oh, my phone is dead as fuck. Oh, goodness gracious. Ass-bodacious.
You know how to shut the switch, man?
Nope.
Alright.
0 clue.
So, I'll try to go back here. So, if you're ever in here by yourself, again. Is that a blue chew?
Is that really a blue chew? Is there one in there?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'm taking that. I don't know. He looked down at it though.
Okay, so hang on. So the blue button means we're on stream.